Um, okay, so the difference in the fighting in 2014 and nowadays is just drastic. It's completely different because in 2014 Russia what was trying to somehow hide or cover their like the actual participation by the curtain of the so-called rebellion or whatever they try to show it to the others, whatever it was. But nowadays they're not hiding, they're not covering up. They're just like boldly stating that we're here and we would like to seize the part of your land, and you won't be able to do anything with us because of who we are. Uh, the difference is also in the forces that are being used in 2014. Like obviously, they're really active and they're massive and really aggressive. In 2014, they didn't have the aviation, they didn't have the the UAVs and drones being used. They didn't use the missiles and rockets bombing civilian cities. They didn't bomb anyone like far away from the front lines. They didn't have the fleet. They didn't utilize the navy. Nowadays, the war is in big masses, more aggressive, as I mentioned, and they're being used in artillery this time far too much, like in comparison, especially. So their artillery is more efficient. They utilize it more. Aviation and naval forces are being used, and they're not covering, they're not hiding. They bluntly state that they're here.
Yeah, great answer. And what's the difference from the point of view of a Ukrainian soldier in terms of preparedness, in terms of tactics that the Ukrainian armed forces are using between 2014 and this war?
Отличный ответ, спасибо большое. Как бы вы сказали, в чем разница с позиции украинских войск, ВСУ и так дальше? То есть насколько армия была готова к защите, насколько все подготовлены к тактическим моментам, насколько логистика настроена и насколько в целом ответка сейчас отличается с украинской стороны?
Ну, смотрите, я не могу рассуждать с позиции ВСУ, да, в целом. Я могу что-то говорить от себя и то, что я вижу. Ну, вот то, что я вижу, за 8 лет войны украинские ресурсы очень сильно исчерпались. Поэтому были ли мы готовы? Я вам скажу так. Армия готова всегда. И в первый же день вторжения сотни тысяч людей, это реально сотни тысяч, они выстроились в очередь в ЗСУ, в батальоны территориальной обороны. Они готовы были заранее встать в эту очередь для того, чтобы защищать свою страну. Тактика, конечно, тактика поменялась. Против сильного бойца силой не совладаешь. Поэтому, насколько я понимаю, главнокомандующий Залужный применяет больше хитрости, чем силы. Когда удается связать противника какими-то позиционными боями, вы можете видеть в новостях, как украинские войска взрывают, выбивают, подрывают штабы, склады боеприпасов, ну, другие военные объекты, которые, то есть пытаются нарушить логистику вооруженных сил Российской Федерации. Наша логистика, мы на своей земле. Мы знаем все эти дороги, поэтому у нас с логистикой, конечно же, гораздо проще. Ты у себя дома. Поэтому, допустим, сейчас большое спасибо союзникам Украины и Соединенным Штатам, и Британии, и европейским странам демократическим, которые именно восполняют нехватку вооружения, которая износилась в Украине и за эти 8 лет.
Okay, so I am not able to tell on behalf of the armed forces of Ukraine overall, but I can tell what I am able to see and what is my personal experience in terms of the readiness, in terms of the tactics, and so from my personal experience and how I see. So for throughout those 8 years of the ongoing war with Russia, Ukraine has depleted its resources in terms of the weaponry and ammunition. If we're considering whether we were ready for the fight, I would say that the army is always ready to defend the country. And in the very first day when the full-scale invasion has started, like literally hundreds of thousands of men and women were like lining up in the queues to join enroll to the armed forces of Ukraine, territorial defense forces, national guards, so the security structures of Ukraine, so to say, and they were willing and they were ready to join the fight to defend their country even before the call came to them, so to say. In terms of tactics, well, I would like to say that um, it's really hard to deal with the really like strong, powerful enemy with the power. So you have to deal with him with your actual like let's say whatever surprise attacks and slight things you might have and put on them. So mostly the more cunning you are, the more power can be suppressed. And the commander-in-chief, Zaluzhny, he knows that the overwhelming power, because Ukraine was underarmed and undermanned at that moment and right now, can be fought with the military approaches, such as just being one step ahead. And right now, we are able to hold the enemy on some of the positions with the battles happening in some of the areas. So basically, we're seizing them at some of the points. And you can actually take a look into the news how Ukrainian forces are actually blowing up the ammo depots and the HQs, whatever they can to hold the enemy or to breach their logistical chains. They're doing it. So they're also launching attacks on the other military facilities that the Russians are being using. So Ukrainians are trying to breach or completely derail the logistical supply chain of Russian Federation. And in terms of Ukrainian logistics, we are on our land. We are in our home. We know all of those roads. We know how to deliver things faster and in a more efficient manner because we haven't invaded anyone. We're still on our land. And obviously, we are really grateful to our allies, for the US, for the UK, and all democratic European countries and everyone else, because they have been helping to restore and resupply the lacking of the weapons and the weaponry that has been either depleted or has been buried, so to say.
Thank you so much for that. And so Victoria told me that members of your family managed to escape from Mariupol, and I just assume that must have been a really gruesome experience. If you can tell us more about that, how that came to be, and how you were able to do that for them.
Спасибо за ответ, Валерия. Виктория сказала, что члены вашей семьи смогли эвакуироваться и сбежать с Мариуполя. И, честно говоря, их опыт, наверное, просто ужасающий. Если это возможно, могли бы вы поделиться, как им это удалось, как они сейчас, что в целом происходило тогда? Как вам удалось им помочь, если вы смогли как-то в этом принять участие?
Ой, это такая сложная история. Смотрите, я уже был в батальоне, и все эти новости доходили, понятное дело, до меня через жену. В Мариуполе жили родители моей жены. И Мариуполь захватили очень быстро. Наверное, в течение 4 дней уже на околицах Мариуполя. Это большой город. Это город, где до войны жило 500 000 жителей. Уже на улицах города через 4 дня вторжения шли уличные бои. Поэтому очень быстро в Мариуполе прекратилась связь, закончилась, пропала. В Мариуполе пропало электроснабжение, горячее и холодное водоснабжение, отопление, то есть все блага цивилизации пропали в один момент, и очень долго не было связи с родственниками жены, потому что негде было просто зарядить мобильный телефон. Каким-то чудом, каким-то образом, очень редко, очень на недолгое время удавалось все-таки жене дозвониться, и она в течение месяца пыталась какими-то путями вытащить оттуда своих родителей. Но это было практически невозможно, потому что от Мариуполя до украинской территории россияне выставили 15 блокпостов. Эвакуации из города, естественно, никакой не было, когда уже город был оккупирован. Россияне не выпускали жителей Мариуполя. Наоборот, они придумали какие-то фильтрационные лагеря, куда свозили, это какое-то было место, куда свозили людей, всех подряд, стариков, детей, женщин, мужчин, где проверяли их документы, их мобильные телефоны, соцсети, проверяли, раздевали их, смотрели, нет ли каких-то патриотичных украинских тату на теле. И мой тесть очень сильно этого боялся, потому что он всегда занимал четкую патриотическую линию. Он всегда говорил, что он украинец, и никакой России не должно быть на этой земле. Но мы не об этом, мы отвлеклись. Как получилось так, чтобы забрать их оттуда? Тут детективная история. Украинцы, мало того, что смелый народ, но среди них есть еще реально по-доброму сумасшедшие люди. И жена спустя месяц нашла контакты женщины, которая на своем личном автомобиле проезжала в оккупированные территории, находила там людей по адресам и вывозила их оттуда. При этом давала взятки направо-налево чеченцам, русским, бурятам, кто стоял на блокпостах, всем. Поэтому вывести человека из Мариуполя стоило около, наверное, 1500 евро за человека. Но ведь это не главное, это на самом деле достаточно низкая цена жизни нормальной, жизни для пожилых людей, потому что родителям Тани уже за 60. И тут был один такой, даже два, наверное, момента. В дом, в котором жили родители, это был многоэтажный дом, 9-этажный, многоподъездный. В него 2 раза прилетали авиабомбы, там верхних 4 этажей не было. То есть они чудом умудрились выжить в этом всем. И когда эта женщина, отважная, я бы на такое, наверное, не решился, она прорвалась в Мариуполь, приехала к дому родителей жены, она увидела 2 пожилых людей, которые закрывали дверь. И она спросила: а Анна и Петр тут живут? И это были Анна и Петр. Они собирались уходить для того, чтобы найти себе какой-то еды, найти где-то воды питьевой, найти, возможно, какие-нибудь дрова, на которых они готовили пищу, потому что газа тоже не было. И вот этот вот момент, когда реально 5 секунд, и ничего бы не получилось. Но все получилось в этот раз хорошо. Вот такая вот детективная история с хэппи-эндом.
Okay, let me just rearrange my thoughts. But his last sentence was that that's going to be a detective story with the happy end. So brace your. Let me just do this. Let's start with this thing. So he would like to point out that the family and relatives of his wife, so his mother and father-in-law, were from Mariupol, and obviously he since he was on the front line southern direction, he only heard like parts and bits of what was actually happening, and it's a really complicated story. Because he was already in the battalion, and his wife was the one who was trying to get in touch with her relatives, her parents, so to say. They are more than 60 years old, so it was a very surreal experience for them as well. They've been living in Mariupol, and Mariupol, as you know, was seized almost like within 4 days. And you have probably seen the images and the maps. It's a relatively big city, and before the full-scale invasion, 500,000 lived within the city. And after the 4 days have passed, you could hear how the street fights have been happening on the outskirts of the city. So almost immediately at that moment, any type of communications was lost. Electricity, like power lines, there was nothing in regards of having cold or hot water supplies. The heating was shut down almost immediately. Basically, any type of the comfort and utilities that you can think of was cut off from the people who were in Mariupol at that time. And Valery is pointing out that where there haven't been any way to contact their relatives, his mother and father-in-law, because there wasn't any way to actually charge the phone apart from that. So it's like it was a miracle to actually like get in touch with them from time to time and have established connections. Like for more than a month, his wife was trying to use any possible means and ways to get her parents out of the already occupied cities, and it was like almost impossible, practically almost impossible, so to say, because at that moment you have to understand that there were like at least 15 vehicle checkpoints that Russians have established that you had to pass in order to get from Mariupol, that was occupied, to the Ukrainian territories that were under control of Ukrainian armed forces and Ukraine. Obviously, there weren't any means of the evacuation. Russians weren't they weren't down for letting the citizens out of the city. They were trying to do quite the opposite. They forced everyone to stay there. They have even established the so-called filtration camps. So basically, it was like a spot or a site that they had like erected, just set up, and they were bringing like everyone, doesn't matter who, like the age, doesn't matter the gender, like elderly people, women, men. They were checking the documents, they were checking the phones, checking the social networks. They did the head-to-toe search because they wanted to check whether someone had like patriotic tattoos. And Valery mentioned that his father-in-law was very terrified of that part because he's being very patriotic. He's being patriotic in terms of his beliefs, and he was he always mentioned that there is no place for Russia in Ukraine. It's only like that there shouldn't be any kind of Russians on our land, which is obvious. So basically, in terms of their evacuation, why it's a detective story. So it turned out this way. Valery mentions that you probably, like throughout the 6 months of war, have realized that Ukrainians are really like courageous, brave, but sometimes they're like really crazy in a kind sort of way. So completely crazy, I would say. That's my 5 remarks. So Valery's wife had found contacts of a woman who was been using her private vehicle to get people out of the occupied territories. So basically, she was going back and forth.
This is amazing. Just kudos to you, Verlaine, for just translating this whole amazing story and not missing anything. That just amazes me every time. So if we can continue with the story, what happened? How did they manage to cross the checkpoints, and how the process looked for them?
Удивительная история Валерии. Матча еще удивился, что я это все запомнила. Я очень старалась. Но могли бы вы продолжить, конечно, если у вас сейчас есть возможность, как потом проходили вот эти проезды блокпостов, как их встретили уже после того, как они оказались на территории подконтрольной Украине? Как они дальше? Что с ними сейчас?
Ну, по поводу проездов через блокпосты я говорил, что это все было где-то за деньги, где-то вот эта женщина, я же говорю, она такая сумасшедшая, что она могла кричать на российских военных и говорить: «Мне надо проехать, ты не понял? У меня у сына день рождения». Она с ними разговаривала так, что они не знали, что им делать, и пропускали ее просто. Но на самом деле из Мариуполя до Днепра, город Днепр в Украине, не так и много, там около 500 километров, они преодолели их за 2 дня, 500 километров за 2 дня. На каждом блокпосту их останавливали, досматривали, опрашивали, получали взятку, вот, и отпускали дальше. Когда уже они приехали на подконтрольную Украине территорию, в Днепре их встретили студенческие друзья, пару дней они там отдохнули и переехали в Полтаву, откуда родом отец Тани, ну, отец жены. Там их поселили в квартиру, которая осталась от бабушки Таниной. И тут уже было все гораздо проще. Купить продукты можно купить стиральную машинку, можно, в общем-то, все можно. Ты уже на цивилизованной стороне. Поэтому сейчас с родителями жены все хорошо. Они ездят в село, занимаются сельским хозяйством. Такая трудотерапия. Сейчас как бы все хорошо.
Yes, as I have mentioned, the checkpoints were mostly like bribed, so to say. So passing every checkpoint, it depends. The story depends. So at some point they were like bribed completely. Sometimes, as I mentioned, this woman was like absolutely crazy in a good kind of way. She might have started screaming, just yelling at Russian soldiers, like, "Let me pass! I need to go! Like, don't you understand? My son has a birthday!" And she was just like screaming at the top of her voice. That this is the way she was treating them. She was speaking with them with this attitude, and they just didn't know what to do, so they let her pass. Sometimes. So you need to understand that from Mariupol, if you take a look, if you look into the distance and to the map, the distance is like 500 kilometers. It usually takes like not that much of time, but it took them 2 days. 2 days to get out from Mariupol to Dnipro. And at every VCP, they had to do search. They were interrogated, and the Russians were bribed in return to let them pass. Some depended. So once we arrived at the area that's under control of Ukraine, in Dnipro, the friends from the university have met them in Dnipro, so they had rested in Dnipro for a couple of days. Then they moved to Poltava, and that's the city in the region where his wife Tanya's father is from. So his in-law is from Poltava, and they were accommodated in the apartment that was originally owned by his wife's granny. So, and it was very much easier to handle the situation there because sorry for that. because it was more civilized, and you would see that it's actually possible to go and buy products, to buy like just food, to buy even washing machine or anything you need. Like everything was possible there, so to say. And like, yes, there have been on the civilized side, everything is okay. They've been okay. They have been going to the countryside, to the village. They are doing their small agricultural processes, so to say, just harvesting. That's their labor therapy, so to say. Everything is well with them. Thanks for asking.
That's great to hear. And just one more question about this experience. Were they during when they were in Mariupol? I know it might be a stupid question, but for us, it's just an unimaginable situation. So that's why the question might be stupid. But what I'm asking is, were they in the part of the city when the apartment was under control of Russians, or were they on the Ukrainian side? Just the city was shelled by Russians, and so that's the question.
Спасибо еще. Здорово слышать, что с ними сейчас все хорошо. И последний вопрос по Мариуполю. Возможно, вопрос будет немножко таким туповатым, но поскольку для нас все это очень сложно как бы представить и просто даже вообразить. Когда они были в самом Мариуполе, они были, последние вот эти дни, или в большинство дней, они были на той стороне, которая все еще была под охраной, то есть под контролем украинских военных, украинской армии, и просто русня атаковала время от времени артой. Или они сразу оказались на стороне, которую Россия захватила почти сразу, и они вот этот месяц или больше провели под полной оккупацией?
Получается так, что под полной оккупацией они провели этот месяц, потому что они жили на восточной стороне Мариуполя, которая была первая оккупирована. С восточной стороны оккупация Мариуполя и происходила.
Thank you for the question. Well, it turns out that they've been under full occupation since early on because they lived on the eastern side of Mariupol, and that was the first site that was occupied. It just happened the way.
Извините, западный.
Okay, from the western side. From the western side. I apologize, from the western side.
Yeah, and Valery, I just wanted to ask you a question about your perspective on things, because from 2014 onwards, when people talked about, and you yourself are from Donetsk originally, your father-in-law and mother-in-law were living in Mariupol. These were the cities where people in the West thought of them as who knew something about Ukraine as places where the pro-Russian sentiment might be the strongest in the Ukraine. And yet these are the people who, from 2014, in case of Donetsk, just experienced the most suffering from the hands of Russians. What is your perspective on that, and how, I don't know, your friends that maybe you have any contacts with them, or how that's changed their stance on Russia and friendship with hypothetical friendship with Russia, how that experience will change the Ukrainian perspective?
Спасибо, Валерий. Вопрос. Сколько вы сказали, что вы до 2014 жили в Донецке, и, в принципе, с 2014 именно люди с Запада в основном узнавали про то, что происходило в Донецке и Луганске. И, конечно, у них возникали некоторые сентиментальные чувства и чувства беспомощности и так далее. Но, тем не менее, те люди, которые с 2014 эвакуировались с Донецка, они по факту переехали, большинство сначала, больше всего страданий, которые припали на их долю, они приехали в Мариуполь, и получается, что на них упало такой как бы двойной удар. они вроде бы переехали в безопасность, но опять трусня на них напала. Скажите, пожалуйста, вот насколько поменялось или насколько, на ваше мнение, поменяется отношение, гипотетические какие-то отношения с Россией в целом у людей, которые раньше были все-таки более склонны иметь друзей в России или в целом какие-то отношения с Русней до полномасштабного вторжения? Насколько, на ваше мнение, все сейчас перевернулось?
В этом году произошел, наверное, перелом в сознании людей, потому что в 2014-2015 году это коснулось только Донбасса, и то небольшой его части. В 2014 году России удалось оккупировать 5% украинской территории. Поэтому для многих людей в Украине даже все эти 8 лет это оставалось где-то там далеко. Это непонятно чья война, почему это все происходит, это все они сами хотели. И мы, как дончане, мы знали, что в любом обществе есть патриоты даже не своей страны, а своей земли. Мы украинцы, потому что мы здесь живем, мы здесь выросли, мы здесь завели семьи, мы здесь построили дома. То есть такой вот, скажем, приземленный патриотизм. Да, но это все наше. И мы никому это не хотим отдавать. Конечно, были симпатики России, которые считали, что если этот регион достанется россиянам, то у них будут высокие зарплаты, высокие пенсии. Ну, непонятно, конечно, почему они так считали. Вот. И в этом году, в 22-м, конечно, радикально поменялись взгляды людей только потому, что на данный момент оккупировано уже 20% Украины. Поэтому в каждой семье есть кто-то из родственников, близких или знакомых, кто пошел воевать за Украину или кто погиб за Украину. Поэтому настроения в целом поменялись очень сильно. Уже очень трудно найти людей, которые назвали бы россиян друзьями. Ну, а по поводу людей, которые из Донецка выехали в Мариуполь, ну, тут я вопроса даже не заметил. Да, это констатация факта. Им досталось, опять досталось. И досталось хуже, чем в 2014.
Yes, thank you for the question. So, I think this year has been a complete reinstatement or break, so to say, because the consciousness, people and their consciousness, they started finally to realize that it's not only about Donbas, because in 2014, only Donbas was like 5% of the whole area of Ukraine, which was in Donbas, was occupied, and obviously Crimea was the next. But at that moment, Russia was able to seize only 5% of Ukraine, and for a lot of people at that time, all these 8 years of war, it felt like it was so far away, and it wasn't like so like quote their war. They felt like those people probably wanted to do that, and they wanted this to happen. But quoting Valery, they were from Donbass. They knew that this will happen if you don't kind of withstand and defend yourself. And in any kind of, Valery saying that any kind of society, you might find patriots, but they are patriots like not in terms of their country, but in terms of being patriotic of the land that you own, and like being Ukrainian is not only like being representatives of the countries. Like we are Ukrainians because we live here, we have been brought up here, we have built our houses here, we have built our families here, and this is our land, and we we don't want to move anywhere. This is some kind of like down to earth patriotic feeling, but some people do have this kind of patriotism, so to say, and like, this is our land, we won't give it to anyone. Yes, there have been people who sympathized with Russia, who felt that no one knows why, but they thought at some point that if they're going to be part of Russia, their salaries will be better or bigger or higher, and the pensions will be higher. But it all faded into the fog. Like, no one knows why it happened the way it happened that time, but it's drastically different nowadays. The opinions have been shifted, everything has been changed, and probably it's because now it's not 5% of Ukraine is under occupation, but nearly 20% of Ukraine is occupied by Russians, and in every family you can find someone who is currently serving or at the front line, or maybe they're like not relatives, but they're like acquaintances or friends or family members have either died or like is lost in combat or is defending Ukraine in other possible way. So the whole mood has been changed drastically, so to say. It's really it's really hard to find someone who will nowadays say that they will call Russia our friends. I don't see this scenario happening. And yes, it's basically a fact that people who find the shelter in Mariupol from Donbas had suffered again being in Mariupol and then having to flee.
Yeah, thank you for that. And before I open the floor for questions, and tell us, Valerie, if you have how much time you have, and if you have to go, that's no problem. But I wanted to ask you about your current experience as a soldier, and we never in this space want to reveal anything that's slightly even operationally secure in terms of operational security sensitive. But if you can tell us about your experience in the Kherson area, because of course this area is an area that the world is looking on right now with bated breath. And what's your, I don't know, in general terms, if you can describe what's your experience been like, and what's your battalion is doing, and how the fighting looks there, and if that's fine by you. Thanks.
Спасибо большое, Валерий. Сначала хотим вас спросить, сколько у вас времени. Не хотим вас задерживать, так что если в какой-то момент вам нужно будет отлучиться, пожалуйста, не стесняйтесь, просто нам скажите. Вот. И прежде чем мы откроем панель для вопросов, я хотела бы сейчас уточнить у вас, не раскрывая какой-то оперативной обстановки и в целом, что происходит, как бы вы сказали... Just a second. I'm sorry, guys, that my pupper. Прошу прощения, у меня собака чуть-чуть приболела. Да, не раскрывая никакой оперативную обстановку, как бы вы сказали, как сейчас на Херсонском направлении в общем? Мы понимаем, что детали раскрывать нельзя, в целях безопасности. Как бы вы описали, как сейчас ваш батальон, как в целом борьба и битва? Что можно, если бы это не затруднило вас?
Время у меня, в общем-то, есть. Я специально освободил сегодня вечер для беседы с вами. Ну, по поводу обстановки сейчас в Херсонской области, я вам скажу так. Обстановка тяжелая, сложная. Но мы 4 месяца. За 4 месяца мы поменяли, наверное, 3 позиции. Мы двигались в направлении Херсона все это время. Вот. Но сейчас, после того, как наши спикеры, лидеры общественного мнения 3 месяца говорили о том, что на Херсонском направлении готовится контрнаступление. Россияне прислушались и усилили свою группировку в Херсонской области, и это стало заметнее. Стало больше обстрелов из ствольной артиллерии, из танков, из БТРов, из ракетных установок. Больше стало российской авиации работать, больше беспилотников, то есть они усилились, и поэтому только за последнюю неделю в нашем батальоне было 2 погибших, были раненые, и буквально сегодня в том месте, где находятся наши позиции, тоже было 3 контуженных и 2 раненых людей. Обстановка тяжелая, но моральный дух, если вы о нем спрашивали, на уровне по одной простой причине. Мы не военнослужащие, мы не военнообязанные, мы пришли добровольно. Я не знаю, как в других подразделениях, но территориальная оборона состоит полностью из добровольцев. То есть те люди, которые знали, куда шли, и знали, чего им следует ожидать. Вы еще тут?
I think Verlaine is having problems with our dog. Собака.
Verlaine, you there?
Matthew, she's probably trying to quiet the doggy.
Yeah, my dog is also. Victoria, are you up with us? Okay, Verlaine is restarting the app, so we'll have to wait just 2 seconds for her to. She just wrote in a chat.
Matthew, that's maybe the right moment for everyone to retweet the space. Tell everyone that we're very, very lucky to have Valeria Getman with us. And that since you're at it, if you can follow the MryiaReport, that would be extremely, extremely appreciated. Victoria, can you tell a friend that we're waiting?
Валерий, Ферлейн скоро будет здесь, у нее какие-то проблемы с Твиттером, но она сейчас появится буквально через несколько секунд и переведет ваш ответ.
Окей, я подожду.
We're very, very sorry, but we're very, very glad to have you. Thank you very much for being here.
While we're waiting, I just wanted to say something. Valery is from Donetsk, and I'm originally from Donbass. And I think I'm going to ask him if the fact that his native language is Russian was ever a discrimination. If he ever felt that the fact that he speaks Russian made him less Ukrainian. Валерий, я хочу спросить вас вопрос. Тот факт, что вы из Донецка, скажите, пожалуйста, чувствовали ли вы когда-либо дискриминацию по поводу того, что вы говорите на русском языке? Было ли это когда-то проблемой? Чувствовали менее украинцев?
В Украине до 2014 года никогда не было проблем либо какой-то дискриминации по языковому вопросу. И неважно, это русский язык, это иврит, это татарский или какой-либо другой. В Украине проживает очень много национальностей, и никогда не было каких-то расовых, языковых или этнических проблем. В Украине учится очень много иностранных студентов из Азии, из Африки. Поэтому и когда ты едешь в метро в Киеве, ты можешь увидеть абсолютно разных людей, которые разговаривают на разных языках. И проблемы с этим никогда не было. Эту проблему придумала российская пропаганда, если вы об этом спрашивали.
Да, простите, пожалуйста, Валерий. Sorry, guys, I had a Twitter glitch. Простите, пожалуйста, у меня Twitter заглючило, и телефон не хотел вообще реагировать на мои сигналы. I will firstly translate the reply that on the question that Victoria had asked, and then I'm gonna do the reverse engineering and go back. Я сначала отвечу на тот вопрос, который Виктория только что задала, а потом вернусь. And on the quick side, Valery said that he has enough time because he had allocated this evening specifically for the interview, so no worries about the time. In terms of the language so-called issue, up till 2014, there has never been any kind of issues or problems or discriminations in terms of languages, whether you spoke Ukrainian, Russian, Hebrew, Tatar, any other language. You have to understand that Ukraine has allocated and accommodated a lot of different nationalities, and there has never been these issues in terms of race or language or ethnicity, never. Because we also have, it also worth pointed out that there are a lot of international students, foreign students that have been studying in Ukraine. So for instance, if you are in a subway Ukrainian metro or tube, you can clearly see a lot of different nationalities and people just commuting and speaking on different languages. This problem, this issue was solely created and established and then shared by Russia propaganda, so to say. And give me a second to focus. In terms of the question that was asked by Maciej. Okay, so the situation right now in Kherson area is very complicated and complex. He's been there for 4 months, and within this 4 months, his battalion has changed the battle positions 3 times. They've been moving towards Kherson, especially after the speakers, like the state speakers and the public opinion leaders have stated and announced that at some point there's going to be a counteroffensive. Russians have heard obviously what they're saying, and they started to reinforce the attacks, reinforce the troops that are coming in the area, consolidating. I'm sorry, the word just was lost. So they were consolidating the forces, and it's more visible right now. It's more clear that it's been more shelling towards the battalion, the artillery shelling, BTRs, tanks, missiles, MLRSs. They've been using more aviation. You can clearly see more UAVs coming their way. Everything. It's just getting more and more of those after those statements that's going to be in the counteroffensive. For instance, throughout the last week, in Valery's battalion, they had 2 heroes killed in action. They also had a lot of wounded. For instance, he received today briefing that on their battle positions they have 3 soldiers who had concussions, and they have 2 wounded, so 2 casualties. The situation is very like severe, so to say. As to the morale, if you were asking about morale much, it's still on, like, they're still keeping the bar of the morale, and the reason is very simple, because they are not serving, like, they are not enrolled into the armed forces. They haven't done the pledge. They are volunteers. So he doesn't know how it's in other units, but since he's in the territorial defense forces, everyone is a volunteer. They knew where they are going. They knew what they're going to be doing, and they knew what they are fighting for. So the morale is still there. It hasn't changed a bit.
Yeah, thank you for that. And in terms of the equipment, the improvisation in general, war material, how that changed, and does he see on the ground the level of Western help for Ukraine, and is that help getting towards the line soldiers?
Спасибо за ответ по поводу боевого духа и по поводу обстановки в Херсоне. Что касается оборудования и вообще дальше установок, которые... Видите ли вы, что увеличивается уровень поддержки и что оборудование реально приходит на ваше направление? Или это установки, или какие-то системы? Заметно ли изменения в плане логистики из Запада? Maybe Valerie is busy.
Larry, mic check.
Валерий, вы нас слышите или вы заняты? Может, это сейчас тоже Twitter glitched. Maybe he was also having Twitter glitch like I did a second.
Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah, well, I think it's contagious. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. Once we're trying to bring Valerie back, I would like to, for those who were listening, I would like to apologize for the background noises. I've just I've been to the wet the whole day, so I just didn't expect that she would come here to ask to pet her in this state. So I do apologize.
Don't worry, my
just
daughter
texted
saying
me.
hi.
I'm sorry, just Valery just texted me. He has some technical problems. He's coming back in a few.
Right. What's amazing in his story is just the elements that connect the history, the modern history of Ukraine. Him himself being from Donetsk, fought in 2014. It just amazes me how just we are privileged to witness somebody that's just at the center stage of history. I know that sounds really glorious, but of course that's also hard experiences probably. For Lane, I don't know if Valerie heard the last question.
I'm gonna ask. Валерий, я так вижу, что эта болезнь глючная пришла на вас.
Да, я вернулся.
Слышите хорошо?
Да.
Я не знаю, слышали ли вы последний вопрос матча. Повторить?
Вопрос по поводу поставок вооружений, я так понял, да?
Да, заметно ли изменения какие там? В целом, может, без деталей, ну, понятно, что это нельзя, но в целом, если свет...
Давайте начну издалека. На самом деле, если бы не поддержка демократического мира, несмотря на боевой дух украинцев, мы бы не устояли бы просто. Я знаю цифру, которую на военную помощь выделили Соединенные Штаты. Вместе с сегодняшними 3 миллиардами это больше, чем 12,5 миллиардов долларов. Это очень круто, и большое спасибо всем американцам, потому что это из ваших налогов, за то, что поддерживаете нас. И что происходит, скажем так, на линии фронта? Мой батальон – это легкая пехота. У моего батальона нету ни танков, ни установок, ничего. Наше главное оружие – это лопата. Мы закапываемся, мы удерживаем позиции с помощью стрелкового оружия, если на нас будет двигаться живая сила. Но за нашими спинами стоят артиллеристы, стоят ракетчики, как это правильно сказать. И мы наблюдаем почти каждую ночь, как дальнобойная артиллерия или установки «Хаймарс» работают по логистике врага. То есть мы видим, как в Чернобаевке взрываются склады, как горит горизонт, скажем так, у противника после работы именно этого нового современного вооружения, которое в качестве военной помощи предоставляется народом Соединенных Штатов.
Короче, бавовна у вас там рыть.
Ну,
Yes. Прекрасно. Okay. So guys, it's about cotton. They're having a lot of cotton there. Anyway, so you have to understand that you would like to start with the explanation that without the assistance, aid, and support from the democratic society, like civil society and the whole democratic world, Ukrainians probably wouldn't have been able to withstand and would defend ourselves. So we know that today the US government has announced there's going to be 3 billion more of supplies coming to Ukraine from the US, and overall assistance right now is up to $12 billion as far as I know, and that's really cool. So we are really grateful for the Americans because we know that those are the money of taxpayers and those are the taxes that are helping us. So you're helping us, and without your help, obviously nothing is going to happen. So thank you so very much for that. In terms of what's happening on the front line, Valery is in a light infantry battalion, so they don't have tanks, they don't have systems, they only have a shovel, and shovel is their main weapon, well, apart from small arms. So they have shovel and small arm, and they're just digging themselves and then holding their positions. They are backed up by the RT units, by the MLRS systems, and overall systems that are helping long-range missile systems. And almost every night they've been observing the long-range missiles such as HIMARS working in the logistical supplies and chains of the enemy, especially those explosions in Chernobyevka. They can also see the ammo depots just, exploding. Basically, the horizon is burning. The enemy horizon is on fire, is lit on fire, and it's thanks to the new modern equipment and systems that are coming to Ukraine, and the quantity and the quality is seen in terms of provision of the military aid to Ukraine, to his direction, to his axis.
Thank you so much for that. And with that, I would like to open the floor to questions. Nina has her hand up. Nina, hi, nice to see you and hear you. So then we'll go to Ben.
Thank you much. And actually, I was thinking about you yesterday where is Maciej, and I'm really happy to hear your voice here. I have a question for Verlaine. Can you help me how to pronounce the name of the Ukrainian soldier?
Valery.
Valery, okay. I have a question for Valery, because of course we have seen trenches in Ukraine, and where there is war, there are trenches. But I never thought of that there would be men with shovels to dig the trenches by self. I don't know what I thought, but this is like this is really hard physical job, and then and they are not, they are deep and they are long. So how like I don't know what to say. This is just amazing. How is he coping with this physical job? I'm sure that he's not alone digging them, but this is like a really, really hard thing. And then you have to just stay there and with small arms. So yeah, I don't know if this was a comment or a question, but I am just amazed when you talked about the shovels.
Так, Матча поблагодарил вас за ответ, потом он сказал, что сейчас открытая панельная дискуссия, вопросы из студии. Подошла Нина, сказала спасибо всем, что они здесь, и она именно вчера упоминала на Матче, я думала, как он. Валерий, вам вопрос. Ну, конечно, все видели и окопы, и траншеи, и блиндажи, ну, в каких-то там документалках, и в целом по-другому это все себе представляли, но в 21 веке, так скажем, сложно представить Нине, как это, что сами воины просто с лопатами копают эти траншеи, потому что это, ну, плюс защищаются, это не только сложный физический труд, но также окопываться, это долгое, трудные занятия, которые по факту занимают очень много физических ресурсов и в целом моральных тоже. Она просто очень сильно удивлена и, скажем так, восхваляет стойкость характера тех, которые с оружием, с лопатами готовы защищать свою землю. Она в полном удивлении. И не знает, это коммент или вопрос, но в целом хотела это сказать.
Да, война, которая у нас сейчас здесь выглядит именно так. Как комментарий, просто любая техника, которая выйдет копать на переднюю линию, в течение 15 минут будет уничтожена артиллерией, танками или еще чем-либо. Поэтому, да, солдаты берут все необходимое, добираются в основном пешком до своих позиций, и лопата помогает выжить. Там, где не может копать экскаватор, копает украинский солдат.
Well, you heard his reaction. So yes, that's the kind of war we are fighting in now. Any kind of equipment or heavy machinery that's going to be bold enough to get to the front line and start digging will be annihilated and destroyed like within the 15 minutes with the artillery systems or tanks, because that's a visible target. So that's why Ukrainian soldier has everything that they need with them, especially shovels, and they just get the necessities, go to the front line like on foot, and to the battle position, so to say, and start digging. And that's the shovel helps to survive, basically.
Thank you. Slava Ukraini, and I honor your Independence Day, the 31st Independence Day.
Героям слава, спасибо, Нина.
Героям слава.
All right, Ben has a question. Ben, go on, please.
Good evening. As Nina said, I wish you a very happy Independence Day. And I'm the resident Frenchman, so I need to ask you about food. I wanted to know, how was the food, and if there had been, in particular, a difference between 2014 and now, if things have changed, and maybe also if your unit has a special borщ recipe.
Бен, oh Lord. Ну, Нина, на самом деле, хотела пожелать, скорее поздравить нас с Днем Независимости, который она сегодня отдавала честь Ишан. И тоже Бен сказал добрый вечер, и он присоединяется к поздравлениям с Днем Независимости. И он, поскольку с Франции, хотел бы узнать, его очень интересует, как там с едой, как там с сухпайками или вообще с полевой кухней. Есть ли изменения с полевой кухней или сухпайками с 2014 года? И есть ли, еще вопрос, есть ли у вашего подразделения свой рецепт борща?
Ну, спасибо Нине за поздравления и спасибо Бену. Начнем с борща. Борщ в Украине – это такое блюдо, где в каждой семье свой рецепт. Поэтому рецепта борща подразделения быть не может. Может быть личный у каждого. Насчет еды на позициях, ну, это и украинские сухпайки, которые стали гораздо лучше с 2014 года. Я ел те, которые были в 2014. Там из всего сухпайка можно было есть, наверное, один паштет. Ну, такая маленькая консервная баночка. Теперь это полноценная еда и дневной рацион. Ну, сухпайка бойцы не съедают за день, потому что очень много еды. Но они не всегда есть. Тем более, когда это передовая, там нельзя разводить огонь, потому что ты таким образом себя выдаешь. Поэтому либо сухпайки, либо попадались нам британские сухпайки, такое было, либо это просто консервированная еда любых видов, это супы, каши, просто консервированное мясо. Конечно, это все достаточно тяжело, и поэтому, когда я приехал в отпуск, естественно, мы с друзьями и прошлись по кафе, по ресторанам. Жена, конечно же, приготовила борщ. Украинское сало, конечно же, было на столе, поэтому... Полтавское, да, вот. Жена подсказывает, что сало нам передали из Полтавы ее родители.
Oh, okay. Coming back to my professional translation. So, thank you, Nina and Ben, for the congratulations in regards to the Independence Day. So he will start with the borscht thing. So, borscht is a special dish, part of Ukrainian cuisine that the recipe in every family varies. So technically, every family has their own recipe. So it's really hard to say that there's a recipe for like within one unit for borscht. It's mostly like every soldier has his own recipe within the unit, so to say. In terms of the food and the provisions and rations, so the rations have been significantly better in comparison with 2014 because he had tasted both. And in the rations that they had in 2014, the only edible part was a pate, like a canned pate, really small.
Pashtet, Victor.
Pashtet, yeah, but that's pate. Still, that's pate.
Yeah, I don't know if people in the West can appreciate Polish and Ukrainian pashtet when they hear pate. I think they imagine something more, luxurious.
No, it's not something luxurious. That's basically pate, which he's referring to. It's like mixed minced pate in small can. Anyways, Masha, you have completely right now just hijacked my brain. Give me a second.
I'm sorry so much for that.
Yeah, so in 2014, that was the only edible part. But nowadays it's like a complete set of like breakfast, lunch, and dinner, like 3 courses. Even people and the soldiers aren't able to eat it throughout the day because that's just too much, so to say. And obviously you don't have the rations like all the time. Sometimes they are lacking, especially if it's like a front line. You don't have the field kitchen, you don't have the rations, so like because it's really hard to like set fire or have like a fireplace, because you will be able to expose your locations. So they're either eating the rations that we have in Ukraine, or they also have tasted British rations, or it's some kind of canned goods, some canned products like canned soups, canned like porridges, canned meat. And it's basically it's very like nutritious, and it's really hard to like it helps you to sustain throughout the day. But like it's really hard to keep on eating those rations all the time. So when he came back for his R&R, and he's with his friends and with his family, they've been at cafes and restaurants, had other dishes. His wife had just recently cooked borscht, and they also had Ukrainian salor on the table, which was delivered from his in-laws from Poltava. So it was salo from Poltava. If you don't know what salo, just Google. It's like pork, so to say, like pork fat, so to say. But that's it. There's a special way to preserve it.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. Pork preserve, basically. Maciej, can I ask another question?
Yeah, sure. Go on, Ben.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for your answer, Valery. The other question I have for you is a bit less fun. I assume that in front of you, the Russians are changing. There, once in a while you have one unit, once in a while you have another unit, and I was wondering if you saw an evolution in the quality of personnel, if they're more or less aggressive, if well, whatever you can tell us about your feelings regarding the enemy and its dispositions.
Спасибо еще раз, Валерий, за ответ на Бана. У Бана еще один вопрос. Он так себе подразумевает, что русня, которая находится напротив вас на передке, у них в позициях, они как бы подразделения, они тоже проводят какую-то ротацию, они меняются, одно подразделение меняет другое, но он так себе думает. И как, на ваше мнение, происходит ли какая-то эволюция в личном составе той русни, то есть они ведут себя более агрессивно, менее агрессивно, как-то меняются. В целом, что можете рассказать по вашим ощущениям, в целом, в общем, не вдаваясь в детали?
Ой, не вдаваясь в детали, ну, да, с тех пор, как я говорю, что увеличилось количество подразделений россиян на этом направлении, они себя стали вести наглее, и именно поэтому у нас стало больше потерь. Но у них потери все равно больше, и поэтому они боятся подходить очень близко. На самом деле пропаганда, созданная Россией о второй армии мира, она уже практически мертва, потому что уже в 2014 году, когда они думали, что они зайдут на Донбасс без сопротивления, они получили сопротивление. Когда они в 2022 году думали, что они дойдут до Киева за 4 дня и устроят здесь свой военный парад, они получили парад военной техники в центре Киева, но сожженной российской техники. Поэтому, конечно, у них есть свои командиры, и их солдаты должны выполнять приказы, и они идут в бой, но мы пока стоим на месте и пока успешно обороняемся, скажем так.
Thank you for the question. So, yes, since Russians have been pulling more resources and more personnel to the position, to the direction, obviously they have started to be more impudent, more bold. That's why we suffer more casualties than in comparison with the previous times, because they're consolidating their resources. But at the same time, in comparison with their casualties and their losses, they suffer more losses than we do, regardless. So that's why Russians are very terrified to come closer to our position, so to say. And the myth that Russian propaganda had been trying to impose on us since 2014 about the Russians being the second most terrifying, powerful army in the world has been completely debunked by Ukrainian forces. Like in 2014, when they tried to seize Ukrainian territories like in hideout, they were faced with the resistance, even though our forces at the time hadn't had their transformation yet. And they didn't learn the lesson, and now they're learning the lesson in 2022. Then they thought that they would be able to conquer us and having their parade on the conquer us within 3 days and have their parade in the Victory Day on the biggest squares and streets of Kyiv. Now they have the parade of the rusty, burnt equipment. As you might have seen, that Ukrainians have been basically mocking them. Yes, they do have their commanders there imposed on their positions, and yes, the soldiers of Russian Federation should follow the orders, and they keep on fighting because they keep following the orders. But as you see, we are still in our positions. The fight is ongoing, and we're not going to go anywhere from the places, regardless.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And let's go to JJ with a question.
Maciej, can I just thank Valery quickly?
Go on. But
Спасибо большое и еще раз и пока.
Thank you, Ben. Hi.
That was glorious. This is glorious. Это было прекрасно, это просто великолепие, уважение. Anyway, sorry, guys.
Yeah, that was glorious. JJ, you have the mic, please.
Thank you. I was going to try and address the guest by his name, but I'm suddenly dumbfounded. So I'm just going to say thank you so much for being here and sharing your experience and time with us. I haven't been able to listen the whole time, so I apologize if this has been asked, but I would love to know what we haven't asked you about that you think is important for us to share and know about right now, and what you would like to stress again. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Валерий, JJ, еще раз хотела бы поблагодарить за то, что вы сегодня уделили свое время на общение с нами. Она хотела бы очень узнать, потому что, в принципе, не слышала все интервью, она потом, наверное, послушает в записи. Но, возможно, есть какой-то вопрос или какая-то тема, которую вас не спрашивали, а вы бы очень хотели поделиться или еще раз, скажем так, наголосити, еще раз упомянуть для всех, чтобы все, кто слушал или слушает сейчас, себе зарубали это на носу, что это очень важно, или что-то, что вы хотели бы от себя добавить, пожалуйста, сейчас такой момент.
Okay, thank you, JJ. Да, пожалуй, сейчас Украина переживает очень сложный момент. И сейчас для многих выражение «freedom is not free» стало не только понятным, это стало, наверное, смыслом жизни и смыслом выживания. И очень, еще раз хочу сказать, что очень радостно видеть, что в этом году весь прогрессивный мир наконец отказался от сотрудничества с Россией и стал на сторону поддержки Украины, которая на самом деле хочет демократических изменений, которая хочет прогресса, которая хочет быть в цивилизованном мире. Все слова россиян, все договоры россиян не стоят ничего. Они будут врать. Любое перемирие, которое они анонсируют, это ловушка. Мы должны победить. Мы должны выгнать захватчика со своей территории, с территории всей Украины, включая Крым. Только тогда, когда россияне получат по зубам, как гопник в подворотне, только тогда они перестанут нападать.
Спасибо большое, Валерий. Thank you, JJ, for the question. Yes, Valerie would like to stress out and point out that, yes, apparently right now, Ukraine has been living through one of the most difficult and complicated moments in the history. And now the saying freedom is not free has become clear to the majority, and that the meaning of life, it's not only about the meaning of life, it's also about survival. Now we're fighting for our survival, for our existence, and it's really pleasant to see that in this very year, the whole progressive world, the world community, had decided to step aside and get rid of the cooperations with Russia and finally joined the side supporting Ukraine, supporting democracy, and apparently everyone now has realized that Ukraine just wants to have democratic changes happening all over the country. We are thriving for the progress. We would like to join the whole civilized world, like completely. And the world has finally realized that all the words stated or written down by Russians, all the agreements and all the contracts, they are worthless. They're worthless, and they're gonna keep on lying because that's their tool. Lie is their tool, and you have to understand that any type of negotiations or any kind of truce imposed by Russia is another trap. So that's why we Ukrainians, Ukraine, we must be victorious. We must prevail. We must cast away the invaders from the territories of Ukraine, the whole Ukraine, including Crimea, because Crimea is Ukraine. Only when then Russians will be hit hard to the teeth, so to say, the front. We will be able to keep on living towards the progress. It's like fighting the local gang in the middle of the streets, covered by the night. Like if you aren't able to hit back and then make yourself victorious, you won't be able to keep on living, because that's the first fight.
Thank you so much, Valerie. If you have any more questions, because I think that will be a good moment to end this interview. Valerie is so I'm so thankful for you to join us and give your account and just inspirational things that you said. And I think it's just hugely important. And I think the relationship goes both ways. The Ukraine wants to join the free world and wants to be a part of the Western structures of the Western world, but at the same time, the Western world is inspired and is learning from Ukraine, and I think it's a hugely important thing. So thanks so much, from me and from all our listeners who learn so much from you. And please join us whenever you have the time. I know in the conditions that you'll be in a couple of days, it won't be easy, but I think it's really important that we had a chance to speak to you, and it was really both educational and inspirational. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Валерий, от Мачи и от меня тоже за сегодняшнее интервью. Поскольку у нас нет вопросов, мы думаем, что на этой жирной, такой жирном, можно поставить жирную точку на этом интервью, потому что вы в целом сказали очень вдохновляющие, правильные вещи, и хочется, чтобы этот посыл именно он как бы застыл в сознании наших слушателей. Но очень важно сказать, что вот эти отношения, о которых вы сказали, что Украина хочет в демократическое социум, Украина хочет прогресса, Украина хочет в Европу и так дальше. Эти отношения, они двусторонние. Да, Украина хочет стать частью западных структур, западных взглядах, потому что наши ценности они, как бы едины. Но в то же время западные структуры, западные страны, они тоже видят вот это противостояние украинцев, противостояние Украины, насколько вдохновляющим этот аспект есть для всех. Поэтому в целом, я думаю, что дальше, как только мы все общими усилиями Россию вытворим за пределы Украины, мы все вместе будем идти дальше на пути прогресса. Поэтому большое вам спасибо от нас, от имени слушателей за ваше время, за ваше вложение в дискуссию. И приходите, мы очень будем рады вас видеть еще раз на панели. Мы понимаем, что условия у вас сейчас будут очень непростые, и в целом не так легко будет присоединиться, но тем не менее просто знайте, что мы всегда для вас тут 24/7. В любой момент, когда вам захочется поделиться вашим опытом и еще раз рассказать нам и слушателям эти вдохновляющие моменты, что на самом деле происходит, пожалуйста, приходите, берегите себя, пожалуйста. Не забывайте, что победа должна быть, но мы хотим, чтобы она была все-таки ценой, которая... Слово, берегите себя, пожалуйста. Вот. И спасибо большое, что пришли.
Спасибо вам всем большое за хорошие отношения, за теплые слова, за поддержку. Да, через 2 дня я возвращаюсь на фронт, и спасибо за приглашение. Обязательно, когда у меня будет свободное время, я постараюсь вас наведать здесь.
Спасибо большое еще раз. So thank you so very much for your attitude, for your support, for your kindness and kind words. Thank you for the invitation to join the panel. Thank you for the invitation to come up at the time. Yes, I'm going to be going back to the front lines in 2 days. So whether I'm going to have free time, I would do my best and try to get back to the panel. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Valerie. Thanks a lot, Verlaine. Okay, that's always emotional to end a conversation with, I'll be back in the front lines in 2 days. It gets me every time. And M has joined us. Okay, I'm gonna cry in my corner. I'll be around.
Roger that. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, guys. If you don't Mind, I'm gonna have a little bit of a break, and I have to check on the puppy because she's not okay.
All right, thank you, Ferlin, for translating, and good luck with the puppy. I hope she's doing well. Ben, please go ahead.
Yes, the two things to say. The first one is I was very happy to hear his answer to my question whether the food had improved, because he said that between 2014 and now the food had improved enormously, and that the only extent to which the food wasn't good now was things like, well, you cannot warm up food when you're at the front line because you always risk being spotted, but that's something that no one can do anything about. But in itself, that's a testimony to the improving quality of both the the Ukrainian logistical system, as well as to the fact that they're taking good care of the soldiers, because we know that food is a crucial type of comfort, and that can have a massive impact on the morale of the troops. So that was for me, there was an important moment of the conversation. And when you have time, if you have time, did you have a look at the package that's coming from the US?
I did actually, and it's quite good.
Okay, quite good. How? There, I did not see what's in it, so I cannot assess anything. Not that I could assess anything, even if I had the list under my eyes. But at least I'm wondering what's in it, and what do you think is going to be the impact?
Well, firstly, this battle has become an artillery battle. So to see more rounds being shipped out, and counter battery radars as well being shipped out, that's always a good sign. And also to see that more NASAMS platforms will be provided to Ukraine. They are game changing, and Ukrainians have been deploying them effectively. Mortars as well is always a good addition to target infantry and to defend against Russians trying to take trenches dug by Ukrainians to defend the eastern front lines. I still need to look more into it, but so far it looks quite promising. And we have Mr. M coming up. And also, if you would like to ask us a question or bring up a topic for discussion, feel free to do so. We have a couple of free speaker slots. So we'll be more than happy to answer your questions and discuss your topics to the extent of our knowledge. Mr. M, please go ahead.
Yeah, Ben, if you look at your DM, I have sent you the message from the package what was going to delivered to Ukraine. You can see yourself what's in the package. Just like M said, that's a nice package.
And to add to that, it seems that the UK government will be exporting more than 2,000 drones to Ukraine, as well as anti-tank loitering munitions. So, happy Independence Day, Ukraine. This should be a 54 million sterling military aid package for Ukraine during the suppressed term.
It's quite an amount.
All right, we have Ollie coming up next. So, Ollie, please go ahead.
Hey, well, I guess I came on here regarding the issue of insecurity because of your Egyptian background and looking at how much well equipped the Egyptian military is, what role do you think they can play in helping kick out Wagner? Not through direct confrontation, but actually dialogue with these leaders who go and bid and bring Russia.
I'm sorry, Ole. I'll have to drop you. I don't have any appetite for this tonight. Craig, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that it's safe to say that it's not. We don't need more nations to participate. We need the nations involved to increase the scale, right? So you don't want to extend your political requests beyond anything that would make everything inefficient. And so if you want to achieve the mission, you don't select three people and then two more that might be slower. You stick with your three and you just strengthen them as best you can, because now you're playing against five fat guys with three fast guys. You're not inhibiting yourself. So I think it's important to understand that, Egypt is going to follow its own course, but we don't have a dearth of needing more stuff. We have a dearth of trying to improve the logistical lines and improving the bandwidth and the volume at which we're getting it in. Ukraine does not have a absence of allies. It has an absence of equipment, and it is getting there as fast as it possibly can. And I'll do you one better. Egypt did not accept grain that Russia was trying to export through the Bosphorus and trying to do it. The Egyptian government turned it away. And so you can clearly see what side they're on, but they're following their own political path in line with their own internal objectives, which are clearly to side with Ukraine. They're not pro-West, pro-Russian by any stretch of the imagination.
Craig, always an angel, always the proper Boy Scout. Thank you so much for that. I didn't reply to this because it was a word soup. Insecurity because of where you're coming from. Okay, the guy sounds like an African national, which is, they don't consider us Africans, whatever. And Wagner, how can we defeat Wagner? Where? In Syria? In Mali? Well, my guy, we've just withdrawn our peacekeeping mission in Mali under the UN because we've lost so many men. Yeah, so it was a word soup, and that's why I chose not to address it, because I don't want to start off on a bad note. But thank you so much, Craig. Eloquently put. And moving on, I think. Let's go to Princess Heather.
Hey, Em.
Princess Heather.
It's Prince, but that's okay. You're bringing me up just as I was coming up, so it was sort of hard to tell. I understand your reasoning for not wanting to answer the specific question that Ollie asked, but I do have to encourage you to maybe speak with Ben a little bit. And Yehuda, Ollie is a frequent guest here, and he is not an African bad actor. He is very much in support of Ukraine, and sees the entire situation very clearly. I know that at times we don't all see who's in here all the time, but Ollie and Ben had a wonderful exchange earlier today. I've heard Yehuda and Ollie have wonderful exchanges. So I just want to clarify that Ollie is not a bad actor. He may have asked a question that was not good and not appropriate at this time. And
well, here we go. No. M joins, and we get that. I didn't say bad actor. I said sounds like an African national. I didn't say bad actor.
Okay.
I didn't say anything except that I don't have an appetite for addressing this tonight, because what he said, coming from a place of insecurity because you're Egyptian, that's an insult.
No,
that's a direct insult right there. You heard it, right?
Yes,
No?
I understand that. I just wanted to make sure I understand that, and I want to make that clear. I just also wanted to make clear that overall speaking, Ollie is a very good guy, and I understand your reasons for not answering it at this time. I just wanted to clarify that. So I apologize.
Well, thank you so much for that. I don't know if Ollie is a good guy or a bad guy, but he came in hot, and I don't have an appetite for that tonight, like I said, again. So thank you so much, Heather. Wendy, please go ahead.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Em.
Thank you, Em. Gosh, it's been a while since I've been up here. I've just noticed the range of emojis that are suddenly available to me. Yeah, I'd like to thank you for hosting the space, and I'd like to wish all Ukrainians, I think it's maybe a bit facile to wish them a happy Independence Day, but as safe and an Independence Day as possible. The recent strike on Dnipropetrovsk just goes to show that Ukrainians are going about their lives and they're getting bombed and shelled, struck by missiles, whilst the rest of the free world happily goes about their lives free from this kind of terror and violence. People can go on holiday in Europe. They can talk about trivial things. They don't have to be the wall which holds back this encroaching tide of terror and barbarism that Ukraine first encountered in 2014, that the passengers, the 298 passengers of MH17 encountered in 2014, and which Ukraine largely encountered 6 months ago today. I think it's really been quite remarkable to note the solidarity that has existed for Ukraine's fight against occupation and against tyranny since February the 24th this year. I'm sure all Ukrainians and their allies and friends, of which there are many around the world, wish there had been this level of solidarity in 2014. We are just, I'm sure many would say they are glad it exists now, because there are many forms of solidarity for Ukraine right now. There is the defense of Ukraine and the increasing weapon supplies to hopefully reduce over the coming weeks and months as many Ukrainian military casualties and civilian casualties as possible. There's the acts of solidarity going on in universities, places around the world, and people's homes, and in workplaces, and in social gatherings for causes such as the deported Ukrainians, over 3 million of them so far. 500,000 of them, roughly, are children. And it's heartening to note that so many people are concerned and remain concerned about this. So Ukrainians across Ukraine, I hope that they have a semblance in as many homes as possible, a semblance of some kind of safety today and tonight, and as much into the future as possible. Because more than any other country in Europe, they have earned the right to be free. They have earned the right to live their lives in peace and with the security that other European countries freely enjoy without realizing it. Because in Central Europe, it's very easy to move Ukraine off the conversation or off the news items of that day. For people in Eastern Europe and in Ukraine, it is very much a present issue. So, so thank you for everybody on this space who's shown solidarity towards the Ukrainian cause. Thank you for the Mirror Report and the excellent charity of Mirror Aid, and Slava Ukraini.
Graham Slava.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for that. Again, we have a lot of empty speaker slots. So if you would like to ask us a question or bring up a topic for discussion, feel free to send us a speaker request and we'll answer your questions and discuss your topics to the extent of our knowledge. We have Craig, we have Mr. M, we have Victoria with us, we have Joe King as well from Poland, we have Wendy, and we have Slim. So Slim, please go ahead.
Before Slim goes, I just want to add one note that Wendy brought up, and that is when Tim is on this space, he brought up a poll. We were having a discussion about what it means for Europe and what they're doing vis-a-vis Ukraine. Is it enough, et cetera, et cetera. It's an interesting poll. One of the most confounding things that I've seen throughout this is that consistently near 90%, that is 90, not 9, but 90% of the German public want to sanction Russia come what may. It doesn't matter. They're consistently polling between 85 to 90%. Conversely, against the German government, which is somewhat, not doing as much as you would think with a 90% approval, right? And conversely, you would see the same in other countries. And so I would say that the population of these countries, the actual human beings, not the government, but the people, overwhelmingly support Ukraine. It's how you do that creates the greatest effect that we can discuss or we can debate. But I think that the people of Europe live with this every single day. I have a hard time believing that they put this to the side. This is at the forefront of their minds, whether it's energy, whether it's arms, whether it's food. It doesn't really matter, right? The people are behind this effort 100%. Well, at least 90%, to say the least, if you believe polling. So the people are there. We just have to keep on pushing the governments to act in accordance with the overwhelming majority of their citizens that want to support this effort. So Ukraine doesn't have a dearth, as I said, of people who want to support them. We just need to make sure that we fill that bandwidth as much as we possibly can with as much aid as we can. And only governments can do that, really, to the scale that's required.
Wendy, please go ahead. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you, thank you, Craig. Yeah, that's a very interesting statistic and poll. It's kind of counterintuitive, isn't it, to have for Germans, being a Central European country, to support Ukraine in its fight for liberation, first of all, from occupation and tyranny, and to basically support the safety of Ukrainian soldiers, whilst 3,000, I believe, around that number, please tell me if I'm wrong, 3,000 IFVs are currently gathering dust in Central European warehouses, whilst Ukraine's allies around the world are providing the means to protect human beings from fragmentation, deaths in open fields. It's incongruence, isn't it? It doesn't actually. I mean, they can say this in a poll, but supporting Ukraine and actually actioning that support, and doing it through one's actions are two quite different things here. And as we've seen, the more passivity that occurs, the more deaths occur in Ukraine. So yeah, I mean, I one thing I've really enjoyed about this, I haven't had the chance to be on this space much recently, but it's been really great to have or at least see a couple of German speakers up here, because engaging Germany's populace in this issue and engaging them in a way which enables them to realize the profound effect that real German support for Ukraine can have. This is really important, because the means for protecting Ukrainian lives, those means are very close. They lie very close to Ukraine. They don't lie in a shipyard 1,000 miles away, ready for naval transportation overseas. They lie in a warehouse, you know, a few train stops, if I could put it like that, away from where the war and where the deaths are actually occurring. So yeah, material support for saving human lives, I would like to see as another and more progressive act of solidarity going forward. It's been 6 months since we saw this wider invasion of Ukraine, and for the purposes of occupying and genociding the entire populace of Ukraine, it is time to pursue a more progressive path of solidarity for this country, because this country has been the cliffs against which the waves of tyranny break, and the Kremlin's approach to this war has been to occupy Ukraine and to bring back the Soviet Union by occupying the Baltics and Eastern Europe. It hasn't denied that once. So yes, it would be going forward, engaging Germans and showing them how they can really help save human lives here is definitely a good thing to do. Thank you.
So that is you raised a point that actually we've been talking about for quite some time, actually going all the way back to March, right? Even before that, around December. And one of the things that I guess we have to understand is that we have a duty as a NATO alliance to cooperate with our members in coordination with a combined goal, right? Not each country has its own goals. If you're part of the NATO alliance, you have to do them in conjunction with each other. And the reason I say that is because you brought up an interesting number, right? Which was 300 IFVs that are sitting in warehouses. And that number very well might be true. And in fact, it probably is true if you want to know the truth of it, right? That probably is an accurate number. But I want to, if I can, very gently, and again, let me preface this by saying the Germans should be doing more. They need to be doing more. They need to be doing the equivalent of what Poland is doing. They need to be doing what the equivalent of the Baltic nations are doing. There's no doubt about that in my mind whatsoever. They definitely need to step up. But I want to address that one category that you brought up, and that was infantry fighting vehicles, right? So when I was in the service and you do logistics and you do how you get these things in, right? There's two things you have to prepare. One is shipping, two is receiving. So you have shipping and then receiving. Everything kind of in between is, the job of the merchant marine or transcom, right? But in terms of shipping, these infantry fighting vehicles have to be field tested. They have to be lubed up. They have to be run. They have to be made sure that they meet battlefield conditions. You're not taking a drive on a training ground. You're actually engaging in real combat. You need to have the logistical support to be able to repair these vehicles if for some reason they break down. These parts are not interchangeable across the NATO alliance, right? Which you might think of like a 5.56 round. Everybody in NATO uses a 5.56, right? So ammunition is interchangeable, but parts are not. And so, and the reason I say that is because when we talk about trying to give more stuff to Ukraine, for every infantry fighting vehicle you supply, you need to supply the component parts to fix it, the ammunition to supply it, the fuel to run it, and the crews to use it, right? All those things have to work in conjunction with each other. They have to work together. So it's not like Germany can saddle up infantry fighting vehicles and then drop them off at the border and say, see, look what we've done. And again, this is not saying that Germany can't do more. They should do more. They need to do more. But I'm just talking about how this stuff works, because one of the initial arguments that came out is that, Poland or so-and-so has 300 main battle tanks just kind of sitting in warehouses. They're just sitting there and they're not doing nothing. You're absolutely right. They are just sitting there. They haven't been doing anything for a very, very long time, right? And so when that happens, you have to start them up, turn the engine over, replace an alternator, change out an engine. Some of these things might not start. Some of these things might not work. So what you thought was 300 was really only 100, if you want to know the brutal truth of it, right? If you want to know how it actually comes down to, when you do your field inspections and you go down your checklist, I look at 300 on the yard and I see 300, but one might have a broken axle. One might need an alternator replaced. And if an alternator is broken in Ukraine, they need that specific alternator for that specific unit to be able to replace it. Now multiply that across 300, right? So it's not just about building up combat strength in terms of getting the vehicles. It's about building up replenishment, repair, the types of devices you need to be able to do that. Listen, Ukrainians are extremely resourceful. They are very resourceful. They're very have a high ingenuity when it comes to certain things. But there's only so much you can do. You can't build a German alternator in a kind of in a log cabin, if you will, right? Just kind of borrow a metaphor. And it's important to understand that. So we have to kind of look at a number, and then remember in the back of our minds that for that specific unit, for that specific infantry fighting vehicle, you have to then build up the combat strength to be able then to deliver something that Ukraine can use for an extended period of time without having to look over their shoulder and say, so when is the part getting here, right? I lost 5 the other day. They broke down. I'm waiting on the parts. Like, what's going on here? They don't have time to sit there and wait on parts from Germany. It all has to go together in one big shipment, or else you're just going to do drip, 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 right? And that's just not sustainable in an active war zone, right? So again, not saying Germany shouldn't do more. It should do more. It ought to do more. All I'm doing is trying to kind of paint the complete picture of what that looks like to actually give over 300 infantry fighting vehicles, right? What does that actually entail? And it's a complicated process. It really, really is, especially when you don't have interchangeable parts between the German infantry fighting vehicle and the Polish, the French, and the Hungarian, or excuse me, the Baltic, right? All these things work together. And so the more diverse your systems are, the more support you need to support your vehicles that you need and that are on the road and are actually engaging in fighting. So just painting a contextual picture, that's all I'm doing. But yes, you make a good point though, Wendy.
Thank you, Craig. That's it's very instructive. Yeah, watching the keenness and adaptability of Ukraine's soldiers, warriors over the last 6 months it's been inspiring. I mean, we train them up in the UK, and it is our honor to do so. And these guys, they don't even stop for tea breaks. So they're an incredible, inspiring bunch of people. I mean, this nation has consistently developed its own organic strategies, weapon systems to defend itself and liberate its territory. This has been inspiring, and I'd argue a historic act of education for its European allies. I was going to ask you a question, if that's okay. The defense of Kharkiv, it requires counter battery fire against consistent, effective counter battery fire to counter Russian fires coming over and indiscriminately shelling residential areas in Kharkiv. What would you like to see in the next package announced from not just the US, but Ukraine's allies more widely, in order to prevent this indiscriminate shelling of civilian areas?
That's an absolutely fantastic question, and it's one that I have been somewhat myopic on, only because I'm limited by my experience. Right, to M's point, we can only speak to what we know. And when we start talking about counter battery fire, and I'll leave the tactics, I'll leave the rates, I'll leave the planning. That all goes to CJ. That's none of my business. I don't know it, and quite frankly, I don't want to know it because it's just too much information. So I'll leave how you use it to CJ and to other artillery experts. But what I can speak to is sustainment of counter battery fire and sustainment of ammunition, right? And so think of it like this, right? You have two armies that are facing off to each other, both at 100%, right? Let's just use percentages just kind of easily. So they're both at 100%. They're both firing 10 shells a day, right? At each other. That is not palatable for offensive operations. One should have more than the other, barring a serious disaster. And there's two ways you can achieve victory. You can increase your supply of munitions. So instead of 10 shells, now you're firing 20 while the enemy's still firing 10. Or you can keep your 10 and drop theirs from 10 down to 5. Or you can do both, right, at the same time. Nobody says you can't do both. The counter battery fire, you have to remember, again, it's being able to deliver the munitions needed for the fire missions that are required. And so if you're outside Kharkiv and you have 4 M777s firing 20 rounds a day, or let's use round numbers here, 100 rounds a day. Let's just use easy division. They're firing 100 rounds a day each, right? So you have 4 guns and 4 batteries. That's 16 guns firing 100 rounds. That's 1,600 rounds a day, right? In order to engage not only in counter battery fire, but to engage in actual targets, again, leaving the tactics to CJ. I'm not here to speak about tactics or how do you assign missions and things like that. I'm just talking about quantitative numbers. First, I'm sure you would need counter battery radar, right? That's so you can't engage in counter battery fire unless you have counter battery radar. So that's one thing. But again, that goes towards tactics, and that's not in my wheelhouse at all. So you have 1,600 rounds a day that you're firing. What does your throughput look like to turn 1,600 into 3,200? To turn that 3,200 into 6,400? That's where you really start to see a shift. And a good example of that is the United States in Europe when it was facing Germany across the Rhine. Germany had a lot of manpower, but what they couldn't do is sustain operations. So remember, this is a good example. So remember the Battle of the Bulge, right? When Germany was making its last ditch attempt to make it towards Antwerp and to do some really ridiculous type of thing. Each of those tanks there was 1,000 tanks in that offensive. So it was a lot. Okay, let's be clear. It's a lot of armor involved. But each of them only had enough to make it so far down the road, and then they would just run out of gas and the crews would hop out and then get back to Germany as fast as they could. The United States still had about 12 to 1,500 tanks in the area, but they could operate on a continuous sustaining level where as soon as you needed gas, you just picked up the wireless and you said, listen, I need gas at such and such a point, blah, 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 blah. The truck comes up, delivers your gas, and you're off and running, right? That is how you sustain artillery operations, is not just staying at that 1,600 rounds I was describing, but being able to increase that 1,600 so that way you start to achieve fire superiority. But again, back to my example, if you scale up, is your enemy capable of scaling up as well to meet your increase in throughput? So the Ukrainians are now at 1,600, now they're at 3,200. The Russians were at 1,600, now they're at 3,200. That's where I'm talking about kind of these logistical operations that we've seen the Ukrainians do with HIMARS and other things, where as they're scaling up, they're lessening Russia's ability to be able to sustain those operations. And then Ukraine will then achieve that fire superiority just through sheer numbers of rounds you can put down range and thud on the enemy before all their batteries go silent, because for every 1 round they fire, they're getting 10 more. They're getting 10 or 5 in return, right? Sooner or later, the Russians are just going to pack up and leave, which they have done around Kharkiv. They just can't do it. And so when we talk about artillery operations, it's the M777 is extremely accurate. It is an extremely sophisticated piece of equipment. How you use it, again, I leave that to artillery experts, but I can tell you that you have to increase your ability to supply your gunners with the munitions that they need to not only engage in counter battery fire, but also to have the luxury of saying, listen, I have 4 batteries, 2 are going to be dedicated to counter battery, but now I got a lot of ammunition. Now I have all the ammunition I could ever ask for. Now we can just start firing all the time, continuously opening up volley after volley after volley after volley with your other 2 batteries that are in support of offensive operations or preparing the ground, if you will. So I know that might be, again, a long-winded answer to your question, but you have to increase the throughput or increase your bandwidth that is going towards those batteries that will allow you to achieve the fire superiority in conjunction with and or minimizing Russia's ability to resupply their guns. So if you can't increase your bandwidth, your only option is to decrease theirs, because then you just have stalemate. So if you can't increase yours, you have to decrease your enemies. Thereby, you can still achieve the same objective of fire superiority in the simplest, most rudimentary terms. But I see we had somebody else join, so I'll kind of leave it there.
All right, thank you, Wendy, for bringing up this topic for discussion, and thank you, Craig, for your elaborate and very clear answer. Let's go to Kolok, because he requested the mic. So Kolok, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Very interesting to hear you speaking. I just want to throw in, because this was a point in the discussion, the role of Germany. I myself, I'm not from Germany. I'm from Austria, but since Germany and Austria are speaking the same language, I'm following it quite closely. And I want to throw in, I would say, 4 points. First of all, there is, I'm just getting through, making my points, and then I think I will just keep on listening. If you like, I will keep on discussing with you. But you surely have the side of professionalism there. But again, as an observer, I think Germany is lacking gear. That's one point. The German army has been, since probably 15 years, reduced to nothing. And this has been criticized internally by people within the German military. But anyways, politically, it has been done. So we're talking about an army which is lacking gear. The second, I would say, and it's 1.2, so you have to follow 3 more if you like, is the political will. I think there is also a lack of political will there, and it's probably caused by the Social Democrats. As you know, Germany is being governed not by a single party, obviously, but it is actually 3 parties which is governing this country, and the main party is the Social Democrats, and of course they get the Chancellor Scholz. And I think there is a reluctance of some sort. Why ever? You guess why that is. It might have to do with the other reasons we are going to name. It might be something else. I don't know. I really don't know. It could be, as some people suggest, a compromat. It could be something very, very different. I don't know. Let's go to the next point. Next point is what I think Craig was mentioning: different weapon systems and maintenance. That is also a reason. I mean, we were coming from the thought, and it's more than a thought. It's reality that they are lacking gear. Okay, and then they're sending 10 whatever Panzerhaubitzen 2000. And you need to maintain them, and that's a difficulty by its own, right? And the third point, I think, is Germany's part of NATO, and in that regard, it doesn't think it has the obligation, I think, to deliver as a main deliverer, but it is being part of a greater structure which is delivering. And I think that's a fair point. I mean, I don't want to. Actually, I don't want to judge their decisions, but if I do here, I would say that's a fair point. No, Germany is part of a greater alliance, and the alliance itself is delivering. Okay, and fourthly, I want to make this one point, which is not seen very often. And it doesn't have to do anything with military or anything alike. It's how many people from the Ukraine are now in Germany as refugees. And there, once again, after Syria, Germany is very, very welcoming. There are 1 million people, what I've heard, 1 million refugees from the Ukraine being taken care of this country. So I think that's also something what one should mind, and which makes the other 3 points, if I've counted correctly, even more weird, because it seems that there is a political will, but then again it is not in some regards, in some aspects. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. So many points. First off, regarding the position of the German government, we don't have the definitive authority on the Oh, speak of the devil.
Axel is
Axel is joining us. As for compromat or whatnot, we don't know. We simply don't know. We cannot speculate on that. But Axel is here, so لا يفتى ومالك في المدينة. Axel, please go ahead.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag, just maintaining the peace. Axel, please go ahead.
Gentle people, 1 second. I will come back to you in 30 seconds.
okay.
Roger that. Meanwhile, if Craig would like to respond to whatever Kolek addressed to you regarding, please go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have to understand that our line of vision for national security reasons only goes so far into each nation's defense capability, right? They're not going to publish that they're like, well, we have 100,000 or we have 5, again, let's just use simple math here. We have 1,000 Panzer howitzers that can do this, but they're not going to tell you that they don't have what they're supposed to have, which is triple the amount of repair parts, right, to create a seamless and oversupplied system. So while they might have 1,000 of these, the question you have to ask yourself is, do they have the components and the support capability to repair them and to supply the parts when needed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying they don't. I'm not by any stretch of the imagination saying they don't, but our line of sight is blocked for obviously national security reasons into that kind of that room that you might be trying to do that computation. So I'll defer to Axel and other Germans on this matter, because I frankly know next to nothing about German industrial capacity or what the Bundestag will allocate in terms of funds for the Bundeswehr. And so I can't speak to it, and I won't speak to it, but I would just simply say the principle of them not letting you see is it's exactly what it should be. You're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to know that they don't have the capability, or maybe they do have the capability, right? The old adage that the truth has to be protected by a bodyguard of lies, whether it be lies that benefit you or lies that harm you, you still have to protect it. So people can't obviously take advantage of you from a national security perspective. Always present the best front possible. Your weaknesses have to appear to be strengths, and your strengths to some extent have to appear to be your strengths, or even exceed the strength that you even kind of outlined to the broader world. But I see Nina has her head up, and I think Axel might be coming back, and Oscar is jumping up. So I'll shut my trap here.
Thank you, Greg. Let's go to Axel first to address whatever Kolek brought up, and then we can go to Nina, and I would like to interview Oscar regarding a couple of points. So Axel, please go ahead.
I think he's in the car, Em. I heard him start his car.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Craig. Nina, we'll take you until we get Axel back.
Okay. I would have preferred, of course, Axel to answer this, but I will ask my question to Kolok. You said you were from Austria, and what is the the general atmosphere towards the war in Ukraine? When you talk to people and like that, how are you what are you thinking about this? Thank you.
All right, Nina. Austria is as you know, obviously, still not in NATO. It's still a neutral country. And secondly, Austria is very fond of it for whatever reason. of its neutrality. As you know, the United Nations are in Vienna situated by Kreisky. Kreisky itself was someone who tried to sort out very deep conflicts in the Middle East, to the better or to the worse, rather to the better, probably at least neutrally, yeah. So I think that's a bit what people think. Obviously, the people I have contact with are in favor, of course, on the side of the Ukraine, of Ukraine. But still, there is this vibe of there must be a solution, right? There must be a solution. We need to
Yeah,
seek
of course.
the solution.
The solution is very clear. Peace through victory. Austrians need
Yeah.
to fucking fight.
Yeah. Well, Austrians have fought too much. That's why it's
No,
neutral,
they didn't.
right?
No, they didn't. They are neutral for one reason, because they succumbed to the pressure of the Soviet Empire much more heavily, because their politicians were willing to bend more than even the Germans did.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
Who founded?
I'm not
Who
judging.
founded? Who was on the original board of ÖMV?
The original board of ÖMV, I have no idea. You know?
You should check. A lot of Russian military administration.
Oh, you are going in that direction? Yeah, no. Obviously, I know. Yeah. No. The Russian influence in Austria is great. There's no question about that. But I'm not quite sure if that is, as I'm aware, you are speaking German. So let's speak German for two actually words: hinreichend und notwendig, which would be in English, I guess. What would be hinreichend?
Necessary and required.
Yeah, exactly. So there are different kinds of qualities in causality, right? I'm not quite sure if that is fulfilling already a certain nearness to proximity to Russia. I mean, there is a proximity in Austria to Russia. There is no question about that. Then again,
I don't think we have to argue about the semantics when we know the facts, right?
yeah, but then again, Europe, Italy, Germany, France, you see, and even the Brexit was weird, right? I mean, there was probably also some Russian
Therefore,
influence.
Miss Kneissel can dance with Putin.
Pardon? Oh, yeah. Our former foreign minister. You're right. No. Of course not. And it has been criticized in the country itself. It has been criticized in the press and so forth.
Could you maybe explain to our American audience who Miss Kneissel was and who she danced with, and when she danced?
Certainly, it was just in a way. What was it? 2 years ago or something. It was in close proximity to the invasion, surely. And even okay. Just for the explanation to our listeners here, Kneissel, it's a former foreign minister of Austria. She was foreign minister under Kurz, who tended to be a star, so to say, a conservative star within Europe. He had always close proximity himself to Russia and to Putin. Not only, also the US. He's not really traceable. He wants power, more or less. He doesn't.
Can we say that he was typically a typical Austrian equal opportunity offender?
You could say that, probably. Yeah. Maybe. I don't. I'm for.
So
I had for.
No, it's fine. But Kneissel was the foreign minister of Austria. What did she do?
Yeah. No, she was having a wedding party in Lower Austria, which is a province in the country. And there is this famous video or picture of her with Putin, in which she was doing the royal Knick, you say in German, right? Like
Curtsy.
that
In
is in
it's
English.
curtsy.
All right,
Curtsy.
yeah, she was doing that. Yeah.
So she
So
danced at her own wedding. The foreign minister of Austria goes to wed another man.
Mm-hmm.
Good Catholic that she is. Goes to wed another man. Invites Mr. Putin.
They did.
And his entourage, including a number of interesting people.
Yeah.
Very interesting people, pretty much all of whom are currently on the sanctions list, with 2 exceptions, because there were so many of them.
Yeah.
And then she dances with Mr. Putin. Again, for our American audience, the foreign minister of Austria dances at her own wedding.
That's right.
With Mr. Putin. And then, in thanking him for the dance, she gives a curtsy to Mr. Putin.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, that's reality.
Danke sehr.
That's reality. You can think of, so to say, you can make this your base of different thoughts. I mean, again, certainly Austria is not independent in that sense. It has close proximity to Russia, and also to gas supply, to energy supply, and so forth. That is very important to the industry as well. And like in Germany, actually, right? The industry is not independent. It has its own calculus, right? Its own rationale, and it thinks in capitalistic terms or in terms of rationality. Where do I get the cheapest energy supply? Do I need to be here, so to say, politically correct? I don't care, right? I don't care. I don't care if I have to be politically correct.
Is it fair to say that unless the political framework is set, companies tend to pursue their own interests? Is that fair?
I think so, yeah.
Good. If that's the case, then our good old liberal understanding of economics would mean that essentially that the state, in case of a national security event or emergency, would have to set those conditions appropriately.
Certainly, and it's in the power of our governments, yeah.
So if we compare our friends in Britain, who tend to be very capitalist, and they have their own issues, and they have their own infiltration levels and whatnot, and they are all going Somerset capital. Our friends in Britain have their own issues, but on the other hand, they do set, in case of a national emergency, respectively, an emergency of democracy, they set the rules much faster and the framework much clearer, don't they?
Perhaps I can't judge. I can't evaluate this.
But they are. You and I can evaluate that our British friends are acting much faster at this point in time, right?
That is true. Yeah, that is true. But their energy dependency is also different in terms of quantity.
What I meant is that they acted more sincerely 25 years ago.
25 years ago. You are arguing.
They never entered into dependency.
Yeah. I get you. Okay. No, completely. No, I completely understand, and I think you have a very valid point here. Yeah. Certainly. I'm not here to defend the decisions of Austrian governments for the last 20, 30 years. Yeah.
What should be done? What do you think should be done, and what could be done?
In regards of Austria, I think it doesn't matter really much. I mean, then again, every support given matters. I I have a very simple perspective onto this conflict. First of all, obviously, Russia is waging an aggressive war of the 19th century, an imperialistic war. There is no question about that. And secondly, Europe and the Western world has to defend this country. So far so good. And how to find a solution, or how to find at least a step to a solution. It's just we have to make the Ukraine stronger, and that's only possible by weapons. But at the same time, I urge, always when I'm, for example, on Twitter, I urge to at least reflect the possibility of negotiations, because at some point,
But negotiate about what?
at least a ceasefire.
So that
at least a ceasefire.
Why? So the Russians can regroup? Because the Russians are currently in a position that they're losing. They are attrited. Their logistics are kaput.
I agree.
So why would we give them time?
Yeah. No, not necessarily now, but at some point.
Which point would that be?
I don't know, but the question is, what do we want? Do we want land, so to say? Do we want to restore?
Yes, restoration of full sovereignty. Maybe
Yeah, and all of us,
back.
and all of us here are for it, surely. Yeah. But at the same time,
Ukraine is for it, and they are.
Yeah. And that's a very important point. Besides what we are discussing, it's very important what the Ukraine wants. It's not our war. It's not the war of Germany and.
I'm sorry, fat finger. How about justice? I will not speak for anyone else or everyone else. I want justice. How about justice for a demand? Since we're being swarmed tonight, and I stressed on the fact that I am not in the appetite of doing this, but here goes nothing. How about justice? How about justice for one Ukrainian toddler who was raped on video, posted to Telegram by a Russian uniformed, regimented soldier, brushing his eyebrow with a mascara brush, and then going forward, inserting said brush up his anus on video after doing that? What if I tell you, Kolok, that M from Cairo, the insecure Wagner, la 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 la, and I brought you back Oli again, won justice for that one crime? Wouldn't that be enough? I think it's enough. But Kolok, please go ahead, and Axel, please continue to engage him. After that, we will have my new friend Oli.
I just came very late to the party. I have no idea what I engaged in. I was just discussing essentially.
Yeah, well, you missed. Oli, mute your mic. No hot mics. It's not your
Axel,
turn. It's not your turn.
to
Raise your hand.
I wanted to
it's
talk
not your
to Axel.
turn.
That's why I came
Okay,
here.
bye. So yeah, you came late to the party, Axel, and I have been trying to keep it together for 1 hour now. But Kolok and Axel, please go ahead.
So can somebody tell me what I missed before when I was in the meeting?
Just the usual provocations.
Okay, fair enough. But you just highlighted one key point, and that is justice. Justice for human rights violations and war crimes. Absolutely, which is why I, by the way, highlighted the 3.5 million. So I don't see a reason not to fight. I don't see a reason to negotiate for any kind of ceasefire prior to Russian troops leaving sovereign territory. My point is rather at this moment as to why not to engage them more heavily.
I have to throw something in that was brought up, if you don't mind. I'm sorry to interrupt because I know you got a lot of hands up. I'll make this very quick. For those that have any doubt as to why there shouldn't be a ceasefire, why there shouldn't be anything, I want you to imagine a scenario where you live on a city street and 3 or 4 houses down, that house is subject to a home invasion and the family is attacked, the children are killed, and the father is doing everything he can to protect the remaining children and his wife, who also is probably armed, right? Are you of the mind that the person who invaded that house should be negotiated with, because at least that's going to keep the city street quiet because you're tired of the noise? Like, hey, you know what, guys, both of you guys stop. I'm really tired of the noise. I don't like all this banging going around, right? And then now imagine you're the father. Now imagine you're the father of the house being invaded. And then somebody comes and says, you two, knock it off. That house invader, let him have as much of the house as he wants. Let him have as much of the good as he wants. Let him have as much as he wants, but keep it down, because listen, I got work tomorrow. I got all the rest of this stuff. Now you're the father who's trying to defend himself. The idea that this isn't people's war is a moral degradation of what we have stood for, or what we say we've stood for 30 years. When I hear, with all due respect to my European friends, protect the suffering, protect the innocent, feed the starving, do this, do this, do this. We can't do any of these imperialist wars. We have to stand up and defend somebody. And then when it's your turn to stand up and defend somebody, you're like, well, I mean, but it's not really my war. So like, why should I do anything? Right? The principle, the fundamental moral principle is completely flawed. And if you agree, and if you are one of those persons that's saying, keep it down, then remember what you're doing. You're supporting a home being invaded, a child being killed, and a father who is trying to defend his family against a home invader. You're on the side of the person who is killing somebody who had no business being in the house to begin with. So your moral stance is now on the side of an immoral person who's invading. So you're no longer a moral stance. It's now an immoral stance. It's that simple. It's that clear, cut, and dry. It doesn't get any simpler than that.
I fully agree. I couldn't agree more even. But then again, I would also agree immediately to say that we should engage. I've been saying this many months ago. I'll say this again. We should engage significantly, more comprehensively. If we have it, we ship it. If we can make it, we build it and we ship it. If they need it, we give it. We can invoice things later. Freedom does not come for free. It has to be fought for. Children,
And to add
women need to be defended.
And to add to what Axel has just said and what Craig has just said, it's even worse when it's not knock it off because I have to go to work tomorrow. Knock it off because we need to keep this street or this district of high real estate value because we don't want to affect our financial investments and we don't want to affect our financial dynamics. You're worried about gas prices. You're worried about gasoline at the pump. I get it. You're worried about the cost of living. I get it. You're worried about so many things. I get it. The day you accept that one human life is a statistic in the bigger scheme of things, not really that significant, because the bigger scheme of things is affecting you, is the day you accept that you yourself will become one day another statistic in someone else's war. This is the choice. If we're going to go past the whole women and children argument, we're not appealing to emotions. It's an informal fallacy. Let's go to the mathematics. The day you accept that one human life is an accepted statistic is the day you accept that one day someone out there, somewhere, is going to judge you as a human statistic. Your dreams, your life, the things that you want to do, the things that you want to achieve, the things that you want to provide for your family, the things that you can contribute to humanity, or just passing time becomes a statistic. The day you accept that human loss is inhumane is the day you accept that you yourself one day will become inhumane. With that said, I'll leave Kolok and Axel for one last follow-up because we have a lot of hands up. And then after Kolok and Axel are done, we will go to Nina, then Wendy, then Panis.
Yeah, I thank you. I am not quite sure if we are not already done. What do you think, Axel? I think the point have been made. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's true. Yeah, I mean, all of you've said what you've said is true. I'm just playing the realist here, quote unquote realist. Maybe it's not realistic. I'm just saying the Russian army is mighty.
You're playing the cynic, not the realist, because
No.
reality of things is that javelins, just javelins, took out an amount of tanks equivalent to the amount of tanks in an active army in several European countries. Just javelins. That's realism. Cynicism is when one says that nothing good is coming out of that. That's cynicism. Cynicism is different from realism.
But I don't think that I've said that, and if I've said it, I now withdraw from that statement. No. I think it's a just war. It's a good war from the Ukrainian side. There is no other possibility even. No. It's a good war. I'm not cynical about it. The only thing is that I think
no war is good war. It's a good cause. War is ugly.
Yeah, thank you.
When wars
that is very good.
When wars take place, men die, and women die, and children die.
You're right.
So.
You're right.
But I think we're pretty much done. So let's go to Nina as a courtesy, and then Wendy, and then Tennis and John. Thank you, Kolok, for your contribution. Really appreciate it. Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you, Em. I'm just thinking to myself that if a country says that it's neutral, that would mean that it's not taking really anybody's side. But as Axel told about this some kind of a wedding or whatever where Putin was, that is already picking a side, I think. And then there is not neutrality. Actually, it's impossible to be neutral. You have to pick your side in this situation of the history. Which side are you going to stand? Are you going to stand with Ukraine, or are you going to stand with Russia? Thank you.
Nina, that's a comment or a question, is it?
Yes. Well, it's a rhetorical question. Thank you.
Fine, thank you, Nina. Wendy, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Em. A question for many, but not all, Austrians and Germans this winter and right now. How would you like to make history? How would you like to be a part of history in the most positive way possible and save lives? You are being asked by your friends and your allies to save lives and to deliver, as Em said, justice. So earlier, Craig and I spoke about Kharkiv. Peace for Kharkiv against the waves of tyranny that are currently indiscriminately being used against it, against its residential areas. This peace for Kharkiv would be indicative of progress in the cause of Ukrainian safety and the liberation of its further liberation of Ukraine. Now, I don't doubt this has been discussed on the space previously because you have a number of exceptional, articulate military experts on here, but any layperson in any country in Europe can can surely see that the liberation of Ukraine's occupied territories, in particular Kherson, will likely be a street by street, lamppost by lamppost, brutal level of combat. Ukraine's warriors, keen and quick to learn new processes and weapon systems that they are. I said earlier how we train them up in the UK and they don't even take tea breaks. They need all the help they can get, and they need this help now. So to the previous call, please reach out beyond your routine social and conversational networks. Contact your political representatives, urge them to action, peace through victory, because the people of Kherson can't and don't deserve to wait. The people of Dnipropetrovsk, whose train was attacked this afternoon, they cannot wait. Ukrainian children cannot and don't deserve to wait. And Europeans also can't afford to wait. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's go to Thanos and then John.
Thank you very much for taking my comment. I guess there's just a couple of things to touch on. First being, while of course everyone supports driving the invaders 100% from all sovereign Ukrainian territory, that is the strategic objective, yes. I think sometimes there's a bit of unnecessary gag reflex when someone mentions a negotiated settlement. Unless this war is going to end in the capture of Moscow and an unconditional surrender, there will be some instrument of peace signed, at least in the form of a ceasefire, if not a overall peace treaty, with whatever reparations package is able to be settled upon. So I think we have to be careful, and we also have to be careful when we speak about moral certainties and start making comparisons to your neighbor's house being broken in. As Westerners, we have a proud history of sitting by and watching people slaughter each other and the innocents being attacked, and really doing nothing, even though we have tremendous means to do so. And even right now, as we speak, Ethiopia, Eritrea, South Sudan, Burma, you can name at least 15 different countries right now, Nigeria, Syria, where there is massive human rights violations happening with either state-on-state warfare or transnational criminal organization on civilian population warfare, or terrorists on population warfare. So, everyone here supports the cause. And when people come with ideas that are not our own, I think or that ones that are in alignment with what the majority of us are doing here, we have to stop and sometimes listen to what they say and not just shut these people down because they're.
I'm sorry, Thanos, but I'm going to shut this down now. I will unmute you. I will allow you to continue with your comment. All right. South Sudan and Sudan, for instance. That is not a major power invading southern territory because it's going through political change that they don't like. That's number one. Number two, Yemen and Syria. That's a completely different story and a completely different ballgame. And number three, geography dictates a different response every single time. And number four, reality of things being a realist means that NATO countries, the United States government, the UK government, Western nations cannot intervene in every single armed conflict and every single civil war and every single proxy war in the world, right? So this is a false dichotomy. This is a form of fallacy, of a false dichotomy. You're trying to equate the response of Western countries to what's happening in Ukraine to their response or lack thereof in other armed conflicts around the world.
I am not. Or what I was saying
you can think that you're not, which is fine. You can think what you're not.
No. Hold on here. I have enough credit.
You can think that you're not, which is fine, because everyone is entitled to their own opinion. However, if we bring in the scholar of philosophy or English language and formal and informal fallacies, he will tell you that you're engaging in a fallacy and a straw man. It's pure and simple. It's as simple as that, right? The war in Yemen is completely different from what's happening in Ukraine. What's happening in Sudan is completely different from what's happening in Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't have a Muslim Brotherhood government that was allowed to entrench itself in Sudan for 30 years and lead a genocidal war against certain minorities, and then have some sort of an intervention to try to stop it, and then have the whole thing go out of control, and then have a lot of Gulf money flowing into Sudan to force a regime change. With all due respect, sir, what you're engaging here right now is not even an eggshell level inspection of what's actually happening in one country. And I'm going to focus on Sudan because Sudan is my background or backyard, right? This is not the case. And this is not to take any blame from what the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are doing in Yemen and Sudan. And this is not to take away from what the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar are doing in Syria, etc., etc. Right? Let's not go to talking about what's happening in other conflicts and then use a blanket statement to equate the response to very complicated and very complex situations that fall back on more than a century of history of infighting and meddling and offensive intelligence operations and counter-intelligence operations and proxy warfare and extremism and failure of social classes, elites, community leaders to navigate a future away from conflict, to an invasion of a southern country in Europe because it chose to change its leadership. Some people would say it was a color revolution, CIA branded, blah, blah, blah. Fine. Maybe we'll know 5 years, 10 years, 50 years from now. I don't care. But fact of the matter is, a world superpower invaded a sovereign nation after leading several years of hybrid warfare against said nation and manipulating the economic and the political spheres in Western countries as they did so to make sure that they secure an outcome that aligns with their perceived strategic interests. Right? And you cannot say that everyone here supports this and everyone here supports that. You cannot bring back the troops and send in the troops at the same time. You cannot be, let's say that we are all supporting the cause, but also saying that we should disengage from all causes because we failed on responding to other causes as well. That's in my book. But please, Thanos, continue to explain your point.
Sir, with all due respect, you are placing words in my mouth. I think Axel can validate where I stand. You have mischaracterized not only my statement, but have made gross assumptions about my position. I, for one, personally am involved in engineering efforts trying to come up with off-the-shelf solutions to help defend some of the brave warriors that are out there.
I understand and
Using
I
my
highly
expertise.
respect that. Let's
No,
please
no, no, no,
focus
no,
on
no.
Ukraine
Let,
and
let
let's
me
not bring
continue.
in other
Let
conflicts
me
into it.
continue. Let me
Yes, I
continue.
will. But let's not bring
Because
Syria
so
and
far
Yemen
I've
and
listened
Sudan
to
and
interrupt
Myanmar
multiple
and
people.
China into it. Let's just focus on Ukraine. Let's keep the focus on Ukraine.
Yes. You know what? This is going off the rails. I will yield the floor to someone else.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Stanis. You've saved me a lot of time and effort. John, please go ahead.
Thanks. Actually, I've got a question. Oh, he's just gone. It was going to be for Thanos or Dr. Paul or anybody who has a good understanding of the current Lend-Lease bill. So it's a bit more of a technical question. But my working assumption is that we being people interested in Ukraine are unlikely to see the sort of donations that we'd wish to see from Germany in terms of APC/IFV and main battle tanks, which really only leaves the US in terms of a nation that has reserve stocks of sufficient numbers. We haven't seen those, obviously, to date. And I think that's a growing concern for most people who are trying to watch the military side of this. And I was going to ask, I believe that there is some sort of step change in the Lend-Lease legislation that is due to activate in September or October. I don't know the details. I was interested if anybody did know the details, and if so, whether that's likely to be the window, the beginning, if you like, of when we might hope to see some of this capability come forward out of US reserve stocks. Thanks.
Axel, would you like to take this one?
Sorry, we have a family issue here. I'm dealing with this. I apologize. I've been out for 20 minutes.
Well, we can put a pin in that if you like, until someone who actually is up to speed with Lend-Lease pops their head up. Dr. Paul was here. I can see Craig down there, actually. Craig might know. I'm not sure. Craig?
I was going to respond to that, but you know,
Oh, no,
an insecure Egyptian responding to that would be bad optics. So let's go to Craig.
You don't need to put that on it, mate, at all. I was looking for an American because I thought they were more likely to know.
I know.
If you know, please
I
go
was
ahead.
I was making a comment in jest, John.
Okay, cool.
You understand?
No, cool.
No. It's just Craig. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So John, if you could, I'm sorry, I had to take a business call really quick. If you could repeat the first half, I caught the second half, but what was the first half of the question, just so I follow the context.
Roger. Craig, my understanding, my belief is that we can only secure the armor, IFV, APC, MBT that we need for Ukraine from two sources, one being Germany, one being the US. We're not going to get it from Germany. I believe there is a step change coming in the Lend-Lease legislation in September or October. I don't know the details. I was interested if anybody, particularly you, might know the details. And second part of the question, do you think at that point we might see a release from reserve stocks of said equipment? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I'll be quite frank with you. So let's talk about what we mean when we talk about reserve stocks, right? If we could just quantify that or qualify that, if we could, excuse me, let's qualify that.
Sure. So we've got in the high desert out in the west.
Yeah.
There are, I believe, 2,500 old model, maybe Gulf War I model M1s, and something in the order of 3,000 M113.
Yes. So my point is that if you have 1,000 M1 Abrams that have been sitting in the desert and haven't moved, they are not ready for combat. End of story. They are not ready for combat. What they are is that they are assembled. To some extent, their guts are ripped out. They're used for spare parts for what are interchangeable for the new variant of Abrams tanks that are coming online. And so those are not combat ready. I mean, just end of story. They are not ready to go. You can't just airlift them to Germany, fill them up with some oil, gas them up, and they're ready for combat. They're not there. And so what you do is, in terms of logistics, is what I had mentioned earlier, was that what you do as now, remember, I was an NCO, not an officer, so I'm not insinuating I was, but if you're a logistics officer, what you do is that you have a list that you go through. And each Abrams is assigned a number, say 1 through 1,000. So you have A1, A2, A3, A4, and then you classify them based on what is inside of them. So you have out of that 1,000, you classify 1/5 of these. You can take those right now. We've fielded these. These are the things that we use for training. These are the things we've done before. You can go ahead and take those right now if you want. Let me put some oil in them, maybe some seats, some upholstery, maybe update the optics really quick. That can be done relatively easily because we have plenty of those, and then off they go. So that's 1/5, right? So let's work down the math. So you have A1, A2, A3. Of that, 1/5 is put into A1. A2 is something that needs a longer logistical support system. So it might need a new barrel. It might need more optics than before. The armor might not be suitable. You have to check the bolts. You have to check the tracks. And then once you start classifying them, A1, A2, A3, A4, right, to make this really simplistic, you then say, okay, great. We can ship over out of that 1,000. We can ship over 200 tanks, right? So I'm just doing some math on my napkin here. I can give you 200 Abrams tanks. And then what you do is you then call over to supply and say, listen, I want to move 200 Abrams tanks with, and these guys are ready to go. I want to airlift them in a week. Do you have the parts either in Germany, because US logistics is completely digitized? And you say, do you have on the other end what we need to get these guys ready to ship and put into the field for Ukraine? So do you have the quantitative number of 200 Abrams tank and their spare parts? Do we have that in Germany, or do I need to ship that with it? So that's going to increase my payload. That's going to increase the actual lift that you need to make, whether that be via the sea or over the air. Chances are you're going to move those via ship, right? Not via the air. So you put them on a ship and you say, well, listen, I have like half of that. I can actually only do 100 spare parts in what you need to give that full complement, right? You don't want to send them in with only 50%. You want to send them in with everything you can. So now you're into some complicated algebra. So X equals 200. Your Y is what you need for your support to complement that. If Y does not equal the X of the exponent that you need to do that, then you have a choice. Then only ship 100 and use the supply, the spare parts, the kit that you need for the armor, all that good stuff, ammunition, especially ammunition, and then take that coefficient, then you put that together, and then you only ship off 100, right? And then everything below A2 needs extensive repair. It needs extensive field testing because according to my list, these things haven't moved since like 1998. So those aren't going anywhere. And so then you start refurbishing those, and then that process begins all over of the exponents and everything like that, right? Does that kind of, I know I'm not going to ask you if that makes sense, but does that, you kind of see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, of course it makes sense, Craig. And let's just take your numbers there. So let's just say it's 100 M1s, basic older M1s that can be got up to speed and shipped in short order. That is a brigade combat team plus a few spares. In terms of heavy metal, you throw in the M113s that you've got that are in A1 condition on top of that, say 200-300 M113s. You've got a brigade there that would absolutely go through anything the Russians have like a knife through butter, and that could potentially be game changing in any sort of winter stroke spring offensive. So I mean, to me, that's a really good start.
No. So I would agree with you up to an extent, because I think the United States has given a lot of stuff that has the flag on it. Everybody knows HIMARS comes to the United States. Everybody knows that HIMARS and counter battery. I mean, for God's sakes, we're publishing it for the world to see, so it's not a secret, right? The HIMARS is from the United States. Humvees are from the United States. All these things are coming to the United States. And what goes through my logistical brain of putting Abrams on the battlefield, just again, not tactically, because I can't speak to tactics, but there's two elements. Sorry, excuse me. I had to just delete an alert there. So there's two elements that go with that. There's ammunition, and then there's fuel. The Abrams tank uses a special fuel because it has a special engine, right? So the Abrams engine hardly has any equivalent in the world. Maybe the Germans or the British have something close, but the Abrams engine is specialized. So not only do you need the tanks, those 400, but you need all the parts that go into fixing that engine if they break down, because otherwise you just got a 70-ton piece of junk sitting in some field. And so again, let's do the math. So you take 400 tanks, right? So that's your X is 400. Your Y, right, would be the amount of parts that you need, right? And then your Z could be the fuel, ignoring ammunition. You put that all together, right? What does that equal? That what number that equals out to goes into the storage capacity or the shipping capacity that you have allocated, because the bandwidth is only so wide going into Ukraine. And do the Ukrainians have the equipment? Do they have the know-how? Do they have the training to be able to fix these Abrams in combat conditions? Because I can tell you, working with the Marines, even the Marines, when some of these would break down, they'd look at it and be like, oh crap, we're going to need something pretty heavy to lift this engine out, or we need to replace this track, or we need to do something. So when you incorporate, say, Soviet style tanks, there's a lot of interchangeable parts. There's no dearth, right, of those things. But if you ship over 400, right, so that's your X, you take the Y of the parts, the Y has to go with it. And you have to be able to sustain the Y, because things are going to constantly break down, and then you constantly repair. And so I'm not trying to be a drag. I'm not trying to say, oh, no, they shouldn't do it. Of course they should. But the way my brain works is that it's not just about getting the metal on the field. It's about getting the gas to sustain these things, because these things have like a range of 10 gallons a mile, right? Or 10 miles per gallon. So do you have the specialized fuel? Do you have the ammunition supplies? Do you have everything that you need to keep this thing going, and not just, like I'd said, they broke down, or the engine threw a rod or whatever. I'm not a mechanic, and you don't have the part to replace it, right? That's kind of where I go with this. So yes, the tank is important, but the supporting logistics and the supporting repair networks and all that stuff, the ammunition, it's a special type of ammunition, right? Are the crews trained on all these things, right? Have you integrated new comm systems that the Ukrainians are using that are comparable to the comm systems that they have at brigade headquarters? Or do you need to pull the guts out of that comms and put in new comms because they're not operating on that system? I'm not saying they're not, but I'm just saying if it were, right? So that's where all my brain kind of goes to, is put the armor there, but put everything behind it. And when I mean everything, leave no stone unturned. You give them every possible repair component that they need to get them there.
Which is why you would have to use pre-positioned stocks, first and foremost, of which there are 240 of them available currently, if you do it. But you only do this as a matter of last resort. What you should do is put all possible pressure on the German government to release Leopard 2s and Leopard 1s from every nation willing to give them those, because they're easier to handle, they run on diesel, they have the better setup for this battle. They have the better gun for this battle. They have the better loading system for this battle. They're sufficiently light, the recce tanks, the Leopard 1s, and they're sufficiently punchy, the Leopard 2s. But they're one thing, they're fast. And that's what you need. Everything else fails to fucking matter. Somebody in the bloody White House needs to pick up a fucking phone and push Scholz to the back of his office desk. That's all it's needed. Sign one line. I hereby release every nation which wishes to provide main battle tanks of German manufacturing to Ukraine. End of story. Next. Everything else fails to fucking matter. You don't need M1 Abrams with the whole supply train if you have Leopard 2s. It's the better fucking weapon for this war. Everybody knows it. So let's not dance around it.
Yeah, I know. Just to be clear.
May I? Sorry,
it's okay.
Craig.
Just real quick. I'm only talking about Abrams. I know next to zero regarding German engineering and their tank capacity and all the rest of that stuff. So whatever Axel said, I support wholeheartedly, because I just don't know.
And this is where the insecure Egyptian who worked for Rheinmetall for 4 years knows everything about it. Ha ha.
Come on then. I tell you what, just give me 1 minute, Em, and then by all means, please jump in. No, I just want to say, look, I mean, Craig, yes, absolutely exhaustively detailed the problem set. Understand all of that. Also, and I don't think I'm giving too much credit to them, I think that logistically, the US Army, if it puts its mind to it, can organize the equipping, shipping, and supporting, including fuel, including spare parts, including ammunition, of 100 to 200 tanks from the United States to Ukraine. I don't think that is beyond the wit of man or the US Army. Secondly, the reason I'm talking about this is because although Axel is, of course, right in what he states, I think on a practical level, I think if what happens next for Ukraine is absolutely crucial for the war. This offensive phase that happens over the next 6 months is decisive. And I think to be betting the farm on Herr Scholz doing the right thing is extremely unwise and a single point of failure that no one can afford. So I don't think it's practical to just turn around and say, well, we just get Scholz to do this. He's not going to do it, I don't think,
He
under
needs
any
to sign one line,
circumstances.
John.
Yeah, I
one
know,
line.
but he won't. Roger, Axel, I
Vasily,
understand.
one thing.
I get it, mate, but he's not going to do it, and we need to accept that. And the only other alternative then is the US and overcoming the list of problems that Craig rightly detailed. Now I'm going to shut up. Em, please, send.
No, John, you're absolutely right, and Axel is right, and Craig is right. It's not about that. I mean, Scholz is Scholz, I will not delve into German domestic politics and German domestic intelligence affairs, as much as I will not delve into American domestic politics and American domestic intelligence affairs. It's a trap, and Scholz should do the right thing. Scholz should rise to the occasion.
It's a release. It's just a release. It's nothing else.
I know.
It's
Axel,
one line of text.
You know what, everyone? The Russians have been leveraging the fact that President Zelensky used to be an actor to try and undermine him. But that actor rose to the occasion. He rose to the challenge. He unified and united the nation around him. Yes, there's a lot of, info ops happening. Agreed. The realist talking point. Yes, there's a lot of things happening behind the curtain that we don't know of. Yes, there will be an opportunity for certain factions in the United States to say so-and-so happened in Ukraine during this, and they will try to score points further down the line. But right now, it is not just Ukrainian innocent lives at stake. It's the whole international security system. It's the world order in terms of a law-based order that provides decent human beings with an opportunity to be all they can be. I sound philosophical, I sound deep. This is it, right? And yes, they need those tanks, and they need so many things. And Craig explained everything regarding the land lease, and John is making a very good point and asking the right question. Where do we go from here is dependent on political will. And for a change, every single decent human being living under a democracy has a chance to influence this outcome. They can vote. They can write to their representatives. They can do so many things, right? It's in your hands, folks. You can do it. And you've been doing it. In fact, this space and other venues of providing good information to people has affected what has been going on the battlefield to prevent further loss of innocent human life and to reverse the consequences of an illegal invasion against a sovereign nation. It's as simple as that, right? I'll take a chance to read some of the abusive messages that I have been receiving over the last 30 minutes or so. So, not in order, but here goes. Fiona 087666135. You are an arrogant elitist. Thank you, Fiona. Babka, thank you for your traction. Retraction. DANPC, you guys aren't listening to each other. Okay. Really unimpressive to immediately mute anyone who slightly deviates, makes you look quite weak. let them speak, and then rebut if you're confident in your ideas.
Yeah, let's move on.
I will. Definitely I will. That's from Engine of History. And so on and so forth. So, I
think
for the fun of it, sorry, Craig, I'll take Ollie first, and then I'll take Craig. Ollie, please go ahead.
Sorry, Axel. I think I'd like to direct this to you because I think you're familiar with me, and I think you'll be willing to listen to what I have to say, Axel.
Ollie, Axel is all yours. Please go ahead. I don't resent you or anything. And Joseph 0077 people have spoken. You suck. Thank you so much. Doesn't matter. Axel and Ollie, please go ahead.
I came onto this space. I've been on here a very long time, since February. I've not spoken. I started speaking about 2 months ago. I'm in no way a troll, and I think I shouldn't be addressed as a troll. I have people from...
I have never addressed you as a troll. I addressed you as
I didn't say you
person.
did. I didn't say you addressed me as a troll.
Yeah, so let's not make an appeal to emotion and form a fallacy. Ollie, if you have a point to make, please go ahead. I have given you the mic again to prove that everyone here is allowed to speak freely. But if you're going to make informal fallacies, if you're going to attack any of the hosts personally and say something like insecurity because of your background, you have no idea what my background is. You have no idea whether I'm insecure or not, because I'm definitely very insecure of someone who's using Oli as a display name and some random photo as a display picture and some random bio as something to define him, etc., etc., to the point that I feel so worried about what they have to say on the space. So please just stick to the point, make your point, whatever it is. Axel is back on. So if you want to address Axel, if you want to address anyone else, if you want to ask a question, if you want to make a point, if you want to make a comment, please go for it. Let's skip with the emotional appeal to the listeners. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Ollie, do you want to go ahead, or do you want to be dropped back to listeners? Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you, and like really interesting stuff you are talking about. But can I just I want to say to Olga, because you are I can't say happy Independence Day to you, but what can I say? Like, I respect that you have your Independence Day in Ukraine today, and I I actually went because of that to a sunflower field to take pictures to like honor your Independence Day. And Olga, have you been able to like I don't know if you celebrate it or what happened in Odessa? How are you there, Olga?
Hi, Nina. Thank you. Because Em said that he's going to interview me, and then I'm just like sitting in a corridor like an applicant who's forgotten, you know. Okay, and
not forgotten at all. It's the fact that we have to be very polite and very respectful to accommodate certain people who come on to say whatever they want to say. And I have been waiting patiently to interview you about how do you feel the celebrations of Independence Day in Odessa felt like, right? We're here to give space for Ukrainian voices to speak, but also we want everyone to speak and we want to address everyone. And, because we brought in Oscar later on, she's been waiting patiently without even raising her hand. And thank you, Nina, for bringing her up finally. That's a very good pivot. And we still respected the order of people joining, first in, first out, right? And here we are with a Ukrainian who had been waiting patiently to tell us about the feelings in her hometown, in her city, which is being shelled by Russians under attack day in, day out, right? And we're trying to play nice with everyone. So please, Oscar, go ahead.
About the Independence Day. So it's like back to mood in Odessa. Okay. Of course, no celebration, like no events, but lots of people wearing national colors and wearing traditional clothing like vyshyvanka, and people try to feel some kind of celebration here, because Odessa was quite peaceful, let's say today, if we can say that. We only had 8 air raid alerts, the total of like 8 hours under air raid alerts, as the cities had like 9, 11 air raid alerts. So the situation wasn't as bad today. And we didn't even have any actual shelling or even air defense working. So it was, if we did not take into account the alerts, then it was okay. And I was asked if I went to a shelter at least once. I said, oh, I went down to the sea, not to a shelter. People are taking a walk, but it's a working day, because all the national holidays were cancelled, like days off were cancelled due to the martial law. So it's a working day, and the police was watching people not going to the beach. So yeah, no real celebration, but people tried to for example, people in one front yard, people would put out a loudspeaker and would play some music that is closely associated with war, not the national anthem, but some other pop music that is closely related or describes the war, some cheering up, like wartime music, which is a big part of it.
Olga, only 8 air raids.
Only 8, yes, only 8.
Oh.
That's like that's like a nice day.
Wendy, do you have any questions for Oscar?
Yeah, thanks, Olga. As you might have heard me say earlier, I would say happy Independence Day, but I hope it's the safest Independence Day possible for you and those you love. I was going to ask you a question about because of the deaths today in Dnipropetrovsk on the train. Do the people you know, are they avoiding transportation systems today because of the risk? Thanks.
No, nobody changed their plans. People were some people were tense, but it depends on how you perceive the situation in general. If you are still tense, still overstressed, day in and day out, it's one thing. You perceive bad news as even worse, like couldn't get any worse, and you will take every precaution, including like avoiding public places, etc. But if you are adapted enough, you just don't care. You no longer care. And speaking of happy Independence Day, I would say it is happy because so many people around the world didn't expect us to have Independence Day at all this year. Like we were not supposed to, because Ukraine was supposed to cease existence and become a satellite or a dominion or whatever of Russia, or just a part of Russia. So it is a happy Independence Day, and maybe the happiest through 31 years because we actually have it.
Jones F, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks. I just want to wish Oscar a happy Independence Day. And I was thinking, in a sense, every day since February 24 has been your Independence Day. Every day you stand up to Russia. You are standing up for your independence. But I would just ask you, I was a little bit worried about the old man with the cane that tried to cheat the police so he could swim. Do you have any updates?
Well, there is more than one man. And just today we were having a little photo ops with my niece. We're just decorating ourselves with flowers and yellow and blue ribbons and all that stuff. During the sirens including, but you cannot navigate between sirens when it's one after another. And there was one shot, a pretty one young woman is standing and just with my niece made this makeup in yellow and blue as well on her eyelids. And further away in the background, we caught a man who was he was just leaning down from a pier, and he was trying to get some seawater in the sea, and in the basket. And this is, by the way out when you can't go to the water legally, but you can wash yourself getting some seawater like immediately here, and it's kind of not illegal because you cannot grab a water mine into your basket. So this was pretty funny.
I understand why they are policing the beach because it's dangerous, but I just like that people needed to go in the water so much that they will almost do everything. That was all.
Yeah, and I'm sure that people never realized that they want to go to the water that much before they were forbidden to go to the water. Forbidden fruit or forbidden seawater, whatever it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Carolyn?
Hi, Oscar. So nice to hear you today. Thanks for coming on this special day as well. It's more of a comment, I think, than a question. It's really helpful to clarify the sentiment of it is indeed happy Independence Day and indeed wishing you many, many more. It does highlight the fact that Russia did not expect this Independence Day to be one that was celebrated, and it does underline the fact of what this all of the war effort and the support is all about. So that you have such a wonderful way of explaining things, Oscar, and that's really helpful. So that's really my comment, was wishing you happy Independence Day and many, many more.
Thank you very much.
SPQR. Hello. Go ahead, even though you didn't raise your hand and you unmuted yourself, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say happy Independence Day to the Ukrainians. And as an American, I really support 100% what you guys are doing. And if there's anything that I can possibly do as a military Army veteran, I am up for it. Unfortunately, because of my medical condition, I couldn't volunteer for the Foreign Legion. But I'm trying to do everything I can to keep this up by calling and writing emails to my politicians here in the States and swatting people like the earlier caller, the earlier speaker, 1776. This isn't the Ukrainian battle is not equivalent to any of the things that he mentioned. So you just ignore that. And as far as the conversation I was listening to about the tanks, the Abrams and the Leopard, I think that one gentleman, I'm sorry I don't remember his name. I think the guy that spoke about the German tanks is more correct, because getting the Abrams is going to be cumbersome. It's very, very difficult and challenging. I speak on this as a former ex officer, and right now I think they need the Leopards in the field first, and maybe the Abrams later.
Rank, SPQR, rank, please. SPQR, rank, and which
03
with what?
16 Tango.
No, with what? What did you serve with?
Army. That's me in the picture there. And ironically, that photo of me in my profile, that's what we call Op 4, which is special training, that black beret. And anybody that's in the military knows what Op 4 is. We were trained we trained American forces to fight Russians. And it's based in the NTC in Barstow, California. I was a member of that for 8 years.
And where did you sustain your injuries?
In Iraq.
Please go ahead, sir.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
What is wrong with this? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So, like I was saying, this is going out. I support this battle, and I wish to God for victory. And I hope that America stays with the Ukrainians and their support. That's
all
it.
right,
That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for that. Ricardo, please go ahead.
Hi, Olga.
Hi.
I consider us friends. Listen, on a day like today, I mean, you've got support from the world and from all of us, but does it make it feel that much more comfortable? I mean, did you get to spend time with your family? Or how do you feel about today? It can't be as comfortable as you would like it, but you've been a friend of mine, so I just like to hear from you, from your heart.
Yes, I managed to spend time with my family and taking a walk along the sea. It's not officially a day off, but working flexible hours, I can afford making a day off today, just to make it a true celebration, kind of. And the support is really meaningful. Seeing the world leaders coming to Kiev yesterday and today, it is important. And it is also really important to see my friends and my associates and my former colleagues and people I know going to the rallies in the other countries and just taking every opportunity to take photos with the national flag and national symbols, or at least with national colors, just to show that they have left, but they never cut their roots, and that I know most of them are going to come back because this is their home. And even though many of them have already found jobs and they're adapting to the life abroad, I know the first chance, the first peaceful day in Ukraine, they're back. Not only because their families here, their friends, etc., but because they want to live in Ukraine. So yes, this is this accumulative positive vibe from all over the world, from people who support Ukraine, from Ukrainians abroad. Of course, it matters. Of course, it creates this special positive mood.
Well, thank you, and just know that we can't be in your shoes, but
Nobody should be in our shoes. Not even us, but well.
well, okay. Thank you for coming up and speaking today, and we care so much for you and your family.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, Oscar. Let's go to Sojo.
Hi, Olga. I hope you can hear me okay. I hope the mic is working. I just wanted to wish you a happy Independence Day. It truly is actually a very special day all over, seriously, all over Europe. What I wanted to say is not only did the Kremlin miscalculate and thinking that this day wouldn't be occurring, they also profoundly miscalculated, and now really Ukraine is on the map, really, in everyone's minds. I mean, it was always on the map, right? But since the 24th of February, so many more people know so much more about Ukraine and Ukrainians. Everywhere is Ukraine, right? In a way, it's everywhere that there are Ukrainians anyway. Happy Independence Day, Olga.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. With that said, we have a lot of empty speaker slots. If you would like to ask us a question or bring up a topic for discussion or ask Oscar about anything regarding Odessa, feel free to send us a speaker request. How did you celebrate Independence Day, Oscar?
Well, as I said, I met my family and took a really long walk along the sea, taking photos. And that's it, basically, because even from those who knows, taking one pretty shot takes hours, especially if you're like going to post them somewhere or to send them to the relatives or friends or elsewhere. So yeah, and it's pretty distracting activity in the first place, from the sirens and any bad news. So outdoors and some silly, girlish, distractive stuff works well. And all in national colors, of course, and accompanied by patriotic music and sirens, which is part of our music as well now, unfortunately, but we're getting used to that. Have got used, actually.
Here's to never hearing air raid sirens ever again. But did the governor of the oblast or the government plan any functions or any public functions for the people to enjoy today?
No, and they asked not to get together in any larger crowds because there are so many warnings and threats, warnings from our part and threats from the enemy's part, that these days are going to be really, well, dangerous from any point of view. So I know that some people actually decided to leave, take a weekend or so, just a week off in the western part of Ukraine, but it was in red, meaning under a red alert as well. So it's just that. No festive activities, no crowds.
All right, thank you, Oscar. Catherine, please go ahead. Catherine McGarry, please go ahead. All right, Ben, please go ahead.
Thanks, Sam. Hello, Oscar. I'm sorry, I'm sure the question was asked several times. I just wasn't there, and so if you can give me the answer very quickly, I'd be delighted. The Independence Day in Ukraine, I assume, has been celebrated since 1991, well, 1992. But is it there used to be large celebration? It's an important festivity in the country, or is it just taking a special meaning over the past few years?
You mean before the war?
Yeah.
It's the main celebration in the country. It's the biggest holiday in the country. I mean, there was the parade and shows in every city, and yeah, it's huge. The events are planned for a week with the fireworks and outdoor concerts with stars, Ukrainian stars, sometimes even international stars coming to celebrate the Independence Day in major cities. It's the main holiday in the country.
Okay. So all those in the military parades, they also take place then. All those we see on YouTube where you see the army parading, that tends to be related to the Independence Day.
Well, I have no idea what video you saw about the army parading, but yes, probably it was on the Independence Day, but also before 2014, that could be the Victory Day on the 9th of May. But mostly, I think it was Independence Day, yes. But not this year, of course. This year, there is, I'm sure you have seen all of you, maybe not, well, all, that's much of an assumption, saw the tanks on Khrushchev, the center street of Kiev, and this burnt down Russian tanks and armored vehicles. This is the parade of Russian tanks Russia wanted to see in Khrushchev. So here they are, burnt down, people just taking photos with, and of course each and every has an offensive sign made by Ukrainian soldiers. And well, this is pretty, very unpretty, very sad that it's kind of installation, the demonstration that we're still standing, that Russian tanks are never going to be in the downtown of Kiev, but still kids are taking photos against those burnt down tanks and those parts of missiles. It should have never happened in their lives. But still, this is the reality they live in now. And yeah, I hope next Independence Day, and this is our greatest wish, and this is our major greetings today to each other, is the actual parade, military parade of Ukrainian heroes in Frushatik next year in peaceful Ukraine. That's what we were wishing each other through the entire day today.
All right, let me try this again. Catherine McGarry, Mayor of Cambridge, you requested the mic. Please go ahead.
I wonder if it's worth noting it. Catherine, your appearing is muted, so you may be speaking, but you're actually muted. On the bottom left of your screen, you'll see a small mic button. If you just tap that once, that will unmute you. So just to alert you, if you're speaking, you may be muted.
Well, maybe she requested by mistake. So, Ben, please go ahead.
Okay, I've got something very corny. First of all, thank you, Oscar, for your answer. And so, yeah, I've got something very corny. What's the best way to wish our Ukrainian friends happy Independence Day? I guess I should have asked this yesterday, but yeah, I'm a slow thinker.
What's the best way? Is it an actual question? How? I mean,
colloquial. I mean, the most colloquial way of saying it is.
in Ukrainian?
Well, whatever language you're using and when you're saying it.
I mean, Happy Independence Day. It fits.
All right, then I'll go with this. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Ben. D. Alfonso Fella, please go ahead.
So this one's for Olga. I wanted to wish her a happy Independence Day. I've just come back from the event in Lisbon, where I'd like everyone to know, and particularly Olga, that the Ukrainian diaspora is full of belief. The event was a festive one. It was one of optimism and confidence, and there was singing, there was dancing, there was a lot of flags. Lisbon was a little bit of Ukraine today. And yeah, the diaspora is of Ukrainians that are living in Portugal and as well. But it was full of belief and confidence and strength. So happy Independence Day and Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava. Thank you.
All right. T. Zogash, please go ahead. You never know, 711.
Thank you, I just want to say Happy Independence Day to our Ukrainian friend. And, you know, for the past 6 months, I've seen, you know, a lot of random people and soldiers taking care of pets and, you know, keeping things really motivated around. I've seen a little girl dancing in a destroyed building. I've seen a college professor teaching while setting his rifle aside, you know, right there in the front of all, you know, fighting. I just want to say, bottom line, anything hurting Russians, from anything from rifles, Ukrainian rifles, all the way to HIMARS, I tell you what's really hurting them is the Ukrainian spirit. And that is what I adore. So yeah, bravo to that. and happy Independence Day. Slava Ukraine. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, T. Let's go to Jean-F again.
Yeah, I have maybe it's a slightly odd question, but you spoke about, air raid sirens and going out in the hallway. I was just kind of wondering how, if you could take us through that. Are people going out there with chairs, or you rushing out there? Or I just kind of, maybe I'm a complacent person, but I thought, I don't know, if you could speak about, going out in the hallway, taking cover.
I'm not sure I mentioned I was going to a hallway. I was going to the sea.
Oh. But maybe you just, I mean, I think maybe you spoke about, being annoyed that when there's repeated warning sirens, and you can't just go to the basement all the time. If people, just take cover in the hallway and then just wait it out, or if they bring chairs or whatever. I don't know. If it's...
No, nobody takes cover after 6 months into war. There are people, usually these are IDPs, who go down to the shelter, which is a parking in my case. And it is kind of a privileged case because we have a parking in our block of apartments. Not every block of apartments has it. So people who were actually under heavy shelling for quite some time, and they have just moved here, of course they're taking shelter because, well, they're traumatized. Most of us, all of us. But after some time, when they start seeing other people just being out, even with kids, and you may believe it is very irresponsible, but after some time, it's just part of the reality. You just stop noticing it, like, I don't know, like a piece of your interior, just walking around, not notice some lovely things around, and other people come and they're, wow, you have this or that. This is the same stuff about sirens. You just stop noticing them. Yes, of course you're concerned. You don't like being out when the siren goes off, but still it's not the same feeling as we used to have in March or April or even May. It's different. It's like buzzing, there are some nasty bees out there, and they're very unpleasant, can sting you, but otherwise they probably will not. So but I got your point. If people go and take a shelter, no, they don't take any chairs, they don't rush anywhere, they just take their time to walk down. And in our case, it is already equipped, and most places should be, but not not all of them are equipped like that, and people then take care of that and take it in their hands. We have benches, and people just bring the chairs or whatever they want down, and they're just there. Nobody is going to take them or steal them. It's just ridiculous to think so. It's a shelter. Yeah, that's a pretty common organized process. And also, don't forget that many people, they don't rush down because they have pets. And of course, they don't leave a pet. If they're worried about their lives, then they would never leave a pet in their apartment. They have to arrange the carrier. I'm not sure about the word when you carry a cat or a small dog in this a carrier, a box or something. So yeah, and some have both a dog and a cat, and they have to take care of them all. and let alone toddlers and babies. It takes time to make them ready. Not in summer, not so much, but in colder time, it takes forever, you know. So it's pretty organized. And it has never been disorganized. It was never this picture of people panicking and running somewhere. No, never.
Yeah, okay, maybe I just kind of, lumped all the cities together and kind of not really distinguished that some of you have been, fairly safe while, others are hiding in basements. So thank you for clarifying.
All right, let's go to Carol.
Hi there again. You said you were off to the sea, Oscar. So do you go down for the sunset, or I was quickly googling Odessa sunset time, but or do you like going down after dark? Is it what's it like down by the sea after dark? Is it still quite busy along there?
There is no after dark at the sea because we have a curfew. It's not busy because yes, the curfew starts at 11 p.m. But by that time, usually people are just staying out, eating out, for example, or just getting back from some places, just to make sure they're back home by 11 p.m. So
yeah, so you were just nipping down before curfew, and it's dark. I'm just looking at what time's sunset in Odessa around about these days?
9 p.m. I guess.
About 9. So you
8:30. 8:30.
Yeah, it's getting earlier. And I see Ben has his hand up, so I'll hand over to Ben. Thanks, Oscar.
Yeah, and before we go to Ben, it's 11:11 Cairo local time, so make a wish, and it's my bedtime. So thank you, Oscar, for being with us. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, everyone, for asking your questions. Thank you, everyone, for bringing all the colorful interactions tonight. Really enjoyed it. And with that said, Ben, please take it away. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Although my wish was for you to stay for another hour, but you cannot have everything. I'll live with it. All right. Good people. I hope I didn't miss you. No, you didn't miss me too much. I missed you, but I hope you didn't miss me too much. As M indicated, it is now 11:11 in Cairo, 11:12 actually in Cairo. It's M's bedtime. This means that we are now Thursday, 25th in Kiev and in Odessa. Well, is there another party for the 25th where Flag Day, Independence Day, and then what? Is the 25th a special day, Oscar?
Yeah, at midnight, past midnight now. If this is what you're asking.
Oh yeah, no, I'm asking whether the 25th is a special day, a day of celebration.
If it is a special day. Usually 24th is major celebration and just the peak of celebrating all the events. The 23rd is the Flag Day, and then the 24th. Not sure about 25th. Maybe there is something, but it's not just as big event as the previous 2 days.
Well, we should create another holiday then, just to make it a 3 days party. That'd be good. What about the day of the Trinity?
Yeah, because if we have 3-day holidays in a row, then the government usually takes care of that, and they move the other 2 days, 2 working days, to like other Saturdays. to make sure we have a week off. We had the same usually during like the May Day, etc. at the beginning, so it's like long, very long weekend. Let's say it could be 5 days in a row. So yeah, I always welcome any idea like that.
Or you can trust the French for finding good reasons to have days off. We're good at that. We don't good at a lot of things, but we're good at that. We'll draft a proposal for the government very soon.
Yes, okay. If you need like public signatures to that, just sign me up.
Okay, and we're also taking we will take into consideration any idea of how to, like, what we should celebrate on August 25th. Could be the Day of the Anchor, the Day of the Trident, Ricardo, Saint-Chundé.
Forgot my French, but Olga, I know you have an app about warnings and stuff. Was there any specific warnings today, or were there any specific precautions they told you about today? Were you able to go about your business today? If that makes any sense. But it seemed like, from our perspective, what I was reading is like there was a concern, and there were people that were talking about working from home, and did it disrupt your day any more than usual, or is it just a normal day?
It was a normal day with many air raid alerts. No, if an air raid alert on the app or several apps we have for public awareness of that, if it was any different from what we usually have, that will be all over the news, because that would mean we had chemical threat, nuclear threat, and I'm sure it would have been all over the news, and everyone would be widely aware of that by now. So no, yeah, there were warnings, and there are. If people choose to panic, they don't need much reliable information, warnings about that from reliable sources. They just say, a guy who knows the guy who works in SBU said that we're gonna die, and that's gonna be a nuclear bomb falling on our heads, and that's 100% information. And just to kind of echo this kind of sentiment, there were so many jokes on an Ukrainian segment on Twitter yesterday and 2 days before, like, can you imagine the guy from SBU I know said that the 24th of August gonna last 24 hours. You just cannot be a coincidence that something is brewing there. So yeah, people can take some information and make a big deal of that. However, of course, we were aware that our enemies love special dates, and the 24th of August is like a huge red piece of cloth for them, that they would want to punish us for still having an Independence Day and it being meaningful. That it's not the celebration of Independence Day of an exile. It's just the celebration in Kiev and in Odessa and in Ukrainian Kharkiv. So, of course, they were going to punish us for that in the only way they can, by missiles. And we got the texts from to our phones from SBU and from some other services, I guess, that please be careful, don't ignore the air raid alerts. They text us all the time, by the way. From various sources, we get texts, like not on the app, but the actual texts. So we never feel alone. We know that someone really cares about that because they're texting.
Thank you. Ricardo, you had a follow-up. Go ahead.
No, I just was going to say thank you, and I guess that we do, we're not there, and we do appreciate all of your heart and what you give to us, and I hope we don't stress you out too much. But on the other hand, maybe it helps. Maybe it helps to talk to us.
If I were stressed, I'm not insane. I wouldn't just join. Self-care is in the first place. I would just choose not to join. If I do, it means that I really enjoy your company and appreciate you, like, being interested in the life here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ricardo. Thanks a lot, Oscar. I'm glad to know that you're enjoying it here as well, nearly as much as we do. Got good news for you, of sorts. Did you know that one Ukrainian city celebrated the 24th of August with a display of fireworks? I know they're strictly forbidden, but in this case, they decided they would make a point. And that city was Sevastopol. Somebody went in the middle of the city, apparently, planted some fireworks and fired them out. And so for a good 30 seconds, there were fireworks over Sebastopol. Nothing huge, of course, but a good way of marking the event. So that took some serious thinking, and that was very courageous and very amusing. And I'd like to salute the person who did that. Good people. If there's anyone else wishing to wish a belated happy Independence Day to Oscar and all our Ukrainian friends, you are welcome. Today was a rather eventful day in many ways on the space, and particularly we were delighted to receive Valieri from the 206th Battalion, currently fighting in Kherson. He told us that the fight was getting rough. There were a lot of Russian soldiers in front of him, but he did not see it as a massive impediment to the coming victory. And to one of my questions, he answered by saying that yes, the food was actually quite decent, that they were receiving, quite abundant, fairly varied. I mean, it's still military food. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but everything that needed to be there was there. Vitamins, proteins, everything. They usually have so much that they cannot even finish it. And since he had been fighting in 2014, 2015, he also could contrast with the situation 8 years ago. And he said that as far as food goes, that there was no comparison. Back then, food was barely edible, was often just lacking in many ways. That the situation had tremendously improved, and I thought that was very important. First of all, because we all know how important food is for an army. This is I don't think I'm exaggerating when I'm saying that food is half the morale of a unit. And also because it represents the state that the whole logistics chain is, the fact that enough food is reaching the front lines, the very front line, is an indication that the government does manage to do its work, its job, that unlike what still many do say, the money does not vanish. Whatever needs to reach the front line does reach the front line. And on top of that, it's always a massive, massive supplying challenge to bring the food, because food is heavy, food is delicate. You don't carry it exactly like you would, I don't know, cloth or something easy to carry. And so the fact that he was saying that the food was very good and sufficient. I thought was tremendous good news. Sometimes you need to look into the details to find the good news, and this was the case. I was very happy to hear that. Oscar, I'm not going to ask you about food again because I think I've asked you all the possible questions about Odessa food that I could think about, including the fact that you apparently have excellent fish food, which we would expect from a port city such as Odessa. But I do have a question. It's a bit of a general feeling, I would say. But sometimes when I'm looking at images in Ukraine and the way, especially the way people live and the food as well, and this sort of thing, I'm struck by the influence of what I would consider otherwise the Middle East. Some of the food has a strong Middle Eastern aspect to me. Some of them, the songs as well. There's always a little bit of something which is sounding very Middle Eastern. Admittedly, I'm an idiot, so I might be taking. I may be thinking that it's a Middle Eastern influence, whereas the Middle East may have had massive Ukrainian influence. That could work that way as well. But is there a Turkish flavor to Ukrainian culture, or am I imagining it?
You are imagining it.
Damn it. 15 minutes of a question and you just say no.
No Turkish flavor. But I thought if when you speak about Middle East, if we speak about Odessa specifically, then Jewish culture has a huge influence, of course. And those terms, the cuisine and the language and the songs, absolutely huge influence. But otherwise, no Turkish influence. Not even in the parts where we had Turkish fortresses, like in Odessa. We have an Istanbul park here, though, but otherwise, no influence.
Well, then I will recenter on the Jewish influence. Where is the Jewish influence, for instance, to start with in the language? How do the other side reflect their Jewish roots?
We use Yiddish words all the time without even realizing that, because Odessa, well, Jews was one of the founding nations, let's say, in Odessa. Definitely not Russians. They were anywhere near here. Nobody spoke Russian until I don't know, very late of 19th century. It was Greek and it was Yiddish and it was German and French, of course. And the first place, aristocracy and Richelieu and de Valon and Derribas and all those guys. And English, because even Vorontsov, who was one of the prominent governors of Odessa, and he was, well, kind of Russian, but his first language was English because his father was the ambassador to the United Kingdom, to the British Empire back then, and the kid's first language was English and then Russian. So this is just such a myth that Odessa has very much of Russian history, none of that. And Jews had enormous influence, of course, in every area of life, in every walk of life. So, yeah, we use Yiddish words, and what is believed to be Odessa local cuisine is very much based on, I think, some traditionally Jewish dishes like gefilte fish. And now this is the stuffed pike and many other things, I guess. This is what you would call Odessa food, but in fact, I guess it would be very much some Jewish cuisine. Some of it, not all of it, of course.
Of course. And can you give me an example of an expression that would be typically Odessite and that would be using some either Yiddish words or a Yiddish formulation?
Most are untranslatable because this is like play on words in Russian, just taken words by words from Yiddish, I guess so. But I don't know. We say, for example, tsimis. It's like very common word, which is like the most the the most tasty, the tastiest part of something, the tastiest dish, and it's also, I guess, different, like a specific dish called tsimis. But yeah, I know that it comes maybe in a little bit different form from Yiddish, and it's called like something really tasty, something delicious. It's just one of many examples.
Ricardo, go ahead. Ricardo, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was listening. So, what kind of dishes? We had a chef on, and he was talking about how there's different cuisine throughout Ukraine, which is true in any country. But in your area, what would be one of your favorite? I don't want to call them tapas, but just quick foods, some street food that everybody loves, and kind of explain what it is.
Oh, I think that's a popular. I think it's widely spread elsewhere, and that's this stuffed thin bread. It's different from country to country, but it's stuffed with like a roll with meat and potato and cabbage and whatever is added there. I guess this thin kind of bread is different, but the idea is still the same. I think you know what I'm talking about. It's the same. It's, by the way, it comes, I guess, from Middle East. This one, shawarma. We call it shawarma, but maybe it's different from country to country. This is the most popular street food, the fast food. But yeah, we have regular KFC, and it's like not super popular. And McDonald's closed down as if we are under sanctions. And they opened like in Kiev and in I think another large city, but not in Odessa for some reason. And people are just pretty upset about that. I had no idea so many friends of mine actually eat at McDonald's because, you know, like we're all eat clean and trying to avoid junk food. And they, oh, I miss McDonald's so much. And I'd be like, do you even eat in McDonald's? They say, well, sometimes, you know. I said, oh, yeah, okay. You're just telling me fairy tales that you eat so clean. So yeah, that would be the regular street food.
Dessert? Do you make it like a kind of a we call it like phyllo or philo? It's kind of Greek. Do you have those kind of things where you have almost a croissant type dessert, or is it more fruits? What kind of like desserts do you have? Because I love European desserts.
We have all kind of desserts, whatever you prefer. Whatever desserts you can think of. The Turkish, the I don't know, the panna cotta or various cakes. We have a cake, a very popular cake here called Napoleon. I'm not sure if it's the same recipe through the countries, but it's like super popular and one of the most popular cakes. and also, I don't know, just regular desserts like everywhere else, and croissant and whatever you can think of. Because especially in terms of desserts, it's very everything's very adaptive, and I mean, I can't think of any specific thing we would have here that would be that's the staple, and nobody just finishes a meal without eating this specific dessert. No, it's just some regular things. Anything you can see in the store elsewhere, you can see here as well.
Ricardo, you want to press Oscar a bit more on the question of desserts?
Not really. I mean, when I travel in Europe, I love the desserts because they're not a lot of sugar like there is in believe it or not, I'm one of these people who hate sugar, and I was just curious how they make, whether it's like a baklava or the influences, because I have no idea. But no, I'm good. I'll pass.
Okay, if you know baklava without sugar, I'm taking. Never heard of such a thing. George, you're interested in sugars in sweets as well. I know that, especially because we talked about Greece. And isn't Odessa a special place for all Greeks?
I guess so. As long as we have a Greek park and Greek street and Greek square, and one of our most beloved governors, Marasli, was Greek, and he was a fantastic mecenate, and he made a huge contribution to one of the biggest museums, the Fine Art Museum in Odessa, and we have the Greek Center and the Greek honorary consulate, and many things associated with Greece and Greek culture, including because Greeks were the first settlers in these lands, and it was an unknown fact until maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years ago. Not an unknown, just it wasn't proven. And then there was the reconstruction of one of the central boulevards called Primorsky Boulevard, that is Seaside Boulevard. It goes from the city council down to the Potemkin Stairs. There's this super famous sites in Odessa, and they were reconstructing the place, just changing the tile. And they accidentally found a very well preserved remains of Greek settlement with some poultry, not poultry, pottery, and some stones and parts of buildings. And they decided not to move it to the archaeological museum, which is basically very, very close to that place, but to keep it part of it on the glass, so that people could walk by and just see it. So beginning from centuries before Christ, Greeks have very special place in Odessa, or what would become Odessa one day.
Thank you, Oscar. George, tell us everything about Felikiate data.
Oh, you said, I heard someone say Greek 3 times and I appeared. Uso for everyone. Anyway, so yeah, the organization you're talking about was a pan-Hellenic organization, and it had a lot of benefactors that were actually Russian, Ukrainian, from all over the world, and their main goal was to see a liberated Greece. It all stemmed from the period of Enlightenment. Remember Rousseau and the romantic ideals of democracy. So that's where it came from. They had satellite offices in London. I know there were some areas in Eastern Europe. Actually, when the Greek Revolution started in 1821, some of the commanders had training in either the British Army and the Russian Army, Polish Army, the Russian Empire and Polish armies, and Austria-Hungary. So Filiki Eteria, that's what it was called, and it was a organization that wanted to see the liberation of the home of democracy. Let's put it that way, because democracy had taken root in France. But by then, you had the American Revolution against the British. The British representative. That's what that is, and the Black Sea. It was actually named Mavri Thalassa, Mavri meaning black in Greek, and that's where the name of the Black Sea comes from. And it was first colonized about 1000 BC. And if you guys remember, when the war first started, I think maybe a couple of weeks in, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if it was, I think it was around Odessa. They were digging trenches, and they stumbled across an ancient Greek amphora from like 300-400 BC. So the Greek influence was there for a long time. Unfortunately, in Crimea, Stalin got rid of 700,000 Greeks between 1944 and 1948. So, they did the Soviet thing and moved in Russians, but yeah, that's where that is.
Yeah, but you've forgotten to tell us the most important. This organization, Filiki Etera, where was it funded?
I believe it was founded somewhere in the Black Sea area. Am I not correct? In Odessa? Or was it Mariupol?
Of course,
I can't remember.
Odessa. It was founded in Odessa in what? 1807, something like that. Yes.
Yes, and one of the benefactors of it was a man by the name of Count Orlov too.
Oh, Count Orlov is another story. We won't go there. We will not go there.
But I did want to ask the lady that was speaking earlier. The one thing I do miss from Ukraine and is Uzvar. I miss drinking a nice, cool glass of Uzvar out of a pitcher.
When the war is over, come here and have as much Uzvar as you want.
Oh,
the treat is mine.
I definitely will. I was speaking with my wife, and that's one thing that we miss is, well, besides our family, obviously, but Uzvar. But you mentioned Napoleon, and yeah, that is definitely my favorite dessert when I'm in Kiev. I like getting a nice slab of Napoleon. It's very good.
Yeah, right?
It's the other thing that, and believe it or not, I live in Philadelphia, and this is crazy. We had a bake sale about a month and a half ago, and we raised about $2,000, and we donated to one of the organizations in Ukraine. But I found a bakery, Ukrainian-owned bakery, and they made these fruit tarts that were to die for. I don't know if anybody's ever had like a French fruit tart that has a white cream filling. These were Ukrainian, and the fruit was actually inside the cream. Those were amazing, and yeah, it was great to have them pitch in. They donated. They donated a lot of baked goods for our bake sale, and we raised over $2,000. So that was a nice thing.
Yeah, and if it pleases you, maybe, George, I've been to Greece this summer, just for 2 nights, but still.
Well, where were you in Greece, if you don't mind me asking?
No, near Thessaloniki.
Oh, good. Actually, we're headed there in September, and we're actually going with a group of Ukrainians, and their final destination is going to be Ukraine, but they wanted to have a vacation before they go down that road. So we're going to be spending about 10 days in Greece, and then they'll be entering Ukraine via Romania. So
Yeah, it was
yeah,
the
it'll
same
be
route
nice.
for me. It was the same route for me coming back home from Montenegro to Ukraine.
Thanks a lot, George, and don't forget to eat your Napoleon with a nice Wellington steak. And also, if you
That's good. I'll give you that one. Wellington steak, very good.
if you can tell us what uzva is, that would be fantastic.
Uzvar is made from, if I might be mistaken, so I'm going to let the resident Ukrainian answer this. I think it's dried fruit, but I'll let them answer. I'm sure they know a lot more than I do.
It's dried fruit, but also smoked fruit, smoked and dried pear and apples and plum, I guess. Well,
yes, plums, yes.
Yeah. So they're dried and smoked, especially pear. It is smoked, but maybe not. Maybe dried apples, but smoked pear, and it gives this special brownish color. For some people, may look like cognac or whiskey. So that's like whiskey for kids.
There's no alcohol.
It's very refreshing.
No alcohol, but you can make it like add some alcohol there. No problem with that. We don't have a shortage of alcohol over here, you know.
I think I heard.
What kind of wood? What kind of wood do they smoke it with?
Oh, that's a tricky question. I have no idea. I go and buy it in the supermarket. So
I'll tell you. It's
okay.
birch.
Cool.
Was that Battle Moose that asked that question? It's birch, Battle Moose.
No, it's Ricardo. But the reason I do some.
No, the co-hosts are ignoring me for some reason.
Yeah, well, you're okay. Well, no, but I do some smoking of fruits and vegetables. I was curious what they use.
We just didn't want you to jump the queue, Battle Moose. But you can speak now if you'd like to.
I wanted us to stop talking about alcohol before turning to the moose, because we know what drunk moose can do. Battle Moose, it's your turn to shine.
Okay, well, I just wanted to welcome one of our newest co-hosts, Mockers, to the panel here, and be gentle. It's her first time, so this is your time to shine. So greetings, and I just want to remind people that I want to mutilate his name, Zenya Minkalenko, the chef in Kiev, will be joining us Saturday. I've been talking to him on Facebook, and he says he's going to drop in here Saturday. So maybe we can pick his brain about some Ukrainian delicacies.
Yeah, and actually we've agreed on the interview format, and basically we'll take one or a few recipes that you'd like to do, and it will take us through the country, through the history, through the culture, by using the ingredients and the methods as an excuse to talk.
I'm just going to jump in here and say that the Georgian Legion have released their recipe today. If anybody hasn't seen that and fancies making a whatever it's called, I'm sorry, I can't say it, kapucha or something. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Battle Moose, am I not mistaken that the chef is going to walk us through a couple of recipes like borscht?
He actually has his borscht video up on Facebook right now, and it's interesting because and I bet you Oscar can speak to this. Depending on where you go, there's different recipes for borscht across the country, and I dare say across Europe, because borscht is not indigenous to just Ukraine. It's like pierogies. Everybody in the world has some kind of dumpling stuffed with something that we boil in water. Every culture in the world has got it, and if you don't have it, you haven't looked hard enough. Everybody's got some kind of dough stuffed with something that they boil in water. It just happens that the Ukrainian and the Polish have the best ones, and they're delicious. I especially like the sauerkraut pierogies. They're my personal fave. Not everybody likes them, but that's a thing. I remember my aunt and uncle, they would make borscht with pig's head, and my baba would make it with pork hocks. Right? Some people, it's completely vegetarian. There's no meat in it whatsoever. So the recipe changes, and it's almost like India. When you talk about curries in India, when you get, I think it's further to the south in India, they become more. They add more creams and milks into the recipes, and when you go north, it's more dryish curries. I could have that backwards, but it definitely changes with the latitude.
Is it a question or a comment?
A little bit of both. Moose tends to get on here and just rambles for a while, and then Ben makes sure that I take my medication.
Just a quick comment then about the borscht recipes. Not only do they vary from a region to a region, we have this saying, more like a fact, that every woman cooks a different borscht, even if the recipe is exactly the same. It's never it never tastes the same from a household to a household, and there are no secret ingredients. You can make things exactly the same way as your neighbor, but your borscht would taste differently. So yeah, it depends. I don't know on what, on hands and mood and water, on whatever it is. And speaking about vegetarian borscht, it's just I cook most of my borscht, let's say, vegetarian, because I'm too busy or too lazy to spend hours boiling meat. So, and if you don't make a broth, it takes you an hour maximum, but with the broth it's like 2 hours plus. So it's always, not always, like most of the time, vegetarian one. So it's not even vegetarian Many people cook it vegetarian.
Thank you.
Yeah, back.
Barthelmus, I'm sorry to say, but I think you're gonna have to run by saying that borscht is not indigenous to Ukraine. You just
Yeah. I just decided not to comment on that. It's such a dangerous road.
45 million enemies. Run.
Yeah, and I mean,
Well, they could have originated it. It's like saying that pizza is exclusively Italian. And there's not a country in the world you can't go and enjoy pizza, right? Now, I do have to say, borscht is an acquired taste.
Okay. If there are Italian listeners, we can just go and fight Barthelmus together. We're for borscht, you're for pizza, because I mean,
as long as you're bringing borscht and pizza. Yeah, as long as you're bringing borscht and pizza, you're welcome to come find me. Just not
if I bring
pizza
them,
in the borscht.
If I bring both.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Just not, like I said, just not pizza in the borscht.
Yeah, but well, you never know.
Yeah, I think he's going to be tortured with a pizza knife. You know, the round thing that never cuts anything. That's a bad way to go. Sorry, Barthelmus, it was really nice to meet you. You're a great guy, really great guy. But yeah, we all make mistakes.
Do you want to hear something really scandalous? I hate holubchi. Can't stand it.
Oscar, did you understand what he said? Because I don't know what he referred to.
You mean holodets?
Yeah, cabbage rolls. Can't stand them.
Cabbage rolls. That's holubchi.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
don't
it.
Eat
We're
them.
kicking Battle
Don't
Moose off
eat them
the
then.
thing.
Just
Those are my favorite.
Don't eat them.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Morgan.
We were quite poor growing up, and my mom, because my dad wasn't around, but my mom used to make. She stopped actually making the cabbage rolls, and she actually started making. We called it Lazy Man's cabbage rolls, and it was like a cabbage roll lasagna, which was vile because
those are horrible. I hate it too.
Oh yeah, and it's because it was extremely cheap to make. Right. So we had it like every other night. And, when times got better and like it got to a point when my baba got older, I would eat 2 at Christmas, just to make her feel good. I would choke them down with a smile on my face and, oh, look, he loves them so much.
Barthelmus, you're a saint. Oscar, I thought a question for you. Never mind. George, go ahead.
Yeah, Battle Moose, you're gonna have to. Pull.
Yeah, we lost you there for a good 10 seconds there, buddy.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, 5x5.
Anybody hear me now?
Yep, loud and clear.
I was gonna say, Battle Moose, you're gonna have to redeem yourself after the borscht comment. I'm just gonna let that let that go. But anyway, has there been any more developments on any gifts to Ukraine today?
Gifts to Ukraine or gifts from Ukraine to the Russians, as I'd like to say.
Oh no! I'm talking about gifts from the West. More arms and aid packages. That's what I was talking.
Oh, I don't follow any of that. You're talking to the wrong MryiaReport person here. where let me see who's in the audience here that can answer that. Probably Bloke.
Okay.
Depends who comes up, but if John Ridge comes in later, they're very astute with what's going on with American politics. I don't know if the actual breakdown of the $3 billion has been released yet. I think last night they were in some pretty heated discussions about what it was going to include, and I'm kind of the manner, let's just wait till they're published. They will publish them, and it might be today, might be tomorrow, might be next week, but eventually we'll find out. You know who's going to know? The Ukrainians, and they're going to get all that package as like a big pre-Christmas present.
I can actually confirm that obviously there's the 3 billion package, and then there's the package from the UK, which is nearly 60 million. Sorry. I also know there's lots of other things being sent, but I'll have to do some digging to be able to give you a full answer. I think Bloke actually came up to answer you, so I'll let him go first if that's okay with everybody. Sorry.
Yeah, but we're going to totally ignore Bloke because it gets under his skin.
Go on, Bloke, answer the question. Or not? Is it just
I'm going to feel real bad. That's going to be 2 people in the panel that I pissed off today.
No worries, but we got mockers here, which I think is great.
Hey, so I'm in the kitchen now, so I'm not in front of my computer, but I can say that the breakdown of the 3 billion from the US was sort of kind of almost broken down precisely. More ammo for HIMARS to entertain the Russians. Lots of 155 millimeter ammo. Some pretty good counter battery drones. So, I mean, there's just not a lot of detail for obvious reasons, but it has been broken down. In addition, as I said last night, someone turned Olaf Scholz upside down and shaked out some Iris SAMs. And Sweden also is donating a package, and I would expect more by the time I hit the computer tonight. So there's lots on the way, which is great. And I haven't heard from the UK yet. I didn't have time to check it out, but we know that someone visited somewhere recently. So I'm positive that's coming. Mockers would probably know better than I would about the UK aid package.
I don't think we can ask the UK for any more. Like they're literally training and people don't realize they're kitting out those 10,000 Ukrainian troops every 4 months. Every 4. Like I thought it was going to be 10K in total. No, it's 10K every 4 months they're training. So and kitting them out. So they're getting all their battlecraft and fieldcraft kit. And their full marching order from the UK, which is incredible, and that I dare say, if you're going to do that continuously, we can exempt you from any package. So anything they lay on top of that is just remarkable, and my hat's off to the UK. For coming to the forefront yet again.
We couldn't agree more. Not only donating the equipment and the training, but coordinating, getting all the allies together to help with the training. So Swedes are pitching in. I know we sent some trainers over as well, about 200 to 300. So, instructors, I forget where they're from. I think you would probably know, Battle Moose. And so it's a collective effort, and it's good because they really need it. They've got a lot of new people in uniform now.
Luke, if you can check your DM.
One thing I do know about the UK aid package is that they're sending 2,000 additional drones. Here we go. They are 850 are Black Hornet micro drones, 1,000 are loitering munition drones, and 150 are long-range reconnaissance drones. The little mini ones are really cute. If you check my timeline, I've retweeted today a video of them, and they are virtually silent and get into all the nooks and crannies. And on that, Heather, you've been waiting. Would you like to go, please?
Heather.
Perhaps if I call her Prince. Prince?
Okay, now it's working. Maybe the stinking mic button wouldn't work. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Your real name.
Yeah, that's usually a sign you should be restarting your phone soon.
Yeah, but you know what? I restart it all the time because of this. Anyway, we need to come up with a vaccine for Twitter pox. I'm so glad to see you co-hosting, Mockers, but I'm going back to the food for a minute. And, Ben may appreciate this. And for Battle Moose, the sarma, the cabbage rolls, you might not have liked them. I grew up loving what my parents made, which was, I think, the simple, cheap way to do it, which was sauerkraut and meatballs. My mom would make these very large meatballs, not teeny meatballs, larger meatballs, and then pour sauerkraut all over the top of it, and with a little bit of water, and cook that like for half a day. And she would make, there were just 3 of us in the family, but she would make like a giant turkey roaster full of that, and we would have to eat that for like a week. And we had that at least once a month. So sauerkraut and meatballs is another way to deconstruct those wonderful cabbage rolls, which I do actually love. It shows up in my Hungarian and Yugoslavian upbringing very, very strongly. So I was going to share another cheap recipe and ask Oscar if they had anything similar to that, but she's stepped down, so I'll leave it at that. So maybe you want to try making sauerkraut and meatballs, Battle Moose.
You're basically playing into my 2 favorite food groups. Because of my Slavic roots, I like anything potato or cabbage. So I love me some sauerkraut. The more bitter, the better. And that's kind of speaking to me. Now, when we made holubshi, we don't put hamburger in it. It was they used like little bits of salt pork because frankly, hamburger was expensive.
In Poland we have this dish which cooks for roughly a week if you do it properly. Just before Christmas, and basically you take a giant pot and you put sauerkraut, cabbage, about 2 kilos of meat, some prunes, and this mixture, this potpourri, is you cook it every day for several hours, and afterwards you take it off the stove and you take it outside. Usually we used to have cold winter, so it would freeze overnight, and then the next day again you cook it and you freeze it and you cook it and you repeat it for about a week, and then you eat it on the second day of Christmas. You make a separate dish, also vegetarian one, for Christmas, and it looks revolting. Absolutely, it looks like vomit. It's brown, it's gooey, it's oh, and also you add mushrooms. But it's an acquired taste, but it's just so delicious, and it's actually an interesting spin, because you get cabbage, which is super inexpensive, and then you add 2 kilos of proper meat into the pot, so you get an expensive twist on cabbage, and it's a delicacy. And I think you also cook similar stuff, perhaps in Ukraine a bit, because I would assume that, for example, the cabbage rolls, we also have it in Poland. But this dish is yeah, it's called bigos, and whenever tourists come, they cannot usually even stand to look at it, because it just looks so revolting.
It sounds delicious, and I hope you have room on your couch, because I'm on my way.
Okay, next time. It's only for Christmas,
I'll wait. It's interesting. Before we go to some hands here, it's interesting how a lot of the Slavic countries have variations on the same dishes. And it's I grew up in a Polish-Ukrainian house, and so the traditional making of the pierogies was, I remember my baba would roll out that dough so thin you could almost see through it. And when you boiled the dumplings, they became like almost semi-translucent, and sharp cheddar, like cheddar that sat around and maybe got a little bit of mold on, that you had to scrape the mold off and mix it in with the potatoes. But oh god, I miss that so much. I'm getting a little emotional thinking about all those dishes, because it brings it. Food definitely brings activates memories, and activates that little comfort area in your brain. I think Nick, you're next.
Hi, I'm also having problems with the microphone button. I was just thinking about these reports of lots of small drones. But I was reading, and loitering munitions, I was reading that in the latest American package, there was no repeat of the Switchblade 300s. So I'm wondering if there was a specific problem with them, or the suggestion, albeit in half a paragraph, seemed to be that the degree of complexity involved in operating them wasn't worth the amount of bang that they delivered. So I wonder how these newer drones will compare to that.
There's also a bit of other information about that package. Are you still talking, Nick?
My mic off.
No, it's okay. It's on me. So yeah, a bit more information about that package. That it includes long-range artillery and shore-to-ship missiles. So I just found that while I was listening.
Nick, can I answer your question?
that's not for me to decide.
If you can answer it, go right ahead.
Okay, so yeah, on the Switchblade 300s, there's been reports. There was a article out by Forbes that said that there were myths, but I've seen subsequent reports and this is from the operators in Ukraine about the Switchblade 300s. There's two things: the complexity of using them, like you mentioned, is one of the issues, and the other issue is the actual warhead. Remember, if this thing is designed, pretty much it's a suicide drone, but it's actually designed pretty much. They don't want to call it that, but it's pretty much an assassin drone, right? And the Ukrainians did use it to take out a couple of FSB agents. I forget what area of occupied Ukraine that was, but the explosive charge is a directed charge, and it's pretty much the size of a shotgun shell, like a 12 gauge shotgun shell. So it doesn't explode like a grenade. So it's a very directed explosion of ammunition. And one of the things that they found out is in the air, if it's very hard to, if it overflies the target, it's very hard for it to come back, to circle around. It doesn't have the turn radius, obviously, that they wanted. And the feedback to the company is what delayed the Switchblade 600s entering Ukraine. Remember, we had heard that those were going to be sent, but the feedback they got about the Switchblade 300 caused the company to retool the Switchblade 600s. I guess improving certain aspects of them. And remember, the first operational 10 are coming. And just to clarify, because some people have been arguing, does 10 mean 10 launchers and 10 systems? No, 10 means 10 Switchblade drones. Each one is packed in its own tube, and you can't really refill it. It doesn't work that way. It's not like a mortar. So when we heard about the 700 Switchblade 300s, there was actually 700 drones. But on your next question about the drones, the micro drones that we're discussing, those are used for reconnaissance, and they're really good inside an urban environment, right? They have a small range, but they can go around the corner. They can tell you what's in the alley. You got a bombed out building, they can fly into the building. Some of them do work. They do have night vision capabilities. There's different kinds, and they can go into the room and tell you who's in the room, or if the room's occupied. And the United States Marine Corps has used them a lot in recent combat scenarios. So that's what the micro drones do.
Okay, and the other loitering munitions that have been promised?
Those I don't know, because they're those, that was a British that was on the British side, and on the American side, I don't know. We haven't seen. I haven't seen a picture of the Phoenix Ghost drone. That they've been very hush about that. Remember, that was developed specifically for Ukraine. That has never been fielded anywhere else. So they're really keeping the wraps on that. So maybe it includes those or some kind of British equivalent. Remember, both Boris Johnson and the Biden administration had announced that they were asking, defense contractors to come up with innovative ways and innovative things that they can use, that the Ukrainians can use on the battlefield. So that might include something we've never seen before. Lord only knows.
Weren't the Switchblades also pretty new when they were announced? Is it also not a pretty new? I seem to recall.
Yes, it's fairly new. It was as a fairly new system. The Switchblade 600, I don't think has ever been fielded in a combat scenario. So they were both fairly new, but I think the delay on the 600 was they were getting feedback, which is the best thing you can do. You field test it in an actual combat zone with actual, drone operators that have to worry about EW and other things. And the company took the feedback, and that's what delayed the Switchblade 600s. I think they reworked whatever bugs the Ukrainians figured out about discovered in the Switchblade 300. You learn and you adapt, and that's what happened with the 600s. And I think
I can guarantee you with 100% certainty that every single manufacturer of every piece of kit that's over there right now is taking notes. If they're not actively asking, if they're not actively asking the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense for notes on the equipment, they're probably asking the troops on the ground about it. And that goes for the M777s, the HIMARS, everything, because especially defense manufacturers, they want to know about those operational notes, like how does our equipment operate in battlefield conditions, right? And any improvements, any failures, any shortcomings, and all weapon systems are going to have various shortcomings. Like one of the ones with the NLAWs, the NLAW, she doesn't like to work when she's cold. She's a fair weather anti-tank missile, so it doesn't like the minus 40 and whatnot, so the battery doesn't last very long. And one of the things that the manufacturer did was improve the battery, and now there's a battery heater that comes with it. Before we go back to the discussion, Ricardo had his hand up for a hot minute, and I've never actually heard Ricardo speak, so this is going to be new for me as well. That was your cue, big guy.
Just while Ricardo tries to get the, can I just 10 seconds before Ricardo gets his finger on the button, I'll finish. We know from World War II that in times of war, innovation goes very fast. It's just, I wrote my first computer program in 1975, and I always worry that while you can kind of speed up the sort of riveting together of ships in about tenfold, I'm not sure you can do that with the software development process. So maybe this will be the first war decided by, who can program washing machine chips fastest. And we'll leave it there.
Okay, Ricardo. The moose
I
wants to hear
forgot.
you.
No, Battle Moose, I agree. Food is like, because I'm going to talk about food. So food is like the what you do and you get together with family. So I don't know how you shoot food over rockets or anything like that. But the other thing I was going to say actually is Joe King, send me that recipe of that stuff that looks like crap because I like to try it.
I'm sorry, who was speaking? I was Ricardo. Was it you?
Yeah, that was me. I mean, what you
Okay,
were
yeah,
saying,
I was
I
you.
like these Polish dishes because I make a lot of stuff. But no, I don't have anything. I don't have anything to say. I don't know anything about rockets and stuff. They just blow stuff up.
No worries. It's I do warn you, it takes a week to cook. So unless if you want to do it properly, and guys, never order. It's called bigos. You never order it in a restaurant because they don't make it the proper way. Because I mean, which restaurant is going to cook it for 7 days every night? Take it out to freeze it. So it looks, if it's orange, it's done the wrong way. It has to be, it has to be something between vomit or diarrhea.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've left some cabbage out for a week just to let it ferment. So yeah, I got you. But no, that was it. Battle Moose. I love you.
Yeah,
brother.
don't leave the cabbage out too long, because I've done some experiments where I want it a little bit stronger, so I let it ferment a little bit more, and it will turn to alcohol. Oh
Well,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
you'll get drunk off your sauerkraut. Yep, 100%. Trust me, I know. And you want to talk about being violently sick the next day? Oh my God. Joking. If you want to send me that recipe too, I'll give her a shot. And anybody else out there, if you have recipes, I'm a bit of an aspiring chef, and I'll give it a shot.
In
ferment some sauerkraut and have like a Russian LSD trip or something. I don't know.
In France, in Alsace, they call it choucroute, and they make it with wine. There's no need for anything to ferment. There's wine in it already, and it's a nice Riesling. So that's all.
Guys, we have a newbie. It's Arturs Gravitis. If you press on the little mic, the red little mic on the bottom left of your screen, you can speak to us, and I'm sure you have either a question or a comment to make. Go ahead, Arturus.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I used to that when I play my own, then you all that just accept me to talk. I never heard like I I can hear you can I can speak on the mic on the just pushing the button. But man, what I wanna tell you today. You know that all that today is like Ukraine. I remember that word. National Day today. Like 31 years today, they had they have like I remember.
Arturus, I'm gonna help you. Today is yesterday technically was Independence Day in Ukraine. Is it what you're trying to tell us?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay. Can I ask you where you're from?
I'm from Latvia.
From Latvia. Okay. You have to be careful because there's a lot of Estonians lurking around, but you're always welcome. Don't hesitate to if you want to participate to the conversation. You can always. Are you a veteran from the Latvian army?
I won't say that. I'm only like 31 years old, so I'm not like a veteran. But yeah, I remember that Soviet years.
Okay, Battle, you speak Latvian. Can you help me because I'm not sure I understand everything.
I think Arthur's the word veteran in particularly in British English tends to mean old rather than former military member. So.
Yeah, I'm not like a veteran. I was born
like
Eastern European, but I'm not a veteran. I
What-
was
what-
born when that Soviet Union died, like in something like that.
Have you served in the Latvian army military?
I am in the army, but it's my
okay.
free will.
Thank you. That was the question.
Okay, fantastic. Did you have a question for us or a comment you wanted to make?
I'm sorry. I was here like when you make a microphone on, that always was like a question for somebody, but right now I said everything I want to say. Sorry if I interrupt your question in your talkings. I'm sorry. I will be out. Sorry.
Arturus, please don't apologize. It's always a pleasure to speak with you. You can come back whenever you want. You know what? I'm going to give you a follow. Maybe even Battlemoose will give you a follow. So the next time, people will know that you're a good guy.
Yeah.
So
sorry, man. Sorry.
no, please stop apologizing, or I'll kick you out of the space. You're always welcome. Don't you worry, and don't hesitate to come back if you, or even to stay a bit longer if you think you can contribute to the conversation. Joe, where's Latvia again?
Oh, don't ask me. I don't know anything about geography. I'm from Eastern Europe, not like you guys from UK. Expert of geography.
Okay, thank you. Where were we? Oh yeah, cabbage. Did you know that the price of cabbage apparently has increased twofold and sometimes threefold in some part of Ukraine? No one cares about this. No one cares about the price of cabbage. Nick, what were we talking about? Rockets or cabbage?
I'd rather talk about rockets than cabbage.
How about cabbage rockets?
Excuse me, lady in charge. I've actually just tweeted a picture that has been passed to me via Telegram, which is the launcher system for the Vampire drone, which the United States is apparently passing on to Ukraine. So it's just a truck with a launcher on the back. But feel free to go and have a nose if that's what floats your boat.
Wait, the Vampire is a drone? I thought it was an anti-drone device.
Oh, it might be an anti-drone device then. Well, it looks like a rocket launcher on the back of a truck. It doesn't look terribly exciting, but I'm sure it is.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that nowadays a lot of weaponry doesn't go boom.
Yeah, and if any of the listeners out there are interested in drone or drone constructions, one of the friends of the spaces, Ryan O'Leary, is constructing drones for the Ukrainian military right now. They actually stood up their very own drone unit, and they're an official unit of the Ukrainian military now. Right now, they're constructing a drone with they're debating on whether to make the phallus explosive or not. But they're literally going to drop a bag of phallic symbols onto the Russians that may or may not explode.
I have been following that as it happens. George, do you have something to add?
Are you talking about exploding dildos?
I wasn't going to say it because we try to keep our space PG. But there was no holding Ryan back when he was on the space, and he basically outlined exactly the way they troll the Russians with essentially sex toys.
Oh my God. Anyway, I don't know if anybody knows, or maybe I missed it because I just joined the space maybe about 45 minutes ago, but the barbarians struck a Ukrainian passenger train outside the city of Dnipro, and so far there's 22 fatalities. I don't know if anybody's seen it. I did post something to the Nest about it, and yeah, they're. But where's Amnesty International? That's it's probably a Ukrainian with a slingshot nearby the train, right? That's what happened. That's why they attacked it. So I don't know if anybody has seen that. Has anybody heard of anything further? But
yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, we have the details were quite thin initially. It's difficult to judge exactly what happened based on based on the pictures, personally, I don't understand what the car is doing there. But beside the exactly how and where the strike seems to be confirmed. Again, it's unclear how they managed to hit a moving train, presumably. So there's quite a lot of questions on this one.
No, it was the train. Just to clarify, the train was not moving. It was coming into the station, and the car that there was a car there that was hit. Remember, they're aiming for the train station, and the rocket isn't I think it was a rocket attack. It's obviously not the most accurate thing, but unfortunately, it looks like it struck the train, a passenger car, and a house. I guess it was multiple rockets, whatever grads. I have no idea what they hit it with, but yeah, the train was. It was just they were aiming for the train station. That's what I just read about. That was an updated report about 7 minutes ago.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, indeed, it happened in the station. Yeah, as usual, it's quite bad. There's little we can do about it, except being outraged. On a positive note, apparently I owe Muckers an apology. It turns out, according to a listener who seems to know his stuff, the vampire is actually, so it is an anti-drone system, but it is not, as I thought, one of these EWs thing where you just press on the button and you've got some radio wave reaching to the sky and boom goes the drone. It's actually a rocket, a 17mm rocket that is able to shoot down the drone in a kinetic fashion. You see, Battlemoose, I know some military words as well, kinetic. And so, yeah, so basically, it seems to be an air defense, and there I quote the listener. Basically, it's air defense, especially for drones. So good, vampires. That's a good thing. Mockers, how many of those vampires are going to be around?
There's a 4 launcher on the back, so there must be 4 ammunitions on it, and it just says it can be installed on any car in like 2 hours. It doesn't say how many they're getting, so I'm guessing that number is currently not available. Otherwise, it would have told me that, I'm sure. I can check though.
Oh, yeah, check on vampires. That's going to be the easiest stuff to find on the internet. Google vampires. We have lost the moose. That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Nick, I thought you were on holiday. What are you doing
here? Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I thought you were on holiday.
I'm on holiday. I'm in the UK at the moment.
Okay, you're a weird fella. Going to the UK for holiday? That's strange.
Well, it's after 7 straight weeks of 32 Celsius every day minimum. It's actually quite nice to not be having to spend the whole day sitting around in my underwear. I apologise for the image that may have evoked with anybody, but that's how I tend to sort of spend much of my time when it's very, very hot in Parma. Yeah, so it's been nice to meet people and go around and see how the UK is supporting Ukraine. There's a decent number of Ukrainian flags up here on public buildings. I'm not certain that it's kind of on everybody's day-to-day concern list, but I think it's still, it's still around, and I think Boris Johnson's visit to Kiev today can only have helped. He is. I'm afraid I regard him as a politician a bit like a stop clock, but he's telling the right time on this particular issue.
I'm with you on that, Nick. Also, I have just looked at the official press release, and there is no number on the vampire combating drones missile thing. Sorry, my brain's not working at this moment.
Never mind. We're like you, without brain, and you're functioning very well for someone without a brain as well. I'd like to congratulate on, what is it? I think the spine is a little bit of brain matter. Joe, are you still around?
Yeah, but slowly, I guess, falling asleep.
Good, because I've got a question for you.
Oh no. Go ahead.
Can you explain to us quickly the economic history of Poland over the past 50 years?
Yeah, quickly.
And what I meant is, what is there? How did Poland manage to pull itself out of the quagmire it was in the 70s? And is there something that Ukraine can learn when reconstruction time is gonna come to their door?
Yeah, well, I don't know if we are such a good case to follow, because it's a very controversial subject, I'd say. So the plan was carried out by a guy called Balcerowicz with the help of several experts from, amongst others, LSE and Jeffrey Sachs as well. It was a very liberal approach. And what followed was basically, it was a bit of a Chinese experience. So one generation lost out on the experiment in order for the future to flourish. There was a lot of privatization because, like all of the Soviet-influenced countries, everything was owned by the government, by the state, and therefore it was very inefficient. So after '89, when everything started to change, one of the components of the economic plan was to privatize. What happened? Privatization was one of the key components, but in the case of Poland, unfortunately, you could say it succeeded, but on the other hand, it kind of failed because there was a lot of bribery going on. And what happened is something that it's now we call it the continuation of the communist power. To an extent, it was a little Russia experience. When you look at all of the oligarchs, how they made fortunes, they made it in the same way that many of the most the highest earners in Poland made their fortunes. So they bought companies at very low prices, and then they sold it to foreigners at much higher prices. So this is one of the aspects of the plan that was in place for Poland, privatization. And also what happened is Poland experienced a huge inflation to the extent that people became millionaires in a way. We also had a different money system back then, but sometimes the prices will gallop so fast that zeros would have to be added. What else? How did we manage to pull ourselves out? I guess what worked the most, not to brag about my countrymen, but in general, I think all of Eastern Europeans are very hard workers. So even now, when you look at hours spent compared to Western Europeans, people are working long hours, and in contrast to the stereotypes sometimes portrayed in the West, are really not slacking off. So and also you have to consider all the Eastern European countries. It's not just trying to make up for all those years of being under planned economies. It's also and thus trying to catch up with Western Europe. It's also trying to catch up after the destruction of the war. So not only have all the Eastern European countries have a worse start because many of the cities were demolished, but in addition to this start from zero, we had those years of communism that followed and also hampered the economy. But yeah, I guess we did something right, because now when you look at the stats, Poland is one of the fastest growing economies in Europe in spite of COVID. And it was also, I think it was the first European economy to go back to pre-corona growth rates. I think one of the main advices I would have for Ukraine when we start to think about doing some economic reforms is not to be as reliant on foreign experts. So yes, those are needed because you need an outside perspective, but you also have to, there has to be a balance. So a total reliance on foreign experts sometimes leads to not the best outcomes, because of course for foreigners, some of the foreigners will have the interest of their own countries more in in preference rather than the interest of the country that they are advising. And so yeah, I don't know if that made any sense.
No, it did. Thank you very much, Joe. I'm sorry to have bothered you exactly at the moment when you were about to sleep. I think we can continue the conversation a bit later. But yeah, I think a better understanding of the economic history of the region, all the things that went well, the things that did not go well, is also one of the challenges that we're facing in the coming few months, if we want to be to understand what's going on, and maybe even to help propose a few interesting stuff. Thanks a lot, Joe.
Just to add one more thing about Polish, what happened in terms of economic reform. It's so complicated and so controversial that even right now, people who were back then in charge of executing those plans haven't made up their mind whether it was the right path to follow or not. So there are still discussions in terms of whether what was done was the right way to go.
Well, I guess that's the sort of discussions we should have on the space. Discussions are good. Discussions are, well, they bring a lot of interest. Well, they are quite interesting, and they generate a lot of interest from left and right. So yeah, we should definitely have a quick discussion about the Polish model of in economics. But the one problem with Poland is that they always take the first bite at everything. You know, first to help themselves, or so they say. That being said, Muckers, are there things going pop that you've seen on the Russian side at the moment?
I do know that there's been smoke rising over Kherson today, which appears to be of Russian origin, and so I can probably dig some information out about that. I have also received a bit of information about the bridge. I'm trying to think which one it is. It's the one by the hydro power plant. You know which one I'm talking about, surely. Anyway, it's got some.
I'm sorry, wrong button. The dam of Novakoroska.
That's the one. Yeah, it's got some great big holes in it. Looking at the video.
The dam itself, or the bridge?
Oh no, just the road. Just the road. The curved bit of the road where it goes around to the side of the dam. Yeah, I would say you're probably not driving over anything. You're probably not driving anything bigger than a bicycle over it.
Well, and the good thing is that the Ukrainians are not fighting the Vietnamese army, so they don't have a bicycle-based logistics system.
That's very true. They don't. Although, that being said, have you seen the Ukrainians using the e-bikes, the ones which are basically silent, and they can just sort of pootle off down the road on them?
No, I haven't. I'm by principle opposed to e-bikes.
Oh, well, it was a month or so ago, but there was a video going round of them using these bikes, and apparently they were produced, and you know, the person who was creating them was in Ukraine at the time, and he started making extra ones to try for, you know, the armed forces if they were just like doing a recon mission or something like that. They can go in these very, very quiet bikes. But yeah, I'll see if I can dig out that video actually, because it was quite interesting.
But have you heard of those bikes again recently?
I've heard that they're still in use. I haven't seen any more videos.
Okay, that's good. That's at least the boys are having fun. Happy hunting. I guess, by the way, at the time of night, there's some hunting parties going for some orcish targets, which is good. Have fun, boys. Right. Let's see if there are interesting.
Well, there's apparently an egg factory in Russia. Let me read this. It says an egg packaging warehouse is on fire in Moscow. Okay, so it's an egg packaging. This is from Moscow. It's reported by the Ministry of Emergency Situations. 750 meters. Currently, the fire has been contained. There are no casualties. I've got video. It's an egg factory. So Ukraine's hitting egg factories now, according to Russia.
Have you not seen the Ministry of Accidental Russian Fires? It's a Twitter profile, and there's something on fire in Russia very regularly, all the time. In fact, half of Russia, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I know what you mean. This is an egg factory that's supposedly caught on fire by somebody smoking, I guess. There's videos of it, so it's crazy.
Yeah, they're always smoking in Russia.
If only we had a good ad break now, but apparently our friend Finance has decided that he had better things to do.
I'll post it in the nest, but you can delete it. It's kind of comical in my opinion.
Yeah, I can't do the advert like Finance does, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry.
Maybe we can cover, not cover, but restate the main informations of the day, the things that that you've remarked. Mucker, why don't you open fire? What's the main information that you'll remember for today?
Well, obviously, it's been an auspicious day, hasn't it? It's been the Ukraine, what do you call it?
Me, I probably call it exactly the same way as you.
No, I meant Independence Day. That's the one. Ukraine Independence Day. Sorry, I do struggle with finding words sometimes. My brain's not brilliant, but I've seen a lot of support. I've seen Ukraine receiving quite a few gifts for this birthday, and I think that's a fabulous thing that, the countries are still coming together and still pledging more and showing their support in a full and throated way. The unfortunate thing is there has been an awful lot of rockets fired at Ukraine today, including quite a lot towards the west of the country. There was air raid alerts went on the west of the country before anywhere else, then the whole of the country. You'll be glad to know those air raid alerts have finished now across the whole of the country, apart from the two areas which are occupied. I can't imagine why they would still have concerns. So I can only suggest that maybe they think it's HIMARS o'clock. And there have been some strikes today by Ukraine. They haven't been just sat back enjoying themselves, even though they should be able to. I really wish they could. But yeah, there's been certainly some counter-attacking going on, but I haven't seen anything major crop up just yet. But, the night is young.
Okay, and as in any good anniversary, there were a guest. At least one guest? Am I right?
Are you getting on about our friend Boris with the crazy hair?
The very one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's a great guy, I'll be totally honest, but in this, I fully support him. And the fact that he turned up and still hadn't brushed his hair didn't surprise me at all. But he was there showing his support, and for that, I am very grateful that he did. Somebody tweeted, Boris is in Kyiv, which means that Putin won't be able to shoot at Kyiv today. And I thought, well, I don't know why that would be the case. I don't think Boris walks around with a big shield across him, but I don't know. Maybe he does. I did hear somewhere that Boris had extended the nuclear shield to Ukraine from the UK. I don't know how true that was, but certainly I can't thank him enough for being this helpful towards Ukraine. At least he's done that right.
Really don't manage to press on the good button. Yeah, there was this. Did you follow the Ukraine initiative? No, sorry, the Kyiv initiative.
You're going to have to tell me about it, mate. I'm always here.
Nick, did you have a look at the Kyiv initiative?
Did I have a look at what? Sorry, I've got my ears. My ears are absolutely full of from when the plane lands, whatever they call it, when your ears get pressed in. They still haven't popped out. But what did I have a look at?
Something called the Kyiv initiative.
Nope. What is that?
Okay, so Domin spoke about it this morning. I was half awake, so I didn't catch it all. But it's an initiative with mostly the countries from Central and I want to say Eastern Europe. So at the very least, the Baltics, Poland, Romania, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary. Those I'm sure of. And they're so they're building this sort of a security alliance to prepare for the future. So it was a meeting of the different foreign ministers of those countries, and they're trying to generate a sort of I want to say an alliance within the alliance for those countries which have converging interest. And the thing that attracted Domin's attention, of course, is the presence of the Hungarian minister, whom you would not necessarily have expected in this meeting of choice. Like, it's not a NATO meeting. It's not anything of the kind. It is. It's a meeting of choice, and Hungary was there, implying that it was supporting this one initiative, unlike the others. And I have not heard much beside that. I was hoping that one of you had some idea about it.
From what I can see, they invited Hungary, which strikes me as extraordinarily stupid. But I mean, maybe they were just discussing the price of tea. I also don't see Bulgaria present. I'm not certain why Bulgaria would not participate if asked. I don't know. Maybe they're getting word from back channels from Hungary that yeah, actually Orban is on our side. He just kind of or maybe there's resistance. I don't know, within the Hungarian government. I doubt it, but I can't imagine what is doing that. But it seems I don't see a mention of Bulgaria unless that's being left off the list. Yeah, there's a map of the countries. I suppose Bulgaria is one more frontier removed from Russia. I mean, in principle, this is a great idea, but as I say, I hope that I'm discussing anything remotely sensitive while the Hungarians are in the room.
Okay. Okay. If no one is holding me back, I'm going to speak about my car and potentially even about the logistics of pallets in. Oh no, I know what I'm going to speak about. Mucker, are you sitting comfortably?
I sure am, mate.
All right. Nick, you're ready to provide supporting fire?
Possibly.
Fantastic. Ricardo, we're going to also need supporting fire. You're taking the left, Nick taking the right, and Mocker is high up on the tree, checking if we're not being spotted.
Roger.
Right. So there's if you have not had the opportunity to listen in the morning, you may have missed me raving about the new Deputy Secretary of the Treasury of the United States, a guy called Wally damn it, forgotten his name again. Yamado? I want to Yaminado, something like that. Nick, we can hear actually.
Wally Adeyemo, a good Nigerian.
Adeyemo, exactly. Thank you. I want to put the Y first. He's pretty great. Yesterday, he managed to write. I'm sorry, Nick. I'm just gonna mute your mic because I can hear myself. He managed to write a letter to the Turkish Chamber of Commerce, telling them basically, guys, you're gonna need to stop trading with Russia now or else. And that was the first step. So that got us pretty much riled up. We immediately liked the guy, we liked his, what he was doing. Some people mentioned that it may not be so influential as a move because the main exporters towards Russia at the moment are probably very small exporters who just buy stuff that are in Turkey, don't order them from Europe directly. And as a result, they're not really part of the Chamber of Commerce, and so that letter will not have an impact. But there's also probably a level of self-organization within the Turkish trading community, so they might still get something done, because honestly, I don't think the main Turkish trade actors want the US Department of the Treasury to get too close from their business. So they're going to tell those guys who are presently making a small fortune by trading with Russia, guys, that's very nice, but now you're going to stop it, and you're going to stop it now, because big boys are not very happy. So we can hope for this. And that already would have been great. But today, the Wall Street Journal has told us that he went even further. He participated to a number of initiatives to tighten the loose ends that the sanction system had left. One of the main ones was relative to banking system in India, which also received the attention of the US Treasury Department, and apparently it is starting to work. One Indian bank, whose name unfortunately is eluding me at the moment, but which is at 49% owned by Gazprom Bank, is now being isolated by its neighbors. No other Indian bank is accepting to trade and to play nice with that bank. So that's the sort of what they're calling secondary sanctions that are imposed on entities that otherwise could avoid the US and Western sanctions, but at the moment are still being impacted by it. Interesting. So there, and then it did a number of other things like that. So the US government, the US administration is taking some serious steps to not only pass sanctions, but also making sure that they have an impact. Another step in that direction is the fact that the United what they call them, United Arab Emirates, which until now were an important place for the skirting of sanctions. We saw it, for instance, recently in the exports of Indian BMWs, so from India to Russia, and those BMWs were going through Dubai before being re-exported toward Russia. So an important trading place for the sanctioned skirters, and the authorities over there have decided that there will be no more cargo planes going to Russia. So anything that could be fitted into a cargo plane and sent to Russia is not going to be able to go there anymore, which is also a very, very good news. And I would say very important news, because unlike Turkey, to an extent, unlike China, unlike even India, the United Arab Emirates were a close ally to a number of European countries, as well as the United States, importing a lot of advanced military gears. And it could have been a source of leakage of from the Western military industrial system to Russia, and this might have been one of the main paths where you would have found European night visions or this sort of things set on the new Russian tanks, and this will not happen because that port of entry has also been closed. So all this are, I would say, excellent news. Yeah, that's the sort of things we talk about during the European Day, and which I wanted to bring to our friends of the European Night or of the American Day. Thank you, Nick, for helping me with the name of Wally Amenoda. Amenoda? Did I get it right?
No.
Damn it. We call him Wally.
Go to bed, Ben.
Yeah, I will.
Hello, Joseph. You've come up. Did you have something to bring us?
Just here to try to get Ben to go to bed, I think.
I think that's probably a good idea.
That name again, Wally Adeyemo. Adeyemo.
There you go. It's always down to Nick to save us. Well, I'm going to be off to bed soon as well, I'm afraid. But before I go, I just wanted to give a very quick roundup of a few things that I've been spotting today. As it is Ukrainian Independence Day, or has been, there was quite some partisan action. I believe a gentleman called Igor Shushko. Sounds familiar, that name. However, he came to an unfortunate end, shall we say. Let me just go and find his details. I always have to go and check my own flipping account.
Is it the mayor of Mykolaiv, the village of Mykolaiv, something like this?
Yeah. Well, apparently he had a car bomb under his seat. Can't imagine how that got there, can you? And there is a nice little video that the Special Kherson Cat has tweeted out, showing a little video of a car blowing up and then rolling to a stop. That does appear to be the car that he was in, so good times. And then on top of that, the resistance movement has been sending greetings from Mariupol, Kherson region, Kharkiv, Donetsk and Luhansk by raising flags in those areas. There was apparently also a Ukrainian flag and some fireworks set off in Crimea. So that's something else that's been happening. I just went back to that dam and tweeted out the video of it with all the holes in the Kovsky, I can't say that, hydropower plant. It's definitely broken. So if you want to see that video, I've tweeted it out. With regards to other things, I know that the Tomac, or I think that's how you say it, in the Zaporizhia area, that was blown up ammunition dump last night, and that was still popping this morning apparently. So bit of extra fireworks there for Ukrainian Independence Day. That's all I found on a quick scan. So obviously there's been a few things happen in the other direction today, and the main one of those is the train that's been hit, but we don't even know if they were actually aiming for the train, considering their aim is ridiculously bad. So I think they were probably aiming for the train station, and it was very bad timing. However, there are indeed 22 confirmed dead there, and plenty of people in hospital. So it's not all been very nice day, I'm afraid. But on that happy note, I'll pass you over to Joseph.
Thank you, Markers. Great to have you on as a co-host, and it's good to have Ben go to bed, and also you go to bed. And we turn over to the North Americans, of which there is me, I guess. And Nick, you're an honorary North American for now. And thank you, Ricardo, for also being up here. So I don't know, John's busy at school now. It's going to be we definitely need to fill our roster of co-hosts, I think, to especially for this time. So I don't know. Hopefully we'll get some more people involved in helping out. But yeah, I think Mockers gave a good summary of what's been going on today. Of course, because of Ukrainian Independence Day, which at this point was yesterday, sort of ended. There's been a lot of news about that, right? It's been a lot of I don't know, sort of, for lack of a better term, kind of symbolic stuff, or videos of Ukrainian flags all over the world. A lot of people showing support internationally for Ukraine. Ukraine did have like a little bit of a demonstration, or like a parade, for lack of a better term. It was done with drones, like the Ukrainian flag was like carried by drones. So yeah, kind of some cool news from Ukrainian Independence Day. But yeah, if anyone does want to come on up and talk about what's been going on in Ukraine the last 24, 48 hours or so, I haven't been super plugged in. So yeah, please do come up and share. George, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening and good morning for those in Europe. But anyway, yeah, so today Boris Johnson, or as the Ukrainians call him, Borismir Johnsonenko, showed up in Kyiv. And, after he showed up, nothing was launched toward Kyiv. Imagine that. And I know some people will say that's not because Boris Johnson was there. Well, the acting prime minister or ex-prime minister, or whatever you want to call him, the Russians are crazy, but they're not that crazy. I'm sure they didn't want to take a chance and give the crazy Brits any opportunity to get into what they call a good fight, right? So I know, unfortunately, they hit other places, but Kiev was definitely not on the target list after Bojo was there. What do you think, Joseph?
It's a good question. Yeah, so Boris Johnson did visit. Of course, he's I would say just very popular among Ukrainians, at least from my impression of the reaction from like the Ukrainian internet. I'll put it that way. I haven't seen like a lot of negative or really any negative words about him. Yeah. So anyway, I think or I should say, I think he did arrive. He was there receiving some kind of it was like a plaque. It's called the Walk of the Brave. I'm not really sure exactly what it is, but it's some kind of a Ukrainian.
It's an avenue of they call them avenue, pretty much like an avenue of heroes, and what it is it's going to have a plaques of all the foreign leaders and dignitaries that visited Kyiv, Ukraine, and pledged support. And I think the first one to get his plaque yesterday was the prime minister president. I'm sorry if I'm using the wrong terminology. The Polish leader Duda got his plaque yesterday, and Boris Johnson got his today.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I see. That's a cool idea. So yeah, there's going to be a lot more foreign leaders. Of course, there've been quite a few that have visited Ukraine. Of course, I guess Macron, maybe even Draghi and Schultz will get one. I don't know how that would go down. But of course, a lot of the Baltic countries, the Finnish PM, I also believe visited. I know the Estonian. Anyway, the Romanian president has also visited. Anyway, yeah, a lot of heads of state in Eastern Europe and Central Europe have visited. So yeah, I think that's a great idea for Ukraine to do this Walk of the Brave, and it's good that Boris got one. I know Nick Nick has some opinions about Boris Johnson, so please go right ahead, Nick.
It's interesting in the UK, the name of Tony Blair is about as popular as that of Boris Johnson, but in Kosovo, he's absolutely a national hero, and in fact, there are lots of 22-year-old Kosovo men who are named Tony Blair when they were born in this 98-99 time frame. TONIBLER, transliterated into Albanian. So and I don't know if there are any Bill Clintons, but that would be roughly the equivalent. Of course, Boris Johnson already has a kind of Slavic name. I don't know whether do Ukrainians use the name Boris, maybe with a Y in the English transliteration of it. But I wouldn't read too much into the fact that I don't think that on its own necessarily stopped the Russians bombing Kyiv today. Kyiv is a very, very, very big place, and they could quite easily bomb most of the outer suburbs if they wanted to without much danger of hitting him, and they probably didn't know he was there or when he was going to be arriving. So I wouldn't necessarily, the fact that something doesn't happen, well, as we know from our basic syllogisms that we learnt in high school, that doesn't mean that we would be denying the antecedent, which is a logical fallacy we all try to avoid, do we not, boys and girls? I recall that when the president of the European Commission was in Odessa, they did fire rockets at Odessa, and he had to take shelter. So, and I don't think if they had blown up the British Prime Minister, I doubt if the UK would have launched Trident missiles at Moscow either. These things I don't think work like that in terms of personalities. Everybody's keen not to escalate, I think, but I don't think it enters much into anybody's calculations. It seems that the Russians have not launched huge, massive Independence Day raids today. There was probably no military reason to do so. The war goes on. Russia has to deal with its increasing problems and increasing logistical issues. But I wouldn't read too much into the bombing, or into them not bombing a particular city. That's, we tend to read too much into timing when something does happen, when someone does get blown up, or when someone's car does explode. But trying to interpret when something doesn't happen, it's always consistent with 100 different explanations, including perhaps the one that we want to make. But that just enables us to tell stories at the pub. And I think there's a place for that. And I think there's a place for that in this space. But with the acknowledgement that it is very much, telling ourselves stories.
Yeah, I think those are some good points, Nick. I know there was like a sort of buildup of S-300 systems and Russian aircraft in Belarus, and there was like a lot of speculation about. I would say it was a pretty good assumption that this stuff would probably be used in some type of terror strike or whatever we want to call this, on Ukrainian Independence Day. That was kind of the operating assumption. It seems like that kind of hasn't happened. So it is like a good question, like why it hasn't. But I think, as you pointed out correctly, I think the most simple explanation is probably the correct one, that for whatever reason they lack the capability to do it. They decided maybe that because this would be presumably Kyiv would be why you would stack your forces there, maybe Lviv, but the presumption would be maybe Ukrainian air defense is maybe too strong, or there's other things. I know they did shoot some stuff down yesterday. So yeah, good question. Good points, Nick. Go ahead.
I mean, maybe the right kind of bits of equipment haven't all arrived yet, and in 3 days' time there will be some huge barrage, and then again we'll have the choice. We can either say, well, this was intended for the 24th and it was just the late thing, or we can go and find out that 8/27, when you take away the number you first thought of and apply the Julian calendar, comes out to mean something. We'd all love to be able to interpret this, but it's I don't think that even if Putin knows down to that level of detail what's going on, and I suspect he doesn't. You hear these reports. Putin is interfering in big battalion level decisions. I suspect he probably isn't. I suspect the Russians have enough complexity in their command structures. It makes a great story that this is all going wrong because Putin is this terribly inefficient, dictator, etc. But the Russians are still there. The Russians are still there, and we keep getting told how terrible they are and how useless they are and how there's hardly any of them left. Well, they're still there. They're still there. So they're doing something right in military terms. And we tend to sort of go, ha ha ha, and it's good again in the pub, and it's good for morale, and it's good that we tell ourselves that Ukraine is going to win. But let's not go around, this idea that these people are just like permanently incompetent the whole time. Let's laugh when we see them being incompetent, but let's not take away from the fact that they have an enormous amount of firepower and the capability to kill a large number of people. And a moderately well-trained officer corps with its own problems, I'm sure. But
you're giving them too much credit, Nick. You're giving them way too much credit, and you're undercutting. I understand you're British, but let me give you this perspective. No one knows their reputation outside their neighborhood till you walk outside your neighborhood. And let me tell you something. The British have a bigger reputation of someone you don't want to tangle with outside of Britain. And I'm going to tell you right now, you might underplay the fact that Boris Johnson was there, but Putin and the Russians aren't suicidal either. And they saw that response years ago just on two rocks, the Falklands Islands. They know what the British determination is. And you might not think that maybe if, let's say, Boris Johnson had been killed, that it would make a response. I guarantee you would see several thousand ex-British soldiers joining the fight in Ukraine. And the Russians definitely do not want that. And Putin is remember, one of the greatest high commands and talk about officers was the German army. Yet Hitler was the one pushing battalions and brigades on the map. So don't underestimate the intelligence that this is what Putin's doing, because some of the attacks that they're committing to blindly, there's no officer in any army, including the Russian army, that would sign off on that unless the big boss. Remember, you're thinking that the Russian army is run like a Western army. It's run like the mafia. Putin's the boss, and when the boss wants it done, it gets done. That's what you're not seeing here. You're putting Western traditions and Western ideals in the Russian army. They are a mafia. They're run like the mafia, and the results are what you get when you have someone that's pushing irregardless. Doesn't matter how many people die. Doesn't matter. I want this objective. Look at what they did the other day in Bakhmut. They got absolutely annihilated, but they kept pushing BTGs in there, banging their head against a rock. That's the Russian army. It's not an army, as Malcolm Nance has said time and again. It's a mongrel horde. That's it is. It's a Russian horde, and their officers are there just to push the directives from the ones at the top. There's no initiative. If they're told to cross that, to build a pontoon bridge, and it gets blown up, but they're told to build one, they keep trying to build it. Look at Chernobyivka. How many times has that airbase been hit? They keep moving things there like automatons. Let's not give them credit where credit is not due. And I'm pretty sure that Putin's the one directing this right now, and that's why they're getting the shitty results they're getting. Because no officer would be directing it like this. No officer in their right mind, anyway.
So I think you guys both make good points, right? I think there's like maybe a balance here that is a little bit nuanced, but it's important, right? And because if we just say that the Russian army is completely incompetent, they're a bunch of idiots, they have absolutely no idea what they're doing, which, I mean, in and of itself is sort of true. Like, I think that we've heard a lot of military experts come on here and say something to that effect. And, I'm not discounting, George has military experience under his belt. Like, that's his analysis of it as a military person. I'm not trying to undercut that at all. But I would say that there is like another truth, which is, of course, that the Russian army is large and it has a lot of equipment. And I wouldn't say it has some competent leaders, but there are some leaders who know how to use the system to achieve results better than others. We'll maybe put it that way. And Ukraine has had to be tremendously clever and capable and use what they have very wisely and carefully to manage the successes on the battlefield they have, right? So if we go too far to say the Russians are completely incompetent, we risk like undercutting Ukrainian achievements. But if we go too far and say the Russians are like these, 10-foot tall super soldiers, then of course we sort of play into Russian, misinformation about their own capabilities and things. So I think there's like a middle ground there. I think both of you obviously aren't on either extreme of that, but there's just kind of a little bit of like, two different, seeing it two different ways maybe. But we can go back to this discussion. I just want to let Carolyn in here real quick. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Hey, Joseph, and all. It's really a discussion point, I think, from today. Did you see the news that so the Ukrainian government have was in the Kyiv Independent, and then the original link went through to Ukrainian, which I couldn't translate. But they've put in an urgent request to the European Court of Human Rights to regarding the Azov prisoners. And I'm aware that the decision was made it was the 16th of March, I think it was, for Russian would no longer be in the Council of Europe. And I'm thinking, Nick, you're here as well. That's a discussion point to bring up. And that comes into effect, I believe, on the 16th of September. So I'm wondering what sort of teeth this has, of this request, to give information about prisoners in captivity and for urgent medical care, given that, they don't even recognise the Geneva Convention. What are people's thoughts on that? On that?
Well, the limitation here is that the ultimate sanction that the Council of Europe could impose on a member state that refused to abide by its commitments to the European Convention on Human Rights would be to expel them. So it's all pretty academic at this stage. The European Council of Europe, certainly, and the Court of Human Rights do not have any enforcement mechanism other than getting the foreign ministers of all the other member states to give the foreign minister of whichever state is in default a very hard stare. So there's an assortment of things on paper in terms of international law, but in terms of anything actually happening, not least also because, well, not least, in addition, is that according to Russia, the Azov prisoners were put on trial by something called the Donetsk People's Republic, I believe, which doesn't even exist according to everybody else. And the European Convention on Human Rights is fairly clear. You take to the court, or you make a complaint against a member state that has infringed your human rights. Now, this is quite interesting because it's taking place on the territory of Ukraine. Quite clearly, Ukraine's doing it all it can not to infringe their human rights. But the situation of the occupied territory, I think, is something that the convention doesn't even consider, because the whole principle of the Council of Europe is how we're going to run peacetime Europe and show that we've moved beyond the Second World War. So even if Russia hadn't been expelled, and even if this deadline of the 6 months, the 16th of September, meant anything, no, there's nothing that the European Convention or Court of Human Rights can do in practical terms. It might be that the judges of the court might issue some kind of statement of admissibility of the case. I'm not quite sure what happens at the 6 month thing. It may well be actually quite embarrassing, because they may have to issue a statement saying this is nothing to do with us. And I would hope that at other political levels, the Council of Europe would be making it clear why, yes, the court can't do it because it's no longer jurisdiction, but of course, the Council of Europe is solidly behind Ukraine. But in practice, the European Convention of Human Rights, the European Court, is not going to be able to do anything here for a combination of legal and practical reasons.
Yeah, I agree. I think it did seem fairly toothless when I saw that today. But and even going forward, should there be any illusions in years to come of joining back in, there's yet more paperwork, I guess, as you would say, as to why joining again would be very, very much an uphill struggle. But yeah.
I think it's out of the question for you. I think it's out of the question for Russia to join, almost any aspect of the civilized world until they've had, 10 years and 3 democratic changes of power, under what look like normal electoral conditions. I don't think anybody's letting them back in any time soon. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. They're not coming back into the civilized world, I hope, for a long time. And actually, one of the questions for the West. One of the questions for the West is when, supposing that happened, supposing Putin went tomorrow, supposing there was, the beginnings of what looked like a proper civil society and a proper democratic, and proper multi-party democracy in Russia, how long would it be before we trusted them? Not least because they could, of course, at almost any moment, go back to where they were. This is a country that has authoritarian tendencies, a very long tradition and a very short tradition of democracy. So that's going to be, this is going to be something. I'm 61 years old, and I don't expect this to get resolved in my lifetime.
Well, no, indeed, and I think, and I had an earlier rant and a conversation about it earlier today. Effectively, I think in my eyes, it's a failed state, and it would. I wouldn't envisage it being in any sort of state going forward. And just to confirm for everyone, it was purely a theoretical thought around why do what is the utility of doing this and putting this forward to the European Court of Human Rights, given all else that there is to do.
Lawyers have things to do to fill their day. You could say every little helps. You could say, if you can get the European Court of Human Rights to say this is a bad thing, then it's all little bits of putting your stone on the can. But as long as it doesn't detract from anything else, but I don't see that it necessarily does. It's just one of those things that isn't going to make much of a practical difference. But I think we all have those things in our lives where we say, look, from the principal point of view, I want to do this, and the actual, is it going to change anything? No. Should we do it? Probably. Why not?
I think that I would, from a kind of legal perspective, I do like an audit trail. So I think that there is some utility in creating an audit trail, even if you know that any penalties that would be due.
Yes, I mean, when at some point some people are going to end up in The Hague, probably not Putin, but at some point some people are going to end up in The Hague, and on one of the pages of the indictment, it will say the European Court of Human Rights found that ... and that will be part of demonstrating that we in the West do things properly, do things by the rule of law, and use the institutions that we have available to us. So yeah, I don't think it's kind of I don't think it's taking ammunition away from the front. I think it's part of what we have to do when we build our societies and we say, look, this is how we're going to go about solving these kind of problems, despite the fact that on any given day, it isn't necessarily going to make progress. And I think part of being a mature civil society is understanding that sometimes you do the right things, even if you don't get 10 minutes later immediate legal or any other form of gratification. So I admire whoever's doing this from that point of view. It's the right thing to do. We should stand by them, but let's not pretend that this is actually going to make that much of a difference on the ground.
Absolutely, yeah. No, that was useful to talk about. It's about the principles and sticking to principles. Yeah, thanks for that. I'm glad you were up, Nick, because I thought of you to discuss it with. I shall be stepping down. Good night, everyone, and good day, North America. Have a nice day, evening, or morning, wherever you are. Thanks, everyone.
Feel free to DM me anytime if you want to go into that in more depth.
I shall do. Thanks. Night, all.
As someone with an empty panel right now, I insist you guys do that on air. But yeah, thank you very much, Carolyn. Do appreciate that. Yeah, it was a good discussion, Nick. So that's some maybe an important development in terms of maybe the history of international law, but maybe practically speaking, as you said, probably not going to change much of the situation. But yeah. But if anyone wants to come up and discuss any particular news going on in Ukraine right now, otherwise, I guess there's maybe 3 or 4 articles that have come out. It seems like there is some media attention given to Ukraine in the last 24-hour, 48-hour news cycle, just because of the Independence Day and just some various news that's kind of coalesced. Right, the assassination of Dugina, I think, got a little bit of mainstream play. So there's quite a bit of news coverage. So I think the couple articles I was looking at, The Economist, I think, continues to have kind of bad takes on the Russian economy. I'm not an expert on it, so I'm not going to dive super deep into it. But they recently released an article that sort of is trying to say that the sanctions are, or we'll say Russia's exceeding expectations in terms of how bad the sanctions would affect their economy, but their data points, I think, are not good. They're sort of conflating the Russian state budget and the budget of the Russian government with sort of the health of the overall economy. Yeah, so I think that's like not really a particularly useful thing. I think also, I don't know exactly their methodology for reading into the Russian economy, but the tea leaves are kind of you know, difficult to read in that economy. There's a lot of made up numbers. There's a lot of you know, hang on, we got something coming up here. There's a lot of you know, just ways of presenting information that they're going to try to put it in the best light possible and so forth. So I just wonder kind of how they're getting the information, and they seem to be conflating some data points, and that is maybe to me doesn't ring true. But I'm not an economics expert, so hopefully we'll get finance and maybe Ben and some others to get a stronger look at it. There are a couple of more positive articles, though. There was one from the Atlantic Council, A Strong Ukraine's the Best Solution to Europe's Russia Problem. I think the headline kind of speaks for itself. Pretty detailed article that kind of brings home our message that we constantly talk about, that this is obviously a positive development helping Ukraine for the security of Europe more broadly. Anyone who can't see that, I don't know what they're smoking. But anyway, then of course we have one more article. I believe it's from Politico. I just pulled it up. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, there was an article on Politico. It seemed generally positive. I wasn't able to read it because it kind of just popped up, but it seemed generally positive about the current situation militarily for Ukraine, and talked about kind of ongoing support. I think it was like Biden prepares for like the long war in Ukraine, and it talked about the U.S. seems to be kind of adopting a new strategy about trying to get long-term contracts awarded to Ukraine for the production of weapons to sustain it for a long-term situation. So, you know, pretty much good news. I mean, I understand that it's like, you know, we are preparing for a long war. That's like not 100% good news. But I mean, the fact that countries like the United States and hopefully others in Europe see this as something an effort that needs to be sustained, we'll put it that way, is probably a positive development. So with that, I see Mr. Whiskers is joining us. Welcome, Mr. Whiskers. Do you have anything you wanted to add? Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I think Mr. Whiskers is just here to be quiet. That's fine. The panel's quiet anyway. But yeah, so those are the kind of three articles I saw in terms of mainstream coverage right now of Ukraine. Again, I think it's probably related to just independent stuff. There was also a Vice news story released about a band that did a concert in Ukraine. I don't know the band, actually. It's like Gogol something. But yeah, so some generally good coverage. But overall, that's kind of seems to have overshadowed some of my like military news sources. There were some attacks on basically in the Bakhmut area and in the south. As far as I know, Ukraine was able to repel all of them. And yeah, there was a strike. Oh, sorry, Gogol Bordello was playing a secret gig in Ukraine. I think they did it for the Ukrainian Armed Forces. And yeah, it's kind of like, I guess, kind of a big thing in the punk world. I'm not really too deep into that, but I think Vice desperately trying to you know, reach for their authentic roots in some way, maybe going for a punk culture story. So good for them, I guess. Anyway, yeah, so lots of coverage, I guess, to just briefly summarize. But yeah, that's the broad military news. Some partisan activity that Mockers brought up a little bit in Melitopol and of course Kherson area, and there was a major strike, or I guess a strike by Russia on a train station in sorry, I forget the name of the place, but yeah, it's quite a few dead. It seems pretty, yeah, I don't know, pretty severe. I hope everyone's okay from that, or that they can save as many people as possible. I'll put it that way. But yeah, just trying to find any news stories that I might be forgetting about. Sorry, the area was called Chaplina. So yeah, that's the main stories I'm aware of. But yeah, if anyone wants to come up, please press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. press the little heart icon in the center and raise your hand on the right. We'll do our best to answer your questions. One thing I was going to do is look up who our upcoming guest speakers are. So, we got Chef Zhenya coming. That's good news. We've got, a firefighter. Cool. Okay, so we've got Wednesday. That's today. No, that already happened. Okay. So that means the next upcoming guest is going to be tomorrow, Thursday, August 25th at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's New York time. We've got Olga Tokaryuk. She's an independent journalist based in Ukraine. She's a non-resident fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. She'll be here again at noon, New York time. So looking forward to that. Then we also have on Friday, August 26th, so day after tomorrow, Fire Chief of the 11th Fire Station in Kharkiv. He's a major of the Civil Defense Service. He's Roman Kachanov. He is featured in the PBS documentary Ukraine, Life Under Russia's Attack. So we're very much looking forward to him. I'm sure a lot of people have some questions for what it's like to be a firefighter in a city like Kharkiv right now. I'm sure it's a very difficult job. And those guys are absolutely heroes. You know, we don't hear a ton about them, but every day we hear about a Russian strike somewhere, right? Those are the guys that have to go in. They have to go into that rubble. They have to bring people out. They have to fight fires, sometimes in urban areas where there might be, dangerous chemicals or things that might cause secondary detonations. There is, of course, always the possibility that a country like Russia is going to do the double tap technique, which is where you hit something and then you wait for the maximum amount of response from emergency services by Ukraine. So you get the medical staff there, you get the firefighters there, then you hit again so that you kill all those people, right? So that's something that Ukrainian firefighters have to deal with every day. And those guys are really brave. And so we're looking forward to having an actual Ukrainian firefighter from Kharkiv coming to speak with us. Then, of course, my favorite, Chef Zhenya, will be coming to visit us. Chef Zhenya Mikhailenko. He is a chef who has owned and operated restaurants in the U.S. and in Ukraine, maybe some other countries I'm not aware of. He's specialized in ramen. That's kind of his main business in terms of his restaurants. But he, since the full-scale invasion, he's been cooking for Ukrainian Special Forces units. So he's I don't know, just a cool guy. I don't know. Last time he came up very briefly to talk about something Ben said about eating flowers, I think, like eating dandelions or something. And it was a great conversation with him in terms of, I don't know, he just has a lot of insights into Ukrainian culture and history and just kind of what's going on. So very much looking forward to having Chef Zhenya back on in a formal capacity. And that'll be Saturday, and that'll be at 11 a.m. New York time. So just once again, very briefly, our guests will be Thursday, August 25th, noon Eastern time, Olga Tokaryuk. Friday, August 26th, 1 p.m. Eastern time, Roman Kachanov. And Saturday, August 27th, 11 a.m. Eastern time, Chef Zhenya Mikhailenko. So those are our upcoming guests. Ricardo, please go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate you promoting those. Olga, which I've been talking to, I'm sorry, she's going to be here tomorrow, and we just had this committee, this Kyiv agreement. She is based in Kyiv, and I think that she's going to be able to add a lot of context to what was discussed in that. She's a journalist. She is based there. There's probably some other topics that we might want to discuss that's going on, but I think her timing just turned out to be providential because of what just happened this week there in Kyiv or in that area. But hopefully she's going to add some context to these meetings that we've had or they've had. I feel like it's we do that all the time. But that they've had there in Ukraine. And I'm looking forward to the chef. We had a good conversation with Olga and several people today, and I think Nick was even there. We discussed cuisine and I think that's going to be great. So I think that's great that you promoted that. And the other thing is, there's a lot of spaces up. I mean, this is a good time for you guys who may be a little shy to come up and just ask some questions, and just I know that sometimes it's intimidating when we have some of these subject matter experts up, but now would be a good time if you have questions, just come on up. And then the last thing I'd like to say is, I mean, we're still promoting Myriad. Joseph could tell you a little bit more about it. We're non-affiliated, but you know, we support them. What we do is just try to support them and get guests on here that actually support as well. So that's about all I had to say, Joseph, and I'll just give it back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Ricardo. Yeah, so MryiaReport is a charity. So we are completely separate from them. We don't meet with them. We don't coordinate with them in any way. They are focused on non-lethal procurement of aid to Ukraine, or I should say the procurement of non-lethal aid to Ukraine. That's probably a better way to say it. That's like all they focus on. They, of course, have a website, MryiaReport.org. I encourage everyone to go check it out. They've had successful deliveries of equipment to Ukraine. Because they are very well connected to several of the actual units fighting in Ukraine right now. Many of the people who sort of founded and work at MryiaAid.org participated in Operation Unifier. So that was the Canadian program to train up Ukraine's military because of what happened in 2014. So the people working at MryiaAid know a lot of the units fighting on the front lines in Ukraine right now, and it kind of just started as an informal effort by them to try to get them what they needed, right? But over time, it's been more formalized, and we saw what they were doing. Everything that they do is volunteer based, right? They don't have any people that work at the organization that take a salary. They don't have like a company cell phone that's paid for. It's all completely volunteer, and they're just focused on getting every penny of every donation to procuring the aid and sending it to Ukraine. So people like me and Ben and Carolyn and others look at that and they go, wow, like that's really impressive. It's not an organization like the Red Cross, that seems to be talking out of both sides of their mouth and not wanting to offend donors or something, and not wanting to limit their access or whatever. They were focused on one thing. It seemed like they were doing a great job. So we sort of started the MryiaReport as a way to, or focus on doing the MryiaReport as a way to promote what they're doing. That's kind of the way we've chosen for people who want to try to help with tangible, like monetary support. We think that's a great way to do it. There are, of course, a lot of great Ukrainian organizations out there. We don't want to, detract from any of those, but we think the way that MryiaAid has gone about handling the procurement and delivery of important equipment, especially things like drones, which we've had people on here from MryiaReport, which is the Ukrainian drone unit, and they're helping to procure drones for them. Right now, they're working on getting some vehicles, some up armored civilian vehicles to Ukraine to help with various military things. So. Of course, they've also helped get some medical surgery to Ukrainian soldiers who have been wounded in combat, and then of course just trying to get shipping containers full of things that Ukrainians need, things like hemostatic bandages, so, right, the good bandages, tourniquets for severe bleeding, body armor, thermal vision, night vision. That stuff's really vital. We hear lots about different units needing different types of thermal and night vision. It's really important for them to be able to see, especially at night. Then, of course, firefighting equipment, mine disposal equipment, all that stuff's vitally important. All types of non-lethal aid. They work really hard. We just do our best to promote them and what they do. We aren't working with them directly, but that's kind of the charity we support here. And our job is to kind of provide a 24-hour space dedicated to discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine, discussing any developments, any news. We try to get guests on, prominent guests who might have some subject expertise that might be able to give us some more broad perspective on specific stuff going on in Ukraine. And of course, most importantly, we try to get people on the ground in Ukraine. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to have two great guests from Ukraine coming up this week. We're going to have a firefighter in Kharkiv, and we're going to have a journalist in Kyiv. And so, yeah, that's the kind of thing we try to do. We try to give people, real on the ground perspectives from Ukraine, try to promote Ukrainian voices, and then try to get experts who might be able to speak to other subject matter, like, different types of weapon systems and military things and things like that. So that's kind of the goal here. That's what we're trying to do. Just promote the great work at MryiaAid.org and try to keep the discussion about Ukraine going. And it hasn't been that hard this week because there's been a lot of news, but sometimes it fades out of the conversation for a little bit. We try to keep the focus. So thank you very much, Ricardo, for giving me the opening to maybe explain that a little bit. Hopefully I tried to explain it clearly. If anyone does have any questions about who we are, what we do, how you can help, anything like that, please feel free to come on up. Prince, thanks for being so patient on my little rant here. Go ahead.
Well,
Oh, sorry, Ricardo, do you want to follow up? Go ahead.
Well, the last thing I was going to say is, and I see a couple people down that may know more than I do. We're also partnering up with Malcolm Nance, and you guys need to realize we have like 100 people now that are behind the scenes and that are working on this. This is a major effort that we do, and it is like Joseph said, it's all volunteer, but I don't know where Yehud is right now, but he could speak more on how we're partnering up with some other people like Malcolm Nance. And so this is getting larger. It's probably getting larger than we ever thought it would be. And we're very excited about that. And I think we're going to get some guests on that you guys are going to be surprised about.
Yeah, absolutely. And our sort of impressions, or I'm not a social media expert, but everyone on the back end who's been kind of analyzing how we've been doing, they say it's been very positive developments. So we want to thank everyone who listens and supports what we do. It's not possible without you guys. We really do appreciate it. We appreciate you retweeting the space. I am low-key asking you to do that right now, but just in all seriousness, like the fact that you guys promote everything we do, it really does make an impression. Our numbers have been really good. We've been getting a lot of listeners who are new and who might not have heard some of the stuff that's going on in Ukraine otherwise. So there's lots of ways to help. You can help, of course, Maria Aid if you have a couple of bucks to spare. It's always a great way to put it to use. But there's lots of ways to help, and by helping us spread our message, or even as Ricardo said, volunteering on the back end. There's lots of things we need. We need editors, we need co-hosts, we need people that can help with, I don't know, what else do we need, Ricardo? Do you know?
Well, I don't know everything, but I do know that if you want to volunteer, you can just contact Myriad. We are, or I believe they're still looking for people that have computer backgrounds in geo locations, and there's some other areas. And I think it's expanding out a little bit. I'm not in that realm. I kind of do the back end on another side, but yeah, I think that there's definitely people, if you have talents, if you feel like there's an area you can contribute, just contact any of us, and we try to get you on board. I mean, it is expanding out, and it is a great thing to be a part of. But I don't have the details on that side, but I do know that they're looking for people on with computer science, maybe in the areas of geolocation and geosciences.
Yeah, thanks, Ricardo. And yeah, just one last brief thing, and I'll turn it over to Prince. So we are separate organizations, as I said. Maria Aid does need volunteers as well. So you can go to their website. They have a little page that you can send in a thing if you're interested in helping them directly. Again, their focus is military procurement. That's basically all they do. They are branching into, as Ricardo said, as of now, working on a project involving satellite analysis, basically. And I wish I knew the technical details of that and specifically what they need. But the long and short of it is they're starting to partner up with some universities to in a very detailed way, using modern satellite analysis, document Russian war crimes in Ukraine. So that's a new project that's going on right now. So there's lots of ways to help, both Maria Aid and us. So yeah, you can contact either organization. But I will say this: when I first wanted to volunteer on here, I just sent an email to Maria Aid, and they were like, "What are you doing? We're not them." So yeah, just try to if you want to. There's lots of stuff we do, right? If you feel like you're good at talking or good at audio editing, things like that, then it's probably maybe helpful to volunteer with us. But if you're more helpful in the back end stuff that Maria Aid needs to do, like satellite analysis or military procurement or things like that, maybe go to Marie 8. So with that, Prince, I'm so sorry we took so much time. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, just want to make sure there's not background noise because I'm out in the garage and the air conditioner is running because it's evil hot here today. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Roman Karchinov who's coming up, the firefighter. There is a PBS Frontline documentary that Ryan has talked about frequently, and after Ryan talked about it, I went and watched it. And the way that documentary tells the story of Kharkiv and specifically this firefighter Roman and his family is very, very touching and very, very moving. I'm very excited to have him on. I shared a YouTube link. I just tweeted it out real quick, didn't even really say much other than it was a great documentary. I did have somebody tweet that they couldn't watch it, respond to me that they couldn't watch it, but I tweeted a US link that is in Ireland, he said. So I don't know if the links would work for everybody, and I think I DM'd it to you, Joseph. Just that it's a really good documentary to get a little bit of an idea of what this firefighter has been going through since the beginning, since February, and how he's been working so hard right on the front lines and being the first responder, one of the first responders to some of these awful and horrific attacks that we've seen. So I would encourage anybody to watch that if you have time between now and when he comes on Friday, and just so that you can have an idea too of what a hero this guy is, and how amazing his story must be. And you might come up with some questions to ask him from watching that. So I would just encourage people to take a little bit of time out. I think it's not even an hour long documentary, but it's very good and we're very, very well done. And I see you put a link to the to his card up in the nest, and I think there's a link to the documentaries there in that tweet. So anyway, just a little point to sort of expand and expound on him. So looking forward to that a whole lot.
Yeah, thanks, Prince. We really appreciate it, and yeah, definitely we please do everyone listening do promote our upcoming guests like this guy who's coming, Roman. There's so many Romans in Ukraine; it's hard to keep track. But yeah, Kocharov, is that the surname, Prince? Sorry.
I have no clue if I pronounced it correctly. I gave it a shot. And I don't know if you've talked to Ben. He shared a little bit of the format that's going to happen with the chef who comes to speak in the coming days also, about how he's going to pick some specific recipes and share those recipes and their ingredients, and where they're sourced and where they're from, um, and historically how they're used, and just really tell the story of Ukraine through the recipe and through the ingredients. So I think that's a very, very, very interesting way to do it, and I'm really looking forward to that, because when you get into the details of foods from different countries and their ingredients, and how they tell the story of the history of a country, can be very interesting and very impactful. So I'm looking forward to that one too.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Chef Shenya, I had a really great conversation with him when he stopped by last time, so I'm really glad there's going to be like a formal segment with him, and we're going to be able to give him lots of time. And I'm glad Ben was put in charge of it, not me, because it sounds like he's doing a lot more with it than I would have just been like, all right, come on at this time. So I'm glad Ben is going to be handling that. And as you said, I think he's a really, I don't know, just a really insightful guy. Like I just came up there, I was just asking him kind of dumb questions about food, and every answer was just really deep and insightful about sort of the history of Ukraine and like the cultural heritage of and how that's reflected in the food and things. So just yeah, really impressive guy. He knows a lot about kind of the American or Western, food culture because he spent so long, restauranting here. But then also, of course, very, very intimate knowledge of Ukraine and Ukrainian food. So I think it's just really good, does a great job sort of communicating that stuff to an audience like ours. So really looking forward to it. Any follow-up there, Prince?
Not that I can think of at this exact moment, but those were a couple of points that I thought I would try to expound on as you were sharing information to help you fill up a little bit of time, because it seems a little bit quiet. So I just thought expounding on those couple of points would be really a good thing to do.
Thanks, Prince. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it's nice to have a couple of people on the panel backing me up a little bit. So thank you. Raver, please go ahead.
Hey, I'm just getting on after work, and saw a video of an absolutely massive MLRS launch. Do we have any details on that?
Not sure, Raver. Do you know any detail on where or what happened, or?
It looked like about a dozen or more Gimlers or something launching from a field in Ukraine. I figured it was a couple hours old, and somebody may have heard something, so I thought I'd ask.
My guess would probably be the Novakhovka Dam Bridge. That was hit pretty recently, as far as I know. But if it's just a video of Gimlers launching without context, it could be old. I don't even know. But probably, to my knowledge, the most recent Gimler strike was on the Novakhovka Dam Bridge, and that was, I think, last night. Does that help, Raver?
Possibly. It looked like a sunset, so heading into evening. I wonder if did you hear the intercepted radio call about the Russian soldier talking to his wife and basically saying home was canceled, that they are all effed and surrounded, and the Ukrainians are showing their teeth because it's their Independence Day?
Yeah, I think I saw that one. Actually, so the good news, if you're talking about War Translated, right? Dmitry, who does those translations.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did read that. So yeah, I do also have some good news. So like months ago, I DM'd him because I think he actually was on the space like early on. But yeah, months ago I DM'd him back in July, and he just got back to me. So we're actually we're going to schedule him as a guest. So really looking forward to having him on because I think he does really great work. Yeah, should in a week or two hopefully get him as a guest. So looking forward to that. But yeah, I think it's all those calls and stuff. They're like really interesting insight into like what the Russian soldiers are thinking on the ground. I mean, typically it's what Raver described. It's like they feel confused, panicked, trapped, abandoned. They don't seem to they're panicked because they don't seem to have an answer for these strikes, like the HIMARS strikes, basically. And that's kind of the short of it. But any specific details from that call, Raver, that you thought were interesting?
He sounded middle-aged, and I could be way off, but he sounded closer to my age than conscript's age, and he was obviously married. She was absolutely heartbroken. You could hear it in her voice. She didn't want to believe what she was being told. So I'm guessing he was probably one of these guys that was, economically destitute, signed up for what he thought was a 3-month contract, and instead he got a ride to hell.
Yeah, I'm sure they told him, you'll just be, loading ammunition or driving food or whatever in the back lines, and then they stuck him in Kherson, and now he's, yeah, I mean, just don't join up, boys. It's not going to work out for you. I think that's pretty obvious by now. But yeah, thanks, Raver. I think there's been a couple of reports of pretty widespread refusals to fight among the so-called DPR, LPR, or LNR, ENR, LNR. There we go. Forces, the Russian proxy forces. Quite a few like refusals to move forward. Basically, I don't know if that's like a complete refusal to fight, but they were told, go forward, and they kind of didn't. But we of course get these scattered reports all the time. We get these kind of little snapshots that Raver mentioned. These translated little tidbits that Dmitry and others translate that are provided by the Ukrainian intelligence service, who kind of tap the phones and are able to intercept some calls. But yeah, it's a kind of an open question, like how much of that, or when, what numerical or kind of tangible effect that has on the battlefield. But I mean, it's not looking good for Russian morale. I think that's just like the short of it. Nick, please go ahead.
No, just to say good night all, and I hope the North American crew will keep us going until the morning.
Thanks, Nick. I don't know how Doman does it, man. We just it's like a struggle every day for us, but Doman just comes up and does it. I don't know.
Duracell batteries. Okay, not all.
Hey, Nick, thank you. Prince, please go ahead.
Somebody just messaged me something that's actually sort of entertaining. It's a tweet from Artois earlier today, saying that to celebrate Ukraine's Independence Day, dozens of IP cameras with speaker outputs have been hacked to play patriotic music in Russia, as well as the occupied Crimea and Donbass. So I think it's absolutely wonderful and a little bit of a light story to to make us all giggle and laugh. I've heard some great things about little things that have happened. I heard in Crimea specifically, somebody set off some fireworks to celebrate and freaked all the Russians out. So that's a fun little story.
Yeah, sorry, my mute button's getting a little sticky. I might have to rejoin in a second. But yeah, I saw that video. It's a great video, and yeah, it's like the webcam. They hacked webcams that had speakers for whatever reason, and the webcam started playing like patriotic Ukrainian music, like what's the Oi Luzi, I think is the name of the song. It's like a Ukrainian patriotic hymn, and yeah, like the reaction from the Russians is pretty funny. Like I don't know, they're it's like a combination of like confused and angry and amused. I don't know. It's like what do you, if you had to read their reaction, what do you think it was, Prince?
I actually didn't take time to watch the video. Somebody sent it to me and I read it to you because I thought that was pretty hilarious. So, but I could imagine what I saw about how the Russians were reacting to the fireworks in Crimea was that the Ukrainians were laughing and the Russians were freaking out, which, it's pretty standard, typical response. So, yeah, I can watch the video, but I haven't had the chance to watch it yet.
Yeah, like they didn't like rip the webcam out of the wall, or like, they don't like look crazy angry, but they look like, I don't know, they just look confused and like definitely a little angry or a little like intruded upon, but like more just confused and almost amused. Yeah, I don't know, just kind of an interesting, like you said, an interesting video. It's an achievement in and of itself. I mean, just to hack the Russians in any way you can, and spread actual real information instead of this fake little blanket of misinformation that the Kremlin keeps everyone insulated with. But then on top of that, I don't know, just the reaction of the Russians I find kind of interesting, as like just a people watcher, I guess. I just found kind of their reaction interesting. But yeah, thanks for that, Prince. A good reminder of that little story. Raver, please go ahead.
Yeah, just reminding everybody that there are still parts of the globe, including all of North America, where it's still August 24th and time to donate $31 from MryiaReport to buy a tourniquet in celebration of Ukraine's 31st year of independence.
Yeah, thanks, Raver. I think it's a good gesture. We always, as I said, do appreciate people contributing to MryiaReport. We think it's a great organization. Tourniquets definitely save lives. We've heard, from various actual soldiers on the ground in Ukraine about the application of tourniquets, and yeah, very important in a war like this, where artillery is the main weapon that's used by both sides. The chance of getting hit with shrapnel and having really severe bleeding that requires a tourniquet is pretty high. So they're very important, to have available to Ukrainian soldiers, and also for civilians to have available, because you might just be going to the market to get your dumpling filling, and then you get hit by a Russian caliber missile, and all of a sudden you need a tourniquet. So making sure that Ukraine has enough of those available, that there's never a situation where someone needs a tourniquet and there's just not one there on hand. That's something we feel very strongly about preventing. So yeah, a small donation like $30 is just about enough for like a combat applied tourniquet. And as Raver said, I think it's a good gesture to Ukraine on their Independence Day. And as Zelensky said, this is just one, and there's going to be another Independence Day and another until the end of time. So yeah, thank you, Raver, for that idea, or that proposal, that modest proposal. Yeah, my microphone button is totally screwed, so I'm just going to rejoin real quick. Got to do it.
Okay, I'll fill some space while he's rejoining real quick. Somebody, again, the same person sent me another one today that was sort of funny. Where'd that one go? Well, crap. Sorry. And this is older. This is 16 hours old. It came from Nexta. The Russian Defense Minister Shoigu said that the slowdown of the offensive in Ukraine is a conscious decision due to desire to minimize civilian casualties. The operation is going according to plan. So basically, they're slowing down on purpose. I don't buy it. I think that they are trying to make excuses for what they're doing.
Well, at this point, big parts of their offensive are actually in reverse. I mean, you can't get much slower than going backwards.
They're advancing in a different direction, don't you know, Raver? I mean, come on. It's just, the stupidity is just something that makes you giggle. It just makes you roll your eyes and go, seriously? People believe this? Because it's absurd.
Yeah, what's absurd is all the Russians that were, and talking about making me giggle, they showed up to protest these monuments to get themselves arrested and then hopefully deported. Like, that's just, you've got a chance to stay in a free country with a good economy, and instead you're going to go be an asshole and get yourself deported. That is stupid to the nth degree.
Yeah, that is something. You want out of Russia so bad that you're going to try to get arrested to deport yourself. That just doesn't make sense. Joseph, did you make it back?
I did. Thank you, guys. Sorry about that. I am back. But yeah, so I think you brought up some good points. I think, Russia has not made any significant progress since their so-called operational pause. I know I always say so-called. It's just because I genuinely don't believe that Russia made like a strategic decision to operationally pause. I think that they just weren't able to continue, and they needed a minute. They needed a minute to think. And so they declared a quote unquote operational pause. And that kind of terminology is the kind of terminology that Western media likes when Russia uses terms like that. So they picked up on it, they ran with it. But point being, since they declared that so-called operational pause, there's been, I believe, 0.03% of Ukrainian territory taken, right? I mean, this is, and when we consider the losses that they've had to suffer for that 0.03%, we're talking about hundreds of soldiers. We're talking about dozens of tanks. We're talking about several aircraft. It's not sustainable. Like that you can't. If you're losing, 10 guys for every 100 square meters, and you have hundreds of millions of square meters to take, the strategy will not work. I mean, and yeah, I think that's pretty evident at this point. But Raver, you've got actual military experience under your belt. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so an actual for real operational pause would have made a lot of sense back in, say, June, when Russia still had significant combat power. I'm not sure what they're going to be pausing with at this point. I mean, we've seen the videos of them looting depots in Belarus. We've seen the videos of their depots going up, T-80Bs and T-62s being pulled out of storage. At this point, pauses only help the Ukrainians. Russia has painted themselves into a bloody corner, and they're reduced to fighting a World War I style battle plan against an army that is increasingly fighting in a 21st century style.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, Raver. Like it's time is effectively on Ukraine's side, and Russia seems completely delusional in not accepting this. But I guess they have some sort of belief that like political will in the West will slowly erode over time. And because of that, if they can just stick this out, then time is on their side. And eventually they can wear Ukraine down with just more, dumb but a lot, right? That seems to be the strategy here. And I think that it's pretty evident at this point that that's not going to happen, that Western political will hasn't meaningfully eroded, at least when it comes to directly providing military support to Ukraine, and obviously not providing Russia with any of the tools that it would be able to use, like, advanced computer chips and things in their military supplies. So, I mean, because of that, it seems like pretty evident that time is not on Russia's side. And as you said, that means that every play that Ukraine makes for time, which is sort of what they've been doing, they've been trading a little bit of land and of course some brave guys for a lot of time to get Western weapons and aid, and also to just organize their defenses. Right, they have to mobilize 1 million people that maybe had some combat experience or some didn't, and put them into a military role. Right, so all that to say that like time is on Ukraine's side long term, I think, and so far their sort of delaying actions have been successful. That's been the main objective here, to slow down Russian advances. That's why they've been targeting what they have, the logistical nodes and things, to slow Russian efforts down, and that has caused them to no longer be able to take territory in any meaningful way, even slower than they were before. And as a result, we're going to hit a point where I think that they've reached a critical mass, and then we'll see, an actual retraction of Russian forces. I assume it'll be rapid, like it was in Kyiv, and also in the Kharkiv area where they had to pull back. But it's tough to say. So, Raver, any thoughts going forward about this sort of a long term?
Yeah, but in a slightly different direction. And so it's related. So if Heather's got something she wants to add first, I can wait a couple of minutes.
Sure, Prince, go ahead.
I was just the direction I was going to go is you mentioning that they were losing hundreds of men for every square meter that they were gaining, which wasn't a whole lot. That Yehuda came on and shared with us last night in that area around Bakhmut, right? I believe. Anyway, that there were 8 repelled, 8 attempts to advance by the Russians that were all repelled by the Ukrainians. And in that, it's reported, according to Yehuda, that they lost 1,800 men. So they're not, they didn't just lose a couple hundred men. They lost over 1,000 men in that attempt. Plus, 1,800. Plus, you figure in the casualties somebody did on here last night. You figure up to 4,000 men possibly that were taken out just by those 8 attempts, and that degrades your forces big time. So I don't know if people were here, but there was a great map. I'll see if I can find it again of where all the attempted and repelled attacks were. But it was very, very interesting conversation. Boy, was Yehuda excited. It was pretty good way to begin the early Independence Day.
Yeah, thanks, Prince. I think that's an excellent point, right? It doesn't like sort of make the news a lot, or make the even when we talk about what's going on, we don't bring it up a lot because it's so like mind-numbingly regular at this point. But Russia basically, for the last since February 24th, in places in the Donbass specifically, they've just been getting untrained guys. They've been saying, okay, march that way, and then those guys get shot, and some of them get killed, the rest run away, and they go, okay, we got shot from there, shoot artillery at that. And that's been their method. And this happens nightly. In some places, it's been happening even longer than the full-scale invasion. I mean, this is, and it's just, every time they do it, especially since the full-scale invasion, and what you mentioned the other night, this sort of, they really want Bakhmut, right? This has been a big objective of theirs for some time now, and this is the only way they've been able to make progress, is basically by using human, meat, just sending the human meat up there as a way to absorb Ukrainian fire, and then once the Ukrainians fire, determining where that fire came from and shooting artillery at it, right? And like a million shells at that spot, right? That's the idea. Even places we've heard them, like, they don't even know that something's there, but maybe there's a Ukrainian, that would be a good bush for the Ukrainians to be in. So shoot a bunch of artillery at that, right? That's been like their way of advancing so far. And it's been pretty unsuccessful. And yeah, every night there's in various villages on the front line, these sort of, artillery probing death marches happen where they march forward and the Ukrainians repel them. And this happens nightly. In a place like Bakhmut, it happens nightly. The unusual part is for it to happen 10 times like that. That's unusual. And to have so many Russians have to be just, liquidated or injured before they are able to call it off, before they decide to call it off. So yeah, great point, Prince. Any follow-up there? Go ahead.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. To me, it's like one of the most disturbing parts of the Russian military, right? That's like they're deliberately taking these like conscripts, people that don't want to fight, right? Like anyone that's caused them problems, like that's where you're going, right? You're now like, I don't know, like a human. I haven't quite come up with a good word for this job, but you're like a bag of meat that they throw up there to get shot at, and so they can artillery, right? You're like a human
decoy
artillery drone spotter. Yeah, like a human decoy or something.
Live human decoy that we sort of throw up in the air and see where the shots come from.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can't imagine like a more like inhumane or like a worse job, for lack of a better term. Like, it's what a way to run a military. I mean, that's the kind of people we're dealing with. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I don't know, but this is something that it's not reported on regularly. Even we don't really cover it in a lot of detail, but every night this happens somewhere on the front line, in a village or the next village or any number of villages. There's just a squad of Russian soldiers are told march forward. They march forward until they start taking fire from Ukraine. Ukraine obviously isn't dumb anymore. They understand that this is the method. So they're waiting until they can see the whites of their eyes and inflict maximum damage on these poor idiots before they engage. And then they engage, and then they brace for a major artillery strike where they engaged. And then, that's the night in one of these villages on the front line, basically. And this happens all the time. And I think Russia's strategy so far has been, haha, we lost 9 times, but we won the 10th time, right? I mean, and that's how they've made progress in the past. The real issue is that's not sustainable long term, especially not now with modern NATO precision weapons in the mix here. Russia's military capability is basically advanced a little bit beyond World War II, right? I mean, this is basically World War II style methods because they're not using their air force in a meaningful way. So, it's not you can, because they have so much stuff and so many men willing to throw at this problem, they can afford to lose 9 times and win the 10th time for a while. But they can't win the whole country that way. It's just absurd to think they can. And yeah, I don't know. It's at this point, it does make you genuinely wonder, when do the wheels come off this thing? Like how many times can they be repelled before the soldiers being told to march forward to certain death, to certainly being shot at on purpose by their commanders? Like, how long until they just refuse to? And I mean, I don't know the answer to that. Raber, go ahead.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, with all this World War I style artillery bombardment, which is what it is, World War I style, is Russia may win a village on the 10th attempt, but they foreclose on their ability to ever achieve a breakthrough because every shell hole is a thrown track or a busted axle or a tipped over tank. You simply cannot break out from ground that has been turned into moonscape. This was learned in World War I, that the tanks were nice, but you still couldn't move up any of your supporting assets because the ground was too chewed up. And so the Germans were all able to move reinforcements and conduct local counterattacks because they had unbroken ground to move on. And the British, like at Lewes or the Somme, didn't, and so it ends up working against the attacker to rely on artillery. And back to what I had been waiting on, the most interesting thing I've seen today was Lukashenko's well wishes to Ukraine on its Independence Day. I've been predicting for a while that I think Belarus is going to start looking for a way out from under Putin. And I'm just wondering if this might be a sign of it, because Putin has twisted every arm he could to get Belarus to jump in, and they just haven't. And now is an absolute direct slap in Putin's face by wishing Ukraine happy Independence Day.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I wasn't aware that Lukashenko gave like a holiday message to Ukraine. That's pretty funny. It's a hard guy to read, Lukashenko. But yeah, it's an interesting speculation there, Raver. It's very possible that it seems probably likely that Lukashenko doesn't, as you correctly pointed out, he's been called into this several times by Putin, and he's sort of refused or played dumb and said, "Oh, boss, I don't know if I can do that." And it is an open question, like, there must at some point be a point where he tries to make a play for something else. He can't constantly refuse Putin and not make a play of some other kind, I think. Although maybe he can, maybe I'm wrong about that. But yeah, so I think there is a point where it comes where he's going to have to make a move the other way, and this might be the beginning of that. So it's an interesting question. I don't know what the answer. I think that my guess is Lukashenko knows that once the Putin regime's done, he's done. I mean, that has to be clear to him, don't you think so, Raver?
Yeah, I do, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's done. So he may be able to be working towards an asylum deal or something to get him and Belarus out of the conflict. He can't obviously do anything about the Russian troops that are already there, but maybe if he plays nice enough, and I'm sure there's some sort of contact between him and Zelensky at some level via intelligence services or something, that he'll have a place for him and his family to go when the war's over.
Yeah, that's actually not bad speculation, Raver. Like, he's trading his safety for, basically handing Belarus to, the Belarusian people ultimately, but to the opposition, basically stepping down and letting the opposition take control. And as a prerequisite to that agreement to step down, maybe the guarantee of his safety, and the equivalent of a NATO witness protection program for the Putin mafia. It's not a bad speculation. I think it might be something that because you have to imagine someone in his position, right? Is we know that the Germans were constantly thinking at some point, oh, the Americans will just agree to ally us Nazis and fight the Russians, right? So certainly we don't have to think that he's thinking rationally to even imagine what he's thinking. But I think that's actually not the worst strategy he could play right now. Wouldn't you agree? That's probably the best he could do with the hand he's dealt.
Yeah, and he has definitely built up a little bit of bad will because of simply the Russians are using his nation's territory to launch strikes. But he's also built up goodwill because he's been able to keep Belarus out of it officially, and that has freed up a whole lot of Ukrainian troops to kill Russians elsewhere.
Right, and there has been like a few discussions on sanctioning Belarus. I think a few like really high up people associated with the Lukashenko regime have been sanctioned formally, but overall, I don't think Belarus has suffered severe sanctions. And to my knowledge, they also haven't like helped Russia evade sanctions either. So, yeah, it does seem like they are. I don't know. There's some room for something like some kind of I don't want to say agreement, but some kind of yeah, I guess maybe agreement might not be the worst word, but yeah, there's something to that. I think, Raver, what you're saying, but yeah, it's definitely speculation. Like we don't want to say we're confirming anything here, or we have any inside information on that. Just speculation based on the kind of puzzling idea that Lukashenko. But then you kind of do have to ask yourself, why does Lukashenko do anything, right? I mean, he's the guy who put up a big map of Ukraine that said like we're gonna conquer it. Like I don't know. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, I think good discussion, Ray.
Yeah. Well, so like a read of weak allies in history is what has informed most of my thinking towards this. I mean, there's just dozens and dozens of examples of what the weak ally does when the strong ally starts to falter. But as sanctions, Belarus is right up there with Russia and North Korea for among the most sanctioned countries on the planet.
I got you. Okay. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Russian sanction or Belarusian sanction. I probably should stay in my lane. So thanks, Raver. Ricardo, go ahead.
Hey, Raver. I mean, both of you. I'm kind of been in and out. I'm sorry. Don't you feel like though that Lukashenko would be kind of an indicator of where things are going? I mean, like if he starts to scoot, or it already seems like he's backing off on a lot of stuff. Is that telling in your guys' mind? I mean, to me it is, but maybe I'm just reading too much into it.
It is very telling. Like I said, he's the weak ally, and the weak ally usually starts looking for a way to bolt and get out of the situation and save what they can. And I mean, most famously recently is look at Italy in World War II. As soon as the war really started to come home to them, they were out. And there's examples going back thousands of years. I mean, dozens and dozens of them. So, and he's worked so hard to keep Belarus out of the shooting part of this war that I really think if push comes to shove, he's going to look for a way to bolt and basically give Putin the middle finger. And if he has to, he'll leave Belarus and take up residence in Ibiza or whatever, spend the rest of his life going to nightclubs.
And what's I can't think of his name all of a sudden. I just had a brain scramble. Turkey president. I mean, he seems to be changing tunes too. I mean, Italy. I don't know. Hopefully, we can get some information from Olga tomorrow. But like Italy too. I mean, Italy. Turkey too seems to be like changing their talking points.
Yeah, so on Turkey, I don't know how much to read into his statement on Crimea because that may have just been payback. There's a macho who's going to be alpha dog going between Erdogan and Putin. They keep trying to one up each other and chest thump. And after the Odessa grain deal, Putin let Turkey know who was lost by shelling Odessa. This would be Turkey firing back rhetorically for that missile strike on Odessa that made Turkey look like a mud on his face. There's something weird going on between those two guys. I don't think they like each other. I think each one of them wants to be the strong man in that relationship.
True, and I think that I'm seeing the other Baltic states starting to get stronger in their language, and there's whether it's political jargon or political whatever you want to call it, there just seems to be at least this verbal verbal movement.
Yeah, and there is, and for the Baltic states, it's easy enough to explain. Now there's heavy NATO units in Poland and in the Baltic states. It's really easy to talk tough when your 6'5", 300-pound MMA fighting big brother is right there, with a baseball bat thumping in his palm, saying, "What are you going to do about it?"
It just seems to me like scared kids on the playground, but that's just me. Listen, I'll be right back. I gotta go take out the trash. I'm kind of I feel like Ryan.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm almost out of service. I'll be dropping off here in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Raver. It's been a good discussion. George, we'll let you get in here maybe before Raver drops off. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Raver, this morning I heard actually on here, I forget who it was, was mentioning that the about face, not about face, but the statement put out by Erdogan that the White House, is preparing a new slew of sanctions, and they're really concentrating on some of the companies that are abusing some of the loopholes in the sanctions, and some of those companies are Turkish. So it was proposed on here this morning that there were reports that the preliminary list was sent to the I guess the equivalent of the Turkish parliament, and a lot of those guys obviously own some of these companies, and or it was either yesterday or the day before, and that's what caused the about face that the U.S. government was thinking about sanctioning certain companies that were being used to bypass the sanctions for Russia. So, that type of political pressure is what the U.S. can exert. Obviously, they exerted pressure back right before the war started for Olaf Scholz to deep six the Nord Stream 2. So there's all kinds of possibilities in play there, and I wouldn't discount that the U.S. government might have put economic pressure. And remember, the Turks right now are waiting on a package to update their F-16s because the F-35s are out, and that package is to upgrade their existing F-16s from the Block 50, Block 52 to the Block 70, which would make them the F-16 Viper version. So maybe that was that was held as a Damocles sword over their head to get them to maybe start towing the line more. I don't know, but what do you think?
So I wasn't aware of any threats of secondary sanctions. If you got any sources, send that to me, because that would definitely fit into the calculus. Because Turkey is right now the big sanctions buster for Russia, because there's so much movement of people and goods between Turkey and Russia. On the F-16s, I thought the upgrades were agreed to as part of the compromise to allow Finland and Sweden to join NATO. So I'm not so sure that is a tool we have anymore, since we already promised it to them to get Finland and Sweden into the alliance.
Yeah, it was promised, but the financials haven't been figured out. Those financial details haven't been. I think they haven't been worked out. So you can always have the 20% you're not playing ball tax added onto it, I guess. So yeah, but I'm gonna look, because it was somebody that's usually on the space that had a financial background that was discussing it. I can't remember who for the life of me. It was early this morning, but I'm gonna try to find out what they saw that led them to discuss that.
Yeah, secondary sanctions are the nuclear bomb for Russia's economy. Once the West gets serious about them, it's game over. And I wish you all a good night, but in about 30 seconds, I'm going to be dropping off.
Yeah, thanks for your time, Raver. Thanks for joining us as always. Always good to hear from you. Leonard, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. I was just going to respond quickly to Raver, but I'm going to miss him in the tunnel, I guess. But just with reference to Turkey and his concerns as to what Turkey was up to, I would just point out that the coincidence of Turkey's announcement happened at the same time that Olaf Scholz was in Newfoundland with Prime Minister Trudeau from Canada. And also, coincidentally, at the same moment, the U.S. State Department announced the or at least the White House Security Council announced the increased $3.5 billion aid package that was unloaded to Ukraine effective today. So all of those things are not coincidental. And the simple fact of the matter is that the creation of NATO essentially grew out of the drafting of the charter by the aide de camp to the Canadian Prime Minister at the time, Scott Reed, and John Higginson, who had the same position with the U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt. And the entire purpose of the charter was essentially to get around the stasis, or to overcome the complete blockage of effectiveness that had happened in the United Nations by Russia and the use of the veto. So I would just fast forward that to today and submit that Turkey has nobody is going really into the world communication channels, as it were, or the media, saying that Turkey's been misbehaving. But the bottom line is that if you check diplomatic channels, Turkey has been taken to account, and they pissed off a number of parties with their position and their stance vis-a-vis the admission of Finland and Sweden to the United Nations. And it shouldn't be lost on anybody that Canada was the first nation to ratify Finland's accession to NATO, and Sweden immediately thereafter. So the bottom line here is that the events that were unfolding in North America simultaneously with Erdogan making his announcement should very readily be seen as a real comeuppance, if you will, or a chastisement to Erdogan to essentially get on side, or risk being completely off the boat, because his position was notably at odds with every other single member of NATO. And that should be put into perspective in assessing Erdogan and his impact and Turkey's weight within NATO. On the face of things, it is a partnership of equals. In reality, based upon the nascence or the creation of NATO and its existence, and certainly based upon its firepower, Turkey is not essentially able to weigh in with equal gravitas, if you will, on issues such as Finland acceding to NATO, Sweden acceding to NATO, etc. So it just should be very easily interpreted that Erdogan was told essentially what the price of eggs was, and told to get on side very quickly, and that he did so for very good reason. And sure, there will be no doubt some spin-off benefits at the back end for Turkey, such as perhaps the upgraded F-16s, etc., and some other enhancements. And clearly, the kind of the clincher, if you will, is no doubt that the S-300 and 400 air defense systems that he bought from Russia were a total pig in a poke. And he knows damn well that Turkey needs some effective hardware if they're going to reside comfortably in the same stratosphere as Russia for the next 2 decades. So all those factors considered, one should conclude that Turkey's agency, and certainly free agency in rambling around NATO as it sees fit, is certainly heavily constrained. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Leonard, for that historical perspective on Turkey's role in NATO. Yeah, I think there was a time when Turkey was a lot more indispensable to NATO, right? Just after World War II, when Europe was still kind of devastated and recovering from World War II, and Russia's army was very big, or I should say the Soviet Union's army was very big. And, Turkey had not fought in World War II, but still had a very big army. There was a time when the land forces of the Turkish army and NATO were quite significant and important. That sort of role has been diminishing, and sort of the final blow to their true effective participation in NATO was Erdogan's coup, which kind of gutted the military of their real professional, culture, and kind of inculcated a new kind of cronyism, loyalty to Erdogan, and the party being more important than their military. So yeah, I think that Turkey overall has a pretty weak hand to play here. They've managed to play it pretty effectively, at least to the world press. Like, people seem to think that Turkey has a lot of influence here, but overall, it seems like they've been behind the scenes, as Leonard put it, like browbeaten into pretty much towing the line here, and doesn't look like they're going to cause many more problems. What they'll be given in exchange for that, probably not that significant, but it's probably not the worst that they have it. I don't care if they have decent air defense against Russia. That doesn't seem like the end of the world to me. So what they're asking for doesn't seem totally unreasonable. I say give it to them, get this over with, and hopefully they'll quit rocking the boat from now on. But thank you, Leonard. And with that, we'll go to George. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I found the article. So this is exactly what happened. Let me see here. So the U.S. Treasury officials sent a letter to a big Turkish business group, and they were warned that the sanctions that the United States is working on may include companies that are helping that have established relations with sanctioned Russian entities and individuals, and are trying to bypass, the sanctions on helping Russia bypass their sanctions. So, that was. You told the Turkish deputy finance minister this. He sent a letter to the thing, and this was the U.S. Deputy Treasury Secretary that sent this letter on behalf of the president.
Yeah, thanks, George. Good points. I know that Turkey has suddenly, the demand for industrial equipment has shot up 5,000% in Turkey, and it's like, gee whiz, does Turkey really need all that new high precision German machinery, or maybe are they ordering it for Russia, right? So Turkey's been, or maybe it was 500%, but in any case, the point being that Turkey has clearly had some companies in there that have been trying to avoid some sanctions, and there's definitely needs to be some effort taken by the U.S., and it's good to see it happening to punish or hold accountable those companies that try to avoid U.S. sanctions or help Russia bypass them by playing the role of third party, buying it on Russia's behalf, because they're not sanctioned, and then selling it to Russia at a premium. So that type of behavior obviously is needs to be dealt with. Otherwise, the sanctions won't have the effect that is intended, because they'll just be getting around them. Thank you, George. Any follow up there?
No, that's it. I just I actually I tweeted it out on my thing, but and whoever was, like I said, I can't remember who it was, but they went into greater detail than I could. But yeah, it definitely got obviously somebody in Turkey's government's attention, so it worked so far.
Yeah, like Turkey, India, China are probably going to be the big countries that need to be looked at in terms of this issue. I think that Turkey is probably the one that we have the most influence over. India, we probably have a little bit of influence over. China, I mean, the influence we have, I would say we're using pretty effectively as it stands. China has been to some extent helping Russia avoid the sanctions, but certainly not to the extent that I assumed they would. So I would say overall, it's been relatively successful. These the problem of secondary sanctions has been relatively containable, but as these sanctions wear on, it does the hole. They're going to be looking for the holes, right? So we have to be vigilant and make sure that particularly things like secondary sanctions and other types of loopholes that they'll find where they say, oh, it's for medical reasons, but it's not for medical reasons, or other things like that. We have to be vigilant, because I think it gets to a certain point where we could add more sanctions, but they might not do any good, because we need to focus on the sanctions that we have being effective, right? I think there's a point where obviously, I think there are still sanctions that need to be added. But my point is just like there does become if we don't focus on enforcement of the sanctions, it doesn't matter how many sanctions you have. I guess maybe that's a good way to put it. So yeah, focusing on enforcement and the ability to negate issues of secondary sanctions and things like that, very important. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, George. Ricardo, please go ahead.
Hey, Leonard, I was bouncing around here, but I liked everything you said, and one of the things you were talking about, and I don't even remember my total point, was that of the non-coincidence. Let me ask you this: what about, you talk about coincidence, and I don't get into conspiracy theories, but you know, Boris Johnson goes to Kyiv today, but beyond that, what about the Kyiv agreement and this thing? It seems like that things are moving forward in a way that's out of control for anything that the adversaries have. In other words, I think the diplomats from the United States to Great Britain to the Baltics, they're getting together and just moving forward and making these agreements and making these statements. And it's almost, it's a done deal. Is that too far to reach, in your opinion?
No, Ricardo, not at all. I think that's a fairly accurate assessment of what's been going on. And just kind of to flesh that out a little bit, in addition to Boris Johnson's meeting in Kiev today, there's also the release from 10 Downing Street yesterday with regard to the Crimea platform, which is a very distinct project within the entire Ukraine polity that is very totally geared towards the reacquisition, or certainly repatriation, if you will, of Crimea in every single respect. And the release from the British Prime Minister yesterday, or the Prime Minister's office, was very foursquare on point with that. And then if you put that in conjunction with the fact that Justin Trudeau was meeting with Olaf Scholz in Newfoundland yesterday, and then coincidentally, Germany makes an announcement that there's a 500 or €500,000 bonus grant, if you will, or aid package being released to Ukraine, and at the same moment, the $3.5 billion similar aid package that's released out of the White House. If you position all of these things together, then I think you're right on point. That if you're surveying the entire landscape, I think what you're seeing is a real consensus movement and a real focusing of the consensus on Ukraine victory here. And we've had some discussions in some detail earlier on the space with academics such as Phillips O'Brien out of St. Andrews University in Scotland, an old, very keenly focused institution specifically on the Russian high command, and has been focused on Russia for literally decades, with some great Royal Marines coming out of that institution and really specializing heavily in Russian affairs and specifically Russian military affairs. And you see a whole trend, and Phillips O'Brien kind of mentioned this just a couple of weeks ago at least, that there's seems to be a general move afoot, and it's almost as though the military assessments, which seem to be increasingly clear, whether you interpolate from Ben Wallace in England, or whether you interpolate from Lloyd Austin in the White House, or the entire U.S. defense establishment, say, there seems to be a very clear focus towards an objective here. And it almost seems as if even Olaf Scholz, sort of the lower, slower, back-footed member of the pack, even he is being brought up to speed in terms of where this thing is going. And I think your conclusion, I think, is quite prescient and really is entirely justifiable. So yeah, hopefully that sheds even a little bit more light on it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just see that the political foot of the world is actually coming together, and we have so much doubt. I'm trying to look for positive in all this, and I just believe in good, and I do believe that there's a squeeze. And not only the squeeze, I think the foot is coming down.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
definitely. It reminds me of Jens Stoltenberg today. Sorry, Leonard, I'll just cut in here real quick to say Jens Stoltenberg today made a quick speech that basically said, he's the Secretary of NATO, I believe, that, there's no such thing as Ukraine war exhaustion in the West. We're in this for the long haul, and we intend to support Ukraine every step of the way. Sorry, go ahead, Leonard.
Yeah, that's kind of the Stoltenberg Olaf Scholz quadrant, if you will, getting up to speed. Stoltenberg has hardly been on the cutting edge of this thing right from the get-go, but yeah, clearly now he is voicing the true joint intent of NATO and reflecting that. And it seems as though the laggards are quickly being brought into line, and for damn good reason. I mean, we've seen the kinds of atrocities and utterly offensive to humanity activities that the Russians have been pulling off right from under the noses of the civilized West. And quite frankly, everybody's had a bloody enough. Canada has had enough, and has had enough for long since. And Britain obviously has had enough as well. And it's pretty clear from the joint addresses of the U.S. Congress that the United States has now had enough also. And you're seeing far fewer dissenting, doubting Thomases and declining voices. You're seeing far fewer of them in action. And really, the supporting choir for Vladimir Putin is dwindling down with extreme rapidity. So it's a great thing to see. Yeah, thank you.
Definitely. Yeah, great points, Leonard. Couldn't agree more. So yeah, up on the panel we have Ukraine memes for NATO teens. Excellent account. I definitely follow it. Great memes. Welcome.
Howdy. So I joined a bit late, and I won't belabor this because you guys have already moved on, but I did want to hammer back on the Turkey points. I believe it was you that mentioned, was it the 2016 when the coup was? Yeah. It definitely hurt the Turkish military quite a lot. I think we get a little bit wrapped around the axle with that, as though Turkey has not moved on. And to be very clear here, extremely frustrated by the way the Turkish government handled the accession of new members into NATO. But I feel like the reason that was such a big deal is because Turkey is a powerhouse that NATO really is quite reliant on. And while, and you rightly pointed out that there was a point where geostrategically we were super reliant on them, and that is less the case now. But while much of NATO has let their defense industries decline, as we are seeing as countries struggle to cough up equipment to send to Ukraine, Turkey has become a military powerhouse. And I think that's part of the reason they were able to pretty much say, we're going to stick our finger in your eye if you don't give us what we want, to some extent. But they are the largest air force in NATO after the US. They do have a domestic defense industry that rivals pretty much anyone in NATO other than the US or France for the ability to domestically produce all of their defense needs. So I would advise caution on thinking that Turkey is not as militarily relevant. I know that's a popular thought, and they're a frustrating NATO partner, but they remain a very, very relevant defense producer, partner, and I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but like Turkey gets to get away with the things it does because they are that important to the rest of NATO. And I think they are often slept upon as a military power because you have this crony, frustrating government in Ankara that pisses us off and just screams nepotistic third world tin pot dictator. But the military has been able to retain the military and their defense industry has been able to retain a pretty competent structure, even if it did get gutted to some extent, especially in the Air Force, which is their most important branch. But yeah, so I'm rambling at this point. I would just advise caution on thinking that Turkey is not as relevant as they once were.
Oh yeah, no, I take your points. I think those are all excellent points, and yeah, I think proof is in the pudding with a company like Baykar, right? Definitely a successful arm of the Turkish, military industry, and something that's been a trend since the coup in terms of their growth and their increasing prominence in the combat drone space. And yeah, as you pointed out, I think you're right that maybe we underplay Turkey's geostrategic significance or military significance a little too much. You're right to say that they have a long history of a very prominent military culture, or having a large military arms industry, having a professional military, and that stuff doesn't just evaporate with a coup. It still exists to some extent. I would say though, I don't know if you would agree, but would you say that Finland and Sweden combined would maybe equal, or maybe it's tough to it's apples and oranges to some extent, but those two countries going into NATO, I think, would militarily maybe equal Turkey's contribution to NATO, or would you disagree?
I think you are right as apples and oranges. As a defensive combination, sure, absolutely. I think Sweden and particularly Finland are near impossible nuts to crack, where with enough pressure on Turkey would eventually crack. But I think Turkey's big thing is that they are expeditionary. The forces that Sweden and Finland offer are largely static. They are there to be an iron wall. Turkey can deploy. And Turkey can deploy not just from Turkey, they can go other places, and they're becoming increasingly a expeditionary force. But I would definitely agree if you were looking at just like who can stop Russia. Finland and Sweden are a massive gain, Finland especially.
Yeah, that's another excellent point, though, is that because Turkey has been involved in my understanding, like a lot of the UN peacekeeping missions abroad, they have like a pretty strong expeditionary culture in their military. Is that right?
Yeah, and just in the last 5+ years, they've been expeditionary in Somalia, Libya, Syria, Iraq, and not cheering for those things, obviously, but they've demonstrated a capability to send troops at varying levels. Like we shouldn't pretend they're sending their entire military to all those places, but to send troops to multiple countries at the same time while providing support to them is something most European countries could not do. We have enough European countries that, and this is not a slight on European countries, their militaries are built for different purposes, but that struggle to maintain troop commitments to, say, Mali. And Turkey is doing multiple countries at one time. Probably not as well as, say, the UK or France with their African deployments, but it's an impressive logistical capacity to manage multiple combat deployments at one time that most of NATO cannot do.
Agreed. Oh, go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, don't skip the fact that they're blessed by their geography and having a strategic geography, right? So, that can't be overlooked. They're crucial to NATO from that point of view.
Yeah, but Ukraine memes for NATO teens. We know you're a busy guy crafting your incredible memes, but yeah, it's a great discussion to have. I think we do maybe underwrite Turkey's role in NATO a little bit too much. So yeah, if you want to stay up, and if anyone on the panel does want to maybe respond, I think it'd be great. But yeah, it's been a good discussion either way. So thanks for joining us. We do appreciate it. Leonard, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up briefly on that point. Yeah, Turkey has obviously some strategic value geopolitically, but that only goes so far as Turkey being on side. So if Turkey wants to play the contrarian continuously and ramble against the consensus within NATO, then Turkey is very clearly a dispensable member of NATO. And overall, is pretty clear that the benefits Turkey derives from being a member of NATO vastly exceed the corresponding benefits that NATO receives by having Turkey on board. And if you look at what Turkey's value is, it's really its entire strategic importance is in relation to Russia. So if we're dealing with a post-Ukraine Russia that has had its military eviscerated and is ultimately negated as a military force for the next decade or beyond, then immediately the strategic value of Turkey dwindles significantly. And if you consider all of the options that you'd mentioned, Syria, Somalia, Libya, I think you mentioned Mali, et cetera, the sum total of Turkey's contribution in all those areas was insignificant compared to the collective heft of the rest of the NATO contingent in all of those areas. So yeah, it's I suppose nice to have them on board as a NATO partner because of the Bosphorus, but it seems that Erdogan is entirely cognizant of the length of his leash, and he's very prudently abiding by the limitations of that currently, and essentially getting on board and supporting Finland becoming a member of NATO, a point that's been overdue for 60 years, and likewise Sweden. So yeah, there's some strategic significance there, but within very significant constraints and demarcations also. So thank you.
Thanks, Leonard. Did you want to respond to that at all, Ukraine memes for NATO teens?
Sorry, apologies. Couldn't figure out the mic button. I think we're approaching from two completely different perspectives. I think that it is so I mean I don't want to shill for Turkey as though I'm representing, because I'll be completely honest with you. Like I have some level of admiration for their military, for achieving what they have done. I'm appalled by the AKP and Erdogan. So like it's important to disclose biases up front. I hear what he's saying. It is valid to say that what they did, particularly in Libya, and Somalia, where it was mostly a train and equip type mission, relatively small scale. But I think the point I'm trying to make is most of Europe's NATO members couldn't do that at all. And the few that can could sustain it in one, maybe two countries, similarly at lower levels. The big thing I want to hammer at is that it's not just that Turkey has a large military, which is as we've seen in Ukraine, a large military alone does not make for success. And I think there are plenty of parts of the Turkish military that you would go, there are plenty of other NATO members that do that better, particularly the infantry. I wouldn't point to Turkey and say strong infantry. But I think it is not something that we look at frequently and think, oh yeah, that's a strong military power. Turkey's not someone you think of as a strong military power. And that the totality of that for me is not just, are they super good? Are they super tactically proficient? It's, are they going to be able to logistically keep themselves supplied in ways that much of NATO simply cannot, because most of NATO is consumers, not producers of defense supplies. As a totality, like huge numbers of European countries have large arms markets, but most of them cannot produce all of their own needs. And Turkey can, and that logistical capacity is becoming ever more evident in Ukraine, that those who can continue to keep themselves supplied prevail. It is not to doubt Ukraine's tenacity, their technical proficiency, and the will of their soldiers to continue fighting. But if those supplies dry up, it's over for Ukraine. And Ukraine understands that super vividly. I mean, it's been the vast bulk of their drive has not been, we don't need your armies to come fight for us. We just need you to give us supplies, because when that dries up, they're done. And that has been a mainstay for the Turkish defense establishment, is making themselves not reliant on other powers, and developing that defense industry that is building their own naval ships, that's building ships for Ukraine, that is the European leader for drones. They're producing their own attack helicopters. They're soon to produce their own tanks, their small arms, their ammunition, in ways that most of NATO, aside from the US, and then smatterings of industries elsewhere in Europe simply do not do. And I do think they are, it is not that they're irreplaceable and Turkey should be allowed to get away with any behavior. I think this is a particularly egregious offense, them using Sweden and Finland's accession to get what they want. I would also point out that that is the history of every nation entering NATO, is somebody else with an axe to grind says, okay, now it's time for us to say, no, you can't join NATO unless you change your name to North Macedonia, or whatever like petty grievance that a power thinks that it has to gain. It's not new. It's certainly not something that we should go to the mat for. Like, as long as they drop it eventually. Sorry, I'm ranting at this point, so I'll go ahead and mic off.
No, I think it's great. And, it's good to have these types of discussions. I think on our space we kind of do eventually reach a consensus about Turkey, and I think you've given maybe some like an alternate perspective on some of their military capabilities that we maybe don't think about. So I think it's really good. But maybe I think we have maybe discussed this, I think, to the point where we kind of all made our points. But so I'm wondering, maybe we could change gears a little bit. So I mean, you have kind of a prominent account like posting Ukraine memes, right? Yeah. So like, I guess I'm wondering, like, how did that come about? Did you like, why did you decide to start the account?
To be perfectly honest, I had a account for years that was focused on conflict in the Middle East, and particularly Syria. Syria has always been the passion for me, and it kind of broke me. I mean, emotionally, just super, just frustrating and depressing that we weren't getting traction. That people were content to ignore it. That people were content to either say, well, this doesn't affect me, or they would bring up the common tropes of like, well, they're all terrorists anyways. That were predicated in bigotry and just ignorance. But it was just extremely frustrating to watch that happen and see the needle just not moving. Excuse me. When Ukraine happened, it seemed, and to be very blunt, in the early weeks, I fully expected that at least a large portion of Ukraine would fall. I didn't have any unique insight or ability to see that Russia was much shittier than they are, or than I thought, and that Ukraine was much better than we'd given them credit for. But I didn't want to see the same shit happen where people go, it doesn't affect me. I don't really care about it. And I thought, if I can move the needle even a little bit, that would be great. And it turns out that there was a lot more people willing to pay attention, and that the role of perhaps not memes, but just people in the information space willing to tell Russia, you're lying, we don't believe you, is huge, because it didn't happen in Syria. People went, well, what are you going to do? Russia says they didn't do this. The US says they did. I guess we just have to, we'll never know. The volume of people saying, this is a lie, do not believe it, is night and day for Ukraine. And I feel like that's a huge part of why Ukraine is getting the visibility that they are, is because people aren't just going, well, we'll never know. Ukraine says Bucha happened, Russia says it didn't, so we'll never get to the bottom of this. You have enough people that are willing to step forward and say, we know who Russia is, we know that they do shit like this, this probably happened, you don't need to pay attention to the Russian propaganda efforts. So long and convoluted way of saying, I didn't want to see the same quiet behavior, the tacit acceptance of Russian atrocities happen in Ukraine that we did see in Syria.
Gotcha. And I mean, even if we
I
look
thought
at
memes were the way to do that.
Right. And I mean, even if we look at before the full-scale invasion, right? I mean, if you ask the average American what's going on in Donbass, the answer probably would have been something to the effect of, I don't know, there's some Russians there, they're separatists, they're angry, Ukraine's angry, everyone, we don't know. It's just a big mess over there, right? I mean, so to see this kind of clarity after the full-scale invasion is kind of interesting.
Absolutely. And then if you want to pass my speaker off to somebody else, I think I've taken up enough time.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no problem. But I was just curious because, I definitely have followed your account for some time. I think, a lot of your memes are great. And yeah, you do great work. So I was just really curious about, how you came to be, I guess. So thanks for indulging me a little bit. Leonard, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. Just one further brief point with regard to what our discussion that was unfolding pertaining to Erdogan and Turkey, and that is this: that yes, we can assess the military establishment sort of on a quants basis, and add up firepower and airplanes and shotgun shells and everything else. But the other item that has to be taken into any equation engaging military potency is the stability and the legitimacy of the exercise of that military body, that military capacity, if you will. And I watched in 2016 as the so-called coup unfolded in Turkey, and we saw the Turkish Air Force cruising around all over the skies hunting for Erdogan. There were threats of the presidential palace, or whatever the palatial residence that Erdogan occupied was. We watched the threats of air assaults from the Turkish Air Force on that facility. And then in the immediate aftermath, we watched literally hundreds, if not, I heard the figure of up to 2,000 judges within the Turkish polity being imprisoned, decommissioned, disappeared, whatever. And that was just the beginnings of it, and on into any of the political oppositions, political parties that opposed Erdogan, et cetera, et cetera. And quite frankly, the entire escapade left a very bad taste in my mouth and in the mouths of any of the North American audience who watched that unfold. And then to kind of top it off, we watched Erdogan sit back on his haunches, on his thumbs, if you will, while Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi national, got butchered in the Saudi embassy in Istanbul. And that pretty much salted the cake for anybody in North America with reference to Erdogan and his potential as a beneficial ally within the overall geopolitical structure. And I would just submit that kind of coloration, if you will, carries a long distance into time and carries a weight far beyond its initial weigh-in, if you will. So yeah, all of those things are factors to be taken into account when you're gauging the value of a military and as the value of an ally in a military context. Completely aside from the political, geopolitical context as well. So yeah, thank you for that.
Alrighty. I just wanted to make a couple of announcements. I think I'll be running the next half hour or hour or so while Joseph gets something to eat. Folks, if you want to come up and speak, request to do so, raise your hand. We'd be more than happy to hear from you. And if you could please retweet the space, that helps us out a lot. I just wanted to let everyone know that earlier in the evening, I was asked for some details on the $3 billion in security assistance that was given to Ukraine on their Independence Day. And so just to give a quick breakdown for those who asked earlier in the evening, the breakdown is 6 additional NASAMS, up to like 250,000 rounds of 155 millimeter ammo, 65,000 rounds of 120 millimeter mortar ammunition, 24 counter artillery radars, which is going to be really handy because we know how fond the Russians are of their artillery. And maybe if they are deprived of some of it, they will come to their senses and go home, hopefully. Probably not, but it will help. Some Puma unmanned aerial systems, which some Vampire, counter UAV systems, and this is really interesting, laser guided rocket systems, and tons of funding for sustainment. And well, I noticed NAFO memes dropped down, but I did want to talk to him about the idea of sustainment and the pertinent point that he brought up, that sustainment is everything. And one of the things that I really appreciated about the aid package was that there was a focus on sustainment. And that sort of jives with some articles that came out earlier today about the ability of either Russia or Ukraine to sustain themselves in the war. And Ukraine's position getting stronger and the Russian position getting weaker. Okay, we have a new speaker coming up. Toyo yo yo yo. I hope I got that pronounced correctly. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak, and go ahead. Hi,
Yeah.
the person. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My nickname is Toyoyo. You know the sound. Never mind. Never mind. It's half past 4 a.m. here, and I can't think properly. But I would like to say a few things, just a few things about Turkey, because I've been hearing a lot, and for some strange reason, Turkey is considered to be a democratic state that went astray because of Erdogan. That's not the truth. Turkey is a state of with continuous coups d'etats throughout its history, its modern history, with presidents being hanged, with persecutions, pogroms, genocides, invasions, etc., etc., etc. It's not a model state. It was supposed to be a model state for the West, but I think that that's a fabrication, an illusion about Turkey. Now, another thing that I would like to comment is the military aid Ukraine is getting. I just don't understand why the US is not just, buying everything from every European country in the European continent, Russian made, and send it to Ukraine. I see Western systems being sent there, and more advanced. And I really don't get it. Why don't you buy everything from Cyprus, get it into NATO, and rearm it? Cyprus is filled to the brim with Russian-made systems because of an embargo. There are plenty of countries. Egypt, in some way, could act that way. India. Why support Ukraine with more and more modern stuff that they will need time to use? My 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of countries that are supplying Ukraine with the weapons they are already familiar with, notably neighboring states, because it's easier to get the equipment over, especially Poland. As for Turkey itself, I mean, look, we've always had, Western countries, NATO has always had a problematic relationship with Turkey. Let's be honest. I mean, Turkey has some strengths, but it has a lot of weaknesses. When the earlier speaker was speaking about expeditionary forces, I was thinking about, whether or not they were really going to be able to do a lot about, fighting in Libya or in the region, right? Like it's been a fraught relationship, and another person on the space who has some experience in military briefings with Turkey will say that they're often sort of excluded, but they are a strategic partner of NATO. I think a lot of people in NATO are playing the long game. They see the future. And the future is going to outlast a single leader, right? So NATO is very focused on supporting Ukraine. If there are people who are dragging their feet or there are obstacles, those obstacles will be bypassed or coaxed along, right? As some of the more recalcitrant partners have been. So I hear all your points. Now, let's not underestimate what Turkey has done. They have provided some weapons. They have started to, make more explicit statements about supporting Ukraine over the past few days. Whether they had to be coaxed or not, we'll never know. But at least they're starting to head in the right direction. So we can only hope that whatever diplomatic pressure is being put on Turkey will head that way as well. I don't know if those comments are meaningful to you, Toyo. By the way, I know exactly what that's supposed to sound like. It's supposed to sound like a cartoon when a
No.
Russian tank explodes, or there's a
Yeah,
huge
it's the
error made.
spring under the turret.
Yeah, or they mess something up, just spectacularly badly. That's what that word is supposed to sound like. I just can't do it very well, but I thought it was brilliant. So do you have a follow-up on that, Toya? I can't even do it.
Yeah, well, the whole conversation is going from Ukraine and the Russian invasion to Turkey. I would just like to add that.
Hey, dude, you brought it up. Like in the past couple of speakers,
Well,
you brought it up, right?
the bad thing is that I was going to sleep and I was setting up my phone and I logged in Twitter and saw this conversation, and then here's NATO memes, and I'm like, let's hear. And here I am, 25 minutes to 5 a.m. talking about Turkey instead of Ukraine. But
I totally understand. That has happened to me a number of times when trying to get to bed, and I end up listening to this space and I can't sleep. But at MryiaReport, we'll do that to you. But yes, the focus of the space is on Ukraine. Obviously, though, we do have to talk about support for Ukraine, and that involves talking about, the allies, so it comes up. It's sort of unavoidable. What sort of bugs me sometimes is when we spend too much time speculating about Russia, right? And I like to, I mean, it's valid, it's important, but I like to keep the focus on Ukraine, especially since it's Independence Day. Well, I guess not anymore at the moment, but it was Independence Day, and Ukraine are doing exactly that, fighting for the independence in our democracies that we too often take for granted. And I suppose that's why we've amassed so much support here for Ukraine, right? So I don't know if I've reassured you at all, Toyo, but I wish you a wonderful sleep. Sleep well, because Ukraine will win.
yeah, I'll log off Take care, everyone.
Oh,
But
stick around if you want. I've been, this space has been known to keep people up until 6
no,
a.m.
no. But just my two final words. This war, this inevitable war, because everyone with brain inside his skull knew that Russia wouldn't stop in 2014 and would come back, as it did in Georgia during the 90s and then again at 2008, as it did in Chechnya 2 times.
Yeah.
And this thing that we're living now, the invasion, has got all of Europe and most of NATO with their pants down. The great European powers are completely unarmed, are completely inefficient, and what does that say for NATO? What does that say for Europe? I mean,
well, let's put this into context, right? I can say, I'll give you a few points here. I will give you the point that if you're going to stand up to a dictator, do it soon rather than later, because the cost always goes up. And that's a lesson we should have learned in Grozny when it was flattened. Grozny 1 and Grozny 2, Chechnya, Syria, Georgia, Moldova, Crimea. We saw this coming, and every time we kept on kicking the can down the road because let's face it, in Western democracies, citizens don't want to go to war, right? And so they will avoid it. And some dictators know this, and they try to exploit it. But this was really the straw that broke the camel's back. This was such a blatant invasion. It was so brutal, so obviously genocidal. And we've all seen it before in our histories. And I think that it galvanized the world, it galvanized public opinion. I mean, where I live, we can't even agree on, we can't agree on anything, right? But I mean, on this issue, all across the political spectrum, everyone's united because we see it as something existential, and it is existential for Ukraine. But in a larger sense, it's existential for Western democracies. Now, I agree that some of the reactions of some of the powers haven't been as quick as we'd like. There are still some people shirking responsibilities, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, I call them, and not accepting the responsibility and the weight of of history on their shoulders, right? But NATO is not without power, and there is NATO Article 5, and Russia is not at war with NATO, and they know damn well that if they do something that stupid, it's the end of Russia. And so NATO is not without merit. I'm just trying to put things a bit more in perspective, but I agree with you. Many of the NATO countries have been dragging their feet or avoiding conflict. Go ahead. I see you have a follow-up. Yo.
Yeah, τέλος πάντων. I've been hearing about Putin being a dictator. I've been to Russia, to 4 or 5 cities, Moscow, St. Petersburg, and a bunch of other cities in 2016. After the first invasion of Ukraine, I had a friend there who studied at the Moscow University of Physics. I must say that not only he's not a dictator, but he built something there that it's all around his person, his personality. He's loved. People are completely
Oh, wait. You
dragged
gotta
by
be
him.
kidding me. I think
No,
that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
no.
So,
Let me explain. Let me explain for a moment. There are the people that cannot talk and are being persecuted, etc., 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 and we all know that. But it's not that oppressive as we might want to think. What I want to say is that it's not a Putin problem. It's a Russia problem. It's the Russians who put up with Putin. It's the Russians who go to war, die, kill, genocide people in Ukraine, commit genocide. Don't just focus on Putin. It's the whole Russia. It's the whole country, the whole nation. I don't know how they went there, if they were like that forever, since forever. Because if you look at it historically, Moscow began on the 13th century from the Principality of Moscow and ended up with 27 square kilometers of an empire, the largest empire ever, even larger from even bigger from the British Empire by
wait,
one and a half.
what did you just say?
The Russian Empire was 27 square kilometers, and the British was 25.4, if I'm not mistaken. We like to think that Russia is not an expanding power, but it's a lie. Russia has been expanding for the last 5-6 centuries, non-stop, from the
Well,
13th century on.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so there's a bunch of blanket statements that have been made tonight that I would like to, they have a grain of truth in them, but they become blanket statements, right? Like, Europe or NATO being incompetent or stuff like that. While it's partially true, it's not fundamentally true. And likewise, it's not, there are partial truths to what you said about expansionism and imperialism in Russia, but it's not always true. I mean, the Soviet Union broke down. Now, I noticed Alona came up, and she is Ukrainian, and I would like to defer to her because I suspect she wants to talk about this. Is that correct, Alona?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And we actually had kind of a lively discussion in our Discord today because basically a lot of people and I myself used to have this somewhat naive belief that it's Putin who is the villain, and Russians, if they knew what is happening, then things would be different. But unfortunately, there is no empirical evidence to support this, right? So we monitor what Russians say in social networks. We speak to Russians in Russia. We watch all sorts of interviews with them. And unfortunately, I think it's very damaging to assume that, let's say, Putin disappeared and whatever. Let's imagine like all his organized crime that's around him. All those people are gone. Unfortunately, the situation is not going to be better. It might get better for some time, but when you mention the USSR falling apart, yes, it fell apart.
But it's a regime that's very it's a culture that's very stable, that's very persistent in that culture, and it's not it's been like this. It's important to understand that they did not start with Putin. It didn't start even in 2014. It's been happening for centuries. And so by ignoring the fact, I think the bottom line is that when you're trying to address a problem, and this problem has become now very hard to ignore, you need to correctly identify the kind of the source of it, right? And so we cannot make sure that this is stopped and that it never happens again unless we correctly name the problem. And the problem is not the Russian government, it's Russians. And I also want to remind everyone that Russia has basically kidnapped over 500,000 Ukrainian children. 500, so 500,000, imagine. And it's not Putin doing that. It's not Putin raping, torturing, and killing Ukrainian civilians. It's not Putin who launched, basically, there was an airstrike today in my region. It wasn't Putin who did it. And it was Russians. It was those ordinary Russians that everyone is worrying about. And that's why our team has been advocating for a visa ban because we found that this is the only thing that makes Russians care. And yeah, I completely agree with the previous speaker. It's Russians, and it's. I think it's very hard for people to accept the thought of this because it's very uncomfortable, right? It means that there is really no easy way out of this situation, and I really wish myself that it was. I wish this wasn't the case. I wish it was different, but unfortunately, there is just no, literally no kind of no evidence to suggest otherwise. And our friends were, well, they call themselves former Russians. They are in Russia and they are strongly in favor of a visa ban for Russians, actually. And they say it's true. So most Russians just close their eyes on what's happening. And in this case, I think neglect is even worse than just direct hatred, right? Because every horrible thing in history, every atrocity happened because of this silent consent, right? And I think it's very dangerous, and I think that it needs to be acknowledged that it's Russians, and that they are collectively and on a personal and on a collective level, they are responsible for what's happening, all of them.
Okay, I understand the point now. I was getting thrown by some statistics that just seemed like blanket statements.
I think, sorry, a quick comment. So I often hear this thing about blanket statements, sweeping statements, and so on. If when we speak about anything, we have to generalize somewhat, right? So yeah, like for example, when I speak about Reuters being Russian propaganda, even though I always qualify this statement saying, I know there are lots of good journalists and lots of good photographers working for Reuters, and they're not all corrupt, blah, blah, blah. But if I cannot say that Reuters spreads Russian propaganda, if that's a blanket statement, maybe it is, but otherwise, if I cannot say it, then any statement is a blanket statement, you know?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it made it harder to understand the argument, right? So I just didn't understand the point. And actually, I agree, because it got explained to me by a friend of mine who grew up in Russia, came here, and he said to me, when I kept on asking, is there any hope of change? And it was a depressing conversation. He said no, because no one will take any responsibility, for their role in any of this. And he said the only time there will be any change is if the sanctions are pushed so hard that people start starving. He said this, right? And he still has family there, or when they're completely defeated, right? That was depressing, but that's what he said, and he has some insight, I would think. Alona, go ahead.
First of all, I think, yeah, I've thought about this a lot, and I think as a country in its current form, Russia just should not exist anymore. I think it's a completely failed state, and I think what the previous speaker also meant when he said that Russians don't mind him. I think the only Russians that I know hate Putin. They're usually just mad because they're not in his place, and it was quite telling the other day when I opened the profile on Twitter of this Russian opposition person, right? And you go on his Twitter, and the first thing you see is this pinned message with the Ukrainian flag, and it clearly says, "I am a Russian citizen, and I'm against Putin's war in Ukraine." So clear, like oppositional message, right? So it's gonna trick a Western audience person immediately, and then he reacts to by saying, "Oh no, I don't understand all this gloating. What if she was a daughter of this propagandist, she has to die?" And she literally was openly a neo-Nazi, calling Ukrainians subhumans and saying that Bucha was staged, right? So in his mind, he was completely quiet about many tragedies of much larger extent that have been happening in Ukraine over the last half a year. The two things that he's been really vocal about have been visa ban and death of a Russian neo-Nazi. So if that is it's a person who lives in the West, right? There is no one forcing him to be saying this, and that, I think, that shows their real face, and people often just don't want to see that.
Okay, fair enough. Follow up on that from Toya Yayo or Alona? We'll go on to our next speaker. Okay, go ahead, Darth.
Oh, thank you very much. You said this was kind of, existential democracy versus not democracy, and I think it goes further back than that. I think it's Enlightenment ideals, and person is by themselves. They don't need a big group like a Russian group or something like that, versus not that. So, and I got my recurring payment to Maria Aid because I am way too old and way too fat to help any other way. So, long live for Ukraine.
Thank you. Yeah, and just a reminder to everyone, there are many different ways you can support Ukraine. You can talk to your friends about what is going on in Ukraine right now. You can keep them informed. You can retweet the space. You can donate to nonprofits that get life-saving equipment into Ukraine, like the one we support here in this space, MryiaAid.org. It's all run by volunteers, so you're not paying for any salaries or anything like that. No pizza parties. Every dollar you spend gets shipped to Ukraine. So please, by all means, just after Ukraine's Independence Day, one of our speakers said it's been 31 years. If you can spare $31, it'll buy a tourniquet and could save someone's life. So please do what you can to help, and that is one way you can help. Leonard.
Yes, thank you, Bloke. Just a follow-up point to what the previous two speakers had outlined, and that's sort of the weigh scale that they're suggesting, if you will, in terms of not blaming everything that's gone bad in Russia on Putin, but blame it rather on the Russian people. And I would just submit that there's a you have to take into account the entire lay of the land, which means you have to take a balanced approach in assessing this. So the danger, I think, of what they're arguing for is that you let the leadership and the government, if you will, off the hook to a large degree and simply blame the Russian people. And I think before doing that, you have to put the last 100 years of Russia into some kind of historical perspective. And you have to realize that prior to 1917, prior to the Russian Revolution, that Russia was essentially a feudal society. It was the last feudal society on the boundaries of Europe. And at that point in time, there's a fairly famous Canadian historian, who's Conrad Black, who's written and widely read in many of these areas. But he's written that Russia, for all intents and purposes, in the last 1,000 years, has not had 15 minutes of good government. So that's good governance. And that's a factor that you have to take into account in assessing where Russia sits today. And if you look at the outcomes that followed or were closely in the footsteps of the Russian Revolution, you've had extensive violent turmoil, war throughout all of the lands currently and previously that were occupied or at least temporarily claimed by Russia. And not the least being the lead up to World War II and Joseph Stalin. And when you look at the impact of leaders that Russia has had, like Joseph Stalin, on the culture, on the polity, on the entire Russian landscape, I mean, it's well accepted that there were at least 40 million Russians who were killed, disappeared, or died just during Stalin's regime alone. And that only takes you up to 1953. And from then on, we've seen some of the modern spin-offs, if you will, of the Russian
If I could
culture.
just specify that there are a lot of Ukrainians that were killed under that regime, not necessarily just Russians, right?
Oh, specifically, yes, the Holodomor, 6 million Ukrainians who perished, not just perished, but died of starvation, which is perhaps the most acute and cruel form of death that can be imagined. And that was Stalin directly.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with our speakers. It's just I feel sometimes that last night, and maybe this is my fault as a moderator in a way too, we spend a lot of time talking about Russia and not enough time speaking about Ukraine, and how Ukraine can liberate itself from Russia. And so that's why I sometimes tend to go over these arguments a little bit, but I understand everyone's point. You have to understand the source of the problem in order to fix it. It's just that I like to keep the focus on Ukraine as much as I can. If you understand, maybe where I'm coming from.
No, that's fair. That's fair enough, Bloke. And that I would say that's analogous to discussing Canadian history without taking into account American history. So, unfortunately, for better or for worse, the two nations have existed side by side, coterminous borders.
That's the only class history class that absolutely put me to sleep. But I get it. Alona,
Which one?
I think
the North American, American, or the Russian one?
Our own. But Alona, I think you had a follow up on this.
Yeah, just quick comments. I think the reason why it's so important, the reason why we have to speak about Russians here is not because we like speaking about Russians. And in this context, we actually don't mind like emphasizing exactly the right terminology, because very often in the media or on social media as well, I see this annoying term repeatedly, Putin's war, and I'm like, no guys, this is not Putin's war, and it's really damaging to use this term, and that's because it shifts the blame from the real party at fault, which is Russians, to Putin, who is one person, and that means it was all his, he was the villain, and then everyone else is an innocent victim here, which is another completely outrageous thing. When people call Russians victims, it should be a complete taboo in the society. Like, no one would be calling like Nazi Germans victims, like in the presence of Jewish people. In the same way, Ukrainians should not hear victims of with regards to Russians. So yeah, I'll hand it over to Madia. I think that he's the next person coming up.
Actually, I have just one quick follow-up to that, and that is that if you say that you can't really blame Putin for what's unfolded in Russia, well, would you say the same thing with respect to Joseph Stalin? So in other words, would you blame the Russian people for the 45 million Russians who perished up until the death of Stalin?
There is an excellent quote about this by the, first of all, I'm not taking the blame from Putin. Of course, he's the one giving orders, but I'm not sure he's giving orders to like rape babies, I don't think that's him doing that. So yeah, he is the one who sent the troops to Ukraine, but he is not the one committing all those atrocities, and that's why I think it's very a bit disproportional to be attributing so much blame to him and really not enough blame to Russians. With regards to your question with Stalin, so first of all, it wasn't just Russians who suffered from Stalin. Well, hundreds of thousands and millions of Ukrainians actually died of Holodomor. That's when Stalin, if I'm not mistaken, was in power. So that's of 5 to 7 million Ukrainians that died, and no one was ever held accountable for it. Now, whether I would, say that Stalin was not involved here, there is a very good quote by an author called Sergei Dovlatov, and he said, we always blame Comrade Stalin for all his crimes, and of course we are right to do so. But then who wrote 4 million denunciations? And it wasn't him. It was a people. And I think it's important to
actually,
take it into account.
just to support your point, Alona, I do understand the nuance, right? There is the power structure, the dictatorship, but there's also the culture that allows that to happen, right? And as one speaker in our space says frequently, many things flow downstream from culture. So, I agree. Individual Russians are responsible, and they have to take responsibility, which is why I too am in favor of a visa ban. It seems to be the only thing that gets them upset, right? Like, not the genocide that's taking place, not the destruction they're causing, but the fact that they can't go on vacation. And I find it difficulty to have sympathy for people who are unable to take that level of personal responsibility. So I do understand the nuance in what you're saying. I don't think there's a lot of disagreement, but you're right. I think that people they're uncomfortable about it because the implications are vast. And the implications are that we absolutely must defeat Russia. We must help Ukraine achieve its independence. It has its independence, but achieve its victory against the Russian invaders. Because if we don't stand up to these genocidal dictators now, the price will only get higher, as Kasparov has said multiple times. Is that a fair statement?
Of course, yeah. And I had something else to say, but it doesn't come to my mind now, so I'll mute myself. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ilona. Always welcome. Maddie.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of discomfort in the West discussing this topic because there's a lot of projection and association with the colonial past of the Western empires. But something what people need to understand is there's a vast difference between the Western colonial empires and the Russian colonial empire, because while the Western empires did crumble eventually, letting go of the colonies. In some instances, they were done on a voluntary basis. In some instances, they were simply kicked out. Talking about France, of course. Uh, with Russia, the colonial empire never died. It shrunk, but it's still there. It's still in place, and people still think that it's a unitary state. It's out there somewhere, but it's still a colonial empire. Look at the lands that they occupy. Look at the autonomous republics that they've got. Look at the empty swathes of land that they have, where the local population got exterminated down to zero. So when you're considering all of that and you start projecting, that just becomes a false analogy. So now this colonial empire is trying to do an attempt of I'm not even going to count, a 9,000th attempt of rebirthing the empire. And I'm not going to dig into the old imperial times. I'm not going to dig into the Soviet times. As Elena pointed out correctly, the Muscovites were not only exterminating the Ukrainians, they were actively exterminating all other non-Russian ethnic groups. My specific group, the Kazakhs, was 50% genocided in the 1920s and 1930s. So if you look at the map of Kazakhstan, if you want to abstract from Russia and Ukraine, you'll see that it's a massive country with a population of 19 million. Now you know why. So let's look at the contemporary history of Russia. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, the Russians were not simply letting it go. It might seem like it was a peaceful decomposition, but there were multiple conflicts that popped out. And when I say conflicts, obviously, I'm talking about wars. The most obvious one is Transnistria, a thorn that exists in Moldova's side to this day, because the local ethnic Russians decided to set up their own autonomous republic and, well, not autonomous, an independent republic, and proclaim it to be a part of Russia. They still want to be a part of Russia, that the Russians that live there. The thing is, those ethnic Russians that reside in Transnistria were there as arrived there as colonial settlers. They just didn't come as peaceful settlers. They came in along with the military bases that the Russians brought in there. And if you know a bit of history, of Russian history, you'll know a certain figure who's kind of whitewashed in history a bit, General Lebed. He was a commander of the VDV forces fighting for the ethnic Russians there. So yeah, that still exists. Multiple other conflicts sprung out. There was a Georgian civil war with Abkhazia and Ossetia. South Ossetia, people think that, oh, it happened in 2008. No, the Russians were going in there already in the 90s in a sneaky way. So that's been happening for decades now. And the Russians even tried to take Crimea back in the 90s, not by force, but issuing passports and doing the various shenanigans. They just couldn't apply brute force back then because their economy was not up to the par. And another important elephant in the room that needs to be pointed out is that all of the autonomous republics within the Russian Federation back in 1991 actually declared independence, pretty much all of them, in a very short period of time. Most of them were forced to sign the Treaty of Federation, apart from two notable examples, Tatarstan and Chechnya. Tatarstan managed to negotiate a good deal with a good level of autonomy, which was gradually later on stripped away from it back in 1994. So the Russians realized that, hey, look, we've got only one colonial subject that still is refusing the Treaty of Federation, so let's stop negotiating with them and let's go invade them. That's how the first Chechen was started. So that was not Putin. That was not the current circle of people. That was a completely different administration, completely different people in the Kremlin, specifically Yeltsin. So the concept, I'm not going to go further because everyone knows about Georgia, everyone knows about the Second Chechen War, everyone knows about the initial stage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine back in 2014 and 2015. I think those were discussed ad nauseum. So if you look at the problem of the Russian culture, and you quickly start to realize that pinning the blame on a specific person sitting in the Kremlin or a specific people sitting in the Kremlin is way too simplistic, because there's a concept of social construct, social contract in the colonial empire. The only subjects that truly matter for the power structure are the ones that are living in the imperial centers of Moscow and St. Petersburg, and to a smaller degree in some other cities, much smaller, pretty much insignificant. What happens in the colonial subjects of Dagestan, Buryatia, and so on and so forth is of no concern to the ones who are living in Moscow, as long as they get a high quality of life, a decent standard of living, and so on and so forth. So this social construct is surrounded by the economic motivation, where rents and lands of the colonial empire need to be extracted for the benefits of Moscow, of course. And now they're faced with a problem where they're gradually running out of resources, at least the ones that are easy to extract. That's why the timing is interesting, because they decided to go on and expand their colonial power where they could exploit more subjects. Of course, I'm talking about Ukraine. So on top of that, there's a layer of cultural exceptionalism, or Russian ethnic exceptionalism, that's been perpetrated both by the Russian Empire, by the Soviet Union, and by the modern day Russian Federation through the ages. Over the past 30 years, most of the colonial subjects actually within the Russian Federation actually were continue to be subjected to the concept of Russification. All of those who can pass for a white person, for a Russian person, for an ethnic Russian person, are highly motivated by the social ladder to actually switch their first and last names to sound more Russian. If you look at some of the people currently in the government, you dig into their history, you'll quickly realize that there are not ethnic Russians, but they have ethnic Russian names. For example, Lavrov, he is actually Armenian. I can't remember his Armenian name, but that's not his real last name. Then there was the Surkov, the guy who got arrested recently, but he was one of the masterminds of the Crimean annexation and the invasion of the initial invasion of Ukraine, and he was one of the key people responsible for the planning of the full-scale invasion. He's not a military person, but he's the political head, one of the propaganda masters. He's actually an ethnic Chechen, and as fate would have it, his real name or last name is actually Dudaev. He's of no relation to the first president of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, Johar Dudaev. So now you start to understand. And all of those people who cannot pass for ethnic Russians within the Russian Federation, well, tough luck. That's why you see a lot of ethnic minorities getting slaughtered on the front lines in Ukraine, because they simply don't have any other alternatives in life. They can't move to Moscow because they can't even do the basic stuff as renting an apartment in Moscow. So keep that in mind. That's the Russian culture for you. So when you're dealing with a country that has a culture of ethnic Russian exceptionalism, and pinning responsibility on a few key people is of course important, because they're the ones who are actually pulling all the levers. But you have to understand that the underlying cause is the social contract that they have within their society. And of course, I'm not calling for a genocide. Let's go kill all the Russians. That would be a simplification. I've written extensively where Russia, in its present form, simply should not exist. It's a colonial empire that needs to be thoroughly decolonized. This way, everyone actually wins, including the Russians themselves. because all of the colonial subjects get the rights for agency, where they could potentially finally move onto the democratic path without having a colonial overlord, a Tsar, sitting in the Kremlin. And the Russians themselves, I think Russians and the Muscovites actually could win from this, because they could finally gradually get to integrate into the European society, become a truly European country, get democratic institutions, because as of now, it's not possible. And the reason is simple. It's economic. The reason is economic. If you have a liberal government, so let's take the Western darling Navalny, who's actually a fascist, by the way. I can talk about it if you want me to, but I'm just gonna skip. And let's assume Navalny comes to power. He becomes a liberal head of the government. He decides to truly federalize the country and introduce democratic reforms. Guess what? He cannot truly do it, because that would decrease the quality of living or standards of living in Moscow. So because that would actually lead to a lower tax reparations from all of the colonial regions, and the federal center, the imperial center of Moscow, would actually start getting lower tax contributions from all of the regions. That is simply not acceptable. For example, right now, Ханты-Мансийский автономный округ, the Khanty-Mansi Autonomous Okrug, has a GDP per capita of $105,000. $105,000. That's a ton of money. Is life cushy there? Of course not. The region has a lot of oil and gas. All of that oil and gas, all of the profits obviously get pocketed by Moscow, and practically nothing is reinvested back into that region. So
Yeah, imagine like a desolate mining town around like a giant
Exactly.
crater, right?
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. So the only people who actually go there are the ones who are working in the oil and gas sector, and that's it. The locals are desperately trying to move out. If you ask some of the Russians, for example, there's a blog by Tinkoff Bank. Tinkoff, by the way, the guy who founded this bank, is another ethno-nationalist. But again, I'm not going to talk about him. So they have a blog that I followed for quite a while, and one of the entries in the blog I found extremely striking, because it was talking about why people move to Moscow. They had a number of reasons, but it's basically boiled down to a single phrase that they used that is truly striking. All the best is in Moscow. That's why people go there. So now you can see what is happening. So now let's go back to the liberal government that tries to federalize and, well, whatever you call federalization, but basically democratize their society. They would simply not do it, because the Russians are not stupid. Whoever would be sitting in the Kremlin, or whoever would be running the Russian State Duma, would quickly realize that that Moscow would become poor, and the Muscovites would start protesting, and they would quickly lose their power. So while this structure, this colonial imperial structure exists, nothing would change. And on top of that, you layer in their culture of exceptionalism, where they do constant historic revisionism, where they have their literally works praising their imperial past. You have a serious problem where they would just keep on doing what they've been doing for the past few centuries, for the past 30 years, unless they actually fall apart. I know I'm painting an extremely grim picture right now, but the situation could be resolved. The question of the Russian Empire could be resolved without actually having any Western boots on the ground, I think. Simply by arming Ukraine to the teeth and kicking the Russians out of all of Ukraine, kicking the Russians out of Crimea. And Crimea is a pinnacle of this issue, because it's of course, it's got a strategic port and so on and so forth, but has a lot of symbolic and propaganda value. A lot of Russian pride is tied to the specific peninsula for some reason. Well, there are reasons. I don't want to talk about them right now because it's going to distract. So if they lose Crimea, they're going to go through a situation. Sorry, Helena, I'm about to finish. They're going to go through a situation that's would hopefully be the reverse of the 2014 Crimea effect, where after the annexation, where they lost, where the Russian government and Putin himself gained 20 percentage points in public support from the Russian people. Back then, polls actually mattered. That those polls were conducted by Levada Center, and back then, I remember even ethnic Russians living abroad were cheering for Russia. That stupid slogan that pissed me off back in 2014, "Krym nash," meaning Crimea is ours, was everywhere. I even saw it in New York while I was living there, just visiting Brighton Beach. The local ethnic Russians who migrated to America were chanting that, like, and pardon my French, it was a very much a situation with the actual fuck for me. So if they get kicked out of Crimea, they might actually go through the reverse effect of the Crimea effect. The government will most likely lose those 20 percentage points in public support. Then you layer in all of the economic sanctions on top of them. By the way, they should be expanded. Their agricultural sector and their pharmaceutical sector need to be fully sanctioned. I know it will cause a humanitarian crisis in Russia, but such is the price. And on top of that, you've got a humiliating military defeat. Historically, Russia went through significant turmoils whenever they lost a war. You've got the Russo-Japanese War. I know I told you that. I'm not going to go back, but I need to for this instance. The Russo-Japanese War, 1904 and 1905. They ended up having their first revolution that failed, but introduced the concept of, well, constitutional monarchy on paper, because that's when the first Russian State Duma appeared. But in reality, it was all just a sham, just to appease the people. But it laid the seeds for later revolutions. After the situation on the Eastern Front of World War I was not unfolding all too well for the Russians, they ended up having their first revolution in 1917 in February. The Tsar abdicated, but the interim government decided to continue the war. Of course, that was a pretty dumb decision because the Russian people didn't want to fight, and that's why they ended up having a second revolution in 1917, the so-called Great October Revolution that actually happened in November, by the way. But who cares? The Russians had a different calendar for some reason for the rest of the world, and yeah, so they don't do all too well. And even if you go into their contemporary history, the humiliating defeat in the First Chechen War turned Yeltsin into a pariah within his own state that he had to abdicate in 1999 and make way for Putin. Putin is not some messiah. He's not some super villain who just popped out of nowhere. He was chosen by a circle of kingmakers back in '99 because they thought that he was gonna just follow the orders, what they tell him to do. He was, just to give an idea, everyone called him Бледная моль, which means pale moth. He was a nobody that was pretty good at following orders. And that is it. So he's not a supervillain. He's just a man. He's just a man who was pretty good at doing all the chores for the people who were above him. So now saying that Putin is like some supervillain who should be punished, and so of course he should be punished, but he's just doing what the Russian people want. At least I think so. Again, going back to the entire concept of social contract. So yeah, if the Russians are defeated in Ukraine for the aforementioned reasons, with the economic sanctions, they might actually get extremely upset with their governments, and it would actually, I have a strong feeling that would start a civil unrest that would result in a situation where many of the colonies might actually take the chance, and not just the colonies that are populated by ethnic minorities, but also by the colonies that are heavily populated by ethnic Russians, including the ones who live in the Russian Far East, a region that is 11 time zones removed from Moscow. So if something happens there, sometimes they have to wait for the people in Moscow to wake up and tell them what to do. That's not an efficient way to govern a country. At least I think so. I'm also of a strong belief that the Third Chechen War is simply unavoidable. Kadyrov is a puppet who's sitting in this artificial colony, even though it's considered to be a subject of the Russian Federation. It's an autonomous republic within the Russian Federation. Technically, it's not Russia. The Russians themselves call the Southern Caucasus ближнее зарубежье, or внутреннее зарубежье, sorry, which means internal abroad. So ethnic Russians themselves don't even consider those regions to be Russian, or they don't consider to be those regions part of Russia. But on paper and on the world political map, it's part of Russia. So there you have it. So if Putin is kicked out, and Kadyrov is probably not going to survive for too long, and then boom, you get a third Chechen war, and the third one might actually succeed because coupled with civil unrest within Russia and multiple colonies breaking away, that might spell the end. So I
Yeah, I
do
mean, the
believe that
first one, Mahdi, arguably succeeded. The second one ended basically with a bribe or like a co-option of the ruling class. I mean, a
Exactly.
Chechen victory isn't out of the question. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we discussed the Chechen wars before, but I don't want to go into them right now. So yeah, the West gets a unique opportunity to finish what should have been done back in 1991, because the Russian Federation was bailed out big time. They were bailed out through humanitarian aid. They were bailed out through massive redevelopment loans. They were bailed out through the hopes of integration through expanding international trade, despite the genocide that they were committing in Chechnya during the first and the second Chechen wars. Just to give an idea, probably 30% of the ethnic Chechen population got wiped out in those wars. So yeah, that's another genocide that everyone tries to avoid talking about because it did happen, but it's not convenient. There were economic reasons to trade with Russia, so let's just look the other way. So this time around, hopefully nobody looks away and Ukraine is armed to the teeth. Because yeah, Ukraine is the answer to ending this current or third variation or third version of the Russian Empire. All right, that was a long speech. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Maddie. I have very little to add to that. It was beautiful and covered a lot of things that we've been saying in this space and why the focus needs to be here. I just want to give Alona a chance to follow up. And Toyo Yo Yo, I don't know if you're still awake, but you had kicked this conversation off, and you're welcome to follow up as well. But let's go to Alona first because
Thank you.
I know she.
Yeah, it was an excellent summary, and I do think that this time something really different needs to happen, because if you make the same mistake over and over again, and you hope for a different outcome every time, that's kind of probably a sign of either naivety or like low intelligence probably, or there is malicious intent, which I think is there are indications of that from some countries. But right now there is this is the last chance for the Western countries to get away with, well, yeah, there will be economic cost. This cost could have been a much lower had this been done 8 years ago, right? In almost 9 years now, in 2015. But this cost is only rising on a daily basis, and at some point this cost is going to stop being just monetary. And so I say it every day that people need to start listening to Ukrainians and also to people from countries that are next to Russia. There is quite a good consensus on what needs to happen, and there is a reason for that. And I'm kind of tired of repeating myself over and over again, but that's because, well, the way Russian propaganda works, right? They repeat the same message over and over, even if it's nonsense. It doesn't matter if you repeat the same nonsense enough times, people will believe it. And so to counter that nonsense, you need to repeat the same truthful message probably even more times, but people do not hear. And there is a reason why, again, I can give you a 3-hour TED talk on why the first thing you hear, it stays with you. It's kind of becomes ingrained in your mind, and it's very hard to get it out. But the bottom line is that there is basically two options, right, for people in the West who are still safe. Option one, people finally hear Ukrainians, and the bias that's in there is really hard to overcome. So very often I see people saying, guys, you need to listen. Very important to catch yourself when you're doing that, because it's very easy to convince yourself that because you are saying that you are listening to Ukrainians, that doesn't mean you're listening, right? And so something that I've been trying to explain to people is that the experience of people who have been through this matters more than the experience, the lack of the experience, and just someone's opinions or ideals. Or some very often people tell me this stuff every day, right? So I deal with this on a daily basis. Yes, Alona, you say rational things, but I believe in this. It doesn't matter what you believe at all whatsoever. Like, the truth and the reality is very harsh, unfortunately. And yeah, it's a depressing thought for some people in the West, because they think Russia is so great that if it falls apart, something bad's going to happen. It doesn't really get much worse, trust me, than it already is. And so if it breaks apart, it's really not a bad thing. And the Russians, the former Russians that I'm friends with were in Russia, they have the same opinion. They want for Russia to fall apart. And so two options, right? So option one, people start finally listening to us. Option two, they find out, they learn the hard way what we were trying to communicate, and that is not going to be, the current cost is going to feel like nothing, and there will be a lot of regret. But the difference is that in option two, there won't be the Ukrainians who are currently defending the rest of the free world from this horror. They are not going to be there anymore. Unfortunately, it's going to be too late for us, and that's why Ukrainians are so kind of sensitive. People call us sensitive, and we get emotional over this, because it's like you try. I'm not that old, and I've spent like the vast majority of my sort of conscious or mature life, more or less, saying the same thing to people, and they just don't listen because I'm Ukrainian. And it's wild. Like, you only really understand this when you deal with this on a daily basis, and it's completely just mental. And it's basically like watching highly educated people, experts and whatnot, the kind of sleepwalk into a disaster, and you're trying to warn them, and you know that they're just not hearing you, and they think they're very smart and they know better than you what's happening to you, which is nonsense in itself. But there is it's a very dangerous situation, and right now we can still address it at a horrendous price for Ukraine, but at least people in the Western countries are not going to be having to arm themselves. And with many countries, I'm not sure we are going to see the same courage and the same resilience that Ukrainians have shown.
And Alona, you're from Donetsk, is that right?
No, so originally I'm from Dnipro region. I last went to Ukraine a few weeks ago. I came back. Well, I'm based in London most of the time, so I was in Ukraine a few weeks ago, and I'm going back there basically like in a couple of weeks again. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thanks. Yeah, just real quick, Maddie, how you doing on time, man? Because I did have some questions for you, but I want to give the hands a chance to speak.
I can stick around for another hour.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. Okay, we can go to hands. Back to you, Bloke.
Okay, so I think it was just a bunny, and who's next? I have more to add, just from what Russians and Eastern Europeans say, and they should be listened to. But let's go to just a bunny, who's been waiting patiently.
Well, Maddie and Lona did such a good job really summarizing it that I guess I'll try to be brief. I'll say this, that cultures are complex things. They're complex social structures, and it's actually very difficult to describe them in excruciating detail without taking up an enormous amount of time. Frankly, on a conversation like this, you can't always go into describing the universe one atom at a time. And beyond that, cultures, they consist of things like what grandma said, what this or that person said, what you saw on TV. Like, they consist of so many different things that it's honestly just for the sake of efficiency. When you guys hear from people that are either from Central Asia, Eastern Europe, we have a good familiarity with that culture. There's simple everyday things that to us are just common sense. Yeah, of course they do that. That's how everyone that I've bumped into behave. And I guess just as a last thought before I go here, just an interesting thing to digest for your consideration. Even me living in the West, in Canada, most of my interactions with Russians, the ordinary, innocent, good Russians, over the last 8 years, whenever they devolved into arguments, they would finish with something along the lines of, well, remember when this happened and we did this? What did the West do? They didn't do expletive, so that attitude that exists precisely because every time that Russia has a chance to collapse, what the West does is they start daydreaming about wonderful Russias in the future, and instead of letting Russians face the consequences of their actions and figure out how to run their country or countries, ideally, by themselves. So my suggestion is just consider that the lesson that they take away from that is we can get away with this.
Couldn't agree more. As my grandmother once said, don't trust them around the corner. Leonard, I believe you had a follow-up.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Bloke. And really what I just have is a question of clarification for hopefully both Maddie and Alona. And it relates to this. I'm trying to draw a consistent thread through what they're laying out as to their assessment of the Russian polity today. And we've had this debate that ranges from, well, who do we blame? Do we blame Putin at the apex, the bad dictator, the new czar, or do we blame the Russian people? And just based on an historical analysis, my theory is that the true answer lies somewhere in between, if we're going to draw a thread right through as closely to the truth as we can get. And so my question is simply this. We know that the vast Soviet style, if you will, but the administrative state that's been built up, and certainly Putin's Kremlin is, in many respects, it's an heir to the Soviet era massive bureaucracy that was imposed on top of the Russian state, and that evolved over literally 100+ years. So my question is simply this. We know that today we have Putin at the apex. So say Tsar Putin. Underneath Putin, we know we have the FSB, the GRU, the IRS, the vast state apparatus that goes down and encompasses the Solovetsniki, if you will, Prigozhin and the Wagnerian groups. And then even down that far in the apex, we have the oligarchs. So say the economic operatives, if you will, with varying degrees of political impact on the hierarchy, the actual political hierarchy above them. So ranging from zero, to probably quite a lot for guys like Oleg Deripaska and the Yahoo that's been in custody in Austria since 2015. The Dmitry Peskov, or whatever his last name is. But so assuming this, we know there's about up to 500,000 members of the FSB and these various security spin-off groups and potpourri within the Russian Federation. So assuming that Putin was removed with that administrative apparatus, I mean, clearly that would have to be addressed as well. And then we get to the rest of the 140 million or 135 million. The Russians don't even know how many Russians there are, but say it's somewhere between 135 and 140 million citizens there. So I'm just wondering, do you consider that when you're assessing blame and sort of historical guilt here, do you propose that attach equally, even down through the Solovniki and the Kremlin and the FSB, et cetera, that scales right down to every Russian in the street? Or do you acknowledge that the historical precedents are such that if you completely remove the administrative structures, then you have the ability to manipulate, to maneuver, to evolve the populace? Yeah.
I think that populace is way beyond repair. And there is, again, as I said, there is simply no empirical evidence. As much as I was, honestly, the first few weeks, I was so naive. It was almost laughable at this time. I thought that, if we remove Putin, something's going to change, even when this genocidal full-scale invasion started. So don't think that I'm like, I spoke Russian to my friends in Eastern Ukraine my whole life. I read most of classical Russian literature. I'm not some, I've barely met any in Ukraine, if anything. But anyway, so in terms of guilt, right? I don't understand enough. Russians do not realize, and I know it's a wild thought, but people in the West struggle with this too. Russians do not know that there are consequences to what they do, and unless they learn that, and that's going to be a traumatic. Like, look how much they're bleating about these visas. There is.
Oh, did we lose Ilona for a second?
Yeah, let's give her a second because she kind of magically appeared again before, but it's not looking good this time, eh?
And so, yeah, it's completely pathetic the way they're reacting, because they don't have the same problem with genocide, but you threaten them with the tourist visa being banned. Like, no way. They're going to be they turn into human rights advocates immediately. I didn't know they could, be such fierce fighters for human rights. Like, you visa ban, that's all it took. And imagine if they had, if they're deprived from other privileges that they that they're used to. Like, I try to communicate to them that this is just the beginning of what they will have to get used to if we want to fix things, if we want for things to carry on, and if you think that appeasement politics has had a great track record in Europe over the last 100 years. Yeah, we can, but that means Ukrainians will die, most of us, and you guys will have to deal with them on your own. And that's an even more depressing forecast than Russia breaking apart. So I do think that there has to be a blanket visa ban for all Russians. That they need to go back to their country and sort their mess out. And that, yes, all of them are guilty and all of them should feel responsible. And if they don't feel responsible, then they're not good Russians and we shouldn't worry about them in the first place. Thank you.
I don't know who was next. I think it was Flynn, followed by Maddie and Joseph. Could you please check your DMs?
Yes.
Am I out?
Yeah, we can hear you, Flynn. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm from America. I'm not from Ukraine. But just my thoughts on it. 51% of America support Ukraine. United States said that they're going to stand with Ukraine the whole time. So Ukraine will not fall with the United States backing them. Going on the visa ban, we can't ban visas right now because so many Russians are going to flee. This war was years and years in the making. The visa ban will happen, but it can't happen right now because all the refugees. It's going to be crazy. The HIMARS that are wreaking havoc all over in Ukraine on the Russians, those were made in the late 1990s, almost 30 years old. Technology now is insane. The Kremlin, you got to think of population control. With over 150 million people, it's like North Korea. Some people you're not going to be able to change. But in the coming years, democracy will come because population growth and with social medias and all that, democracy will come through. And with over 3,000 Americans in Ukraine too, let alone helping out, and all of them are vets. I think Putin signed his death contract. America is backing Ukraine, and we're on a fine line of nuclear war, and we're doing everything we can to avoid that with mass deaths. You got to think about that. All those people in Russia that want to flee that they can't, it's gonna go to Crimea, And the scary part is Russia's not going to back down either. So it will be a regime change. I don't know how big, but I feel like the political system will be like the United States and Russia in the later years. Probably not when Putin's still alive. He's going to probably be long gone. Or the population will overthrow Putin. I mean, before you know it, every person's going to know someone that died in Ukraine. Oh, that's pretty much all I got.
Okay, thank you very much, Flynn. So yeah, I think some good points there. I don't know. Yeah, I think generally good points. I do kind of want to try to discuss because Maddie only comes by once in a while now. He's kind of busy with school. I wanted to talk to a few things about Maddie. But real quick, I'll let Maddie and then Rosalie maybe respond to this. Maddie, go ahead.
Again, Putin is not the problem. He's a symptom of a widespread problem. Regarding visa ban, get that lid on that kettle and up the temperature through increased sanctions. If you want to deal with Russia, make sure that all those good Russians actually stay in Russia and fix the issue for you. Nuclear war, Russian propaganda. Don't worry about it. It's not going to happen. The Russians like living way too much. Then they know that they're not going to win it. So the concept of mutual assured destruction was never canceled. So just don't even think about it. The Russians are not going to do anything about it. Besides, servicing nuclear weapons is extremely expensive, and something tells me that most of their nuclear arsenal is probably not functional. Obviously, I'm speculating here. I have to make a disclaimer. But given the level of corruption that they've got in their states, something tells me that perhaps their thermonuclear weapons are not functional because hydrogen needs to be replaced on a regular basis on those nukes. In those weapon systems. Are the Russians diligent like that? I don't think so. Anyway, the entire problem with, or at least the perceived problem that people have with the concept of collective guilt is understandable, but something we did not bring up and something that was not pronounced in the space today is just staring me in the face pretty much every day because I spent a lot of time prowling through all the Telegram channels from the Russian side. Russia today, in a very insidious manner, over the past 30 years, turned into a Nazi state. When I say ethnocentric, I am actually trying to be polite. It's a state that is purely focused on ethnic Russian superiority. They have openly neo-Nazi groups integrated into their military structure. They have openly neo-Nazi parties within the State Duma. The West kind of ignores it, but they're there. Look at the political party Rodina, meaning motherland. It's a bit an offshoot of Putin's party United Russia, but United Russia is aligned with Rodina. So Rodina, make no mistake, any party that does not promote the same message as the Kremlin or the overall state message is not allowed to be part of the State Duma or the Russian parliament. So they're there. You've probably seen some of those people from that specific party talking on the Russian state TV, saying that more than 2 million Ukrainians need to be denazified, and by denazified, of course, they mean killed, to turn Ukrainians back into ethnic Russians, whatever the hell that means. Because in their view, they either need to be assimilated or killed. There are no other options. All right, so the concept of collective guilt was applied to Nazi Germany after 1945. So now we have a state that is a Nazi state in a much more nefarious and insidious manner than Nazi Germany, because when Nazi Germany dealt with a regime that was formed over a course of 20 years, But here we have a ethnocentric state, well, Nazi states, that is that is reinforced by the culture of ethnic Russian exceptionalism that's been created over the past 2 centuries. So that's a lot more problematic than dealing with Nazi Germany. That is why it's imperative to actually break apart the Russian Federation so that they couldn't actually do anything later, and then apply the concept of collective guilt, meaning not that every single Russian that needs to be taken to court and imprisoned. No, that's not possible, and that's not necessary. What is necessary is for the Russians to educate themselves on their past transgressions, and they need to recognize all the past genocides that their states, that their nation perpetrated over the past centuries. If they finally recognize what they've done, and they finally assume guilt, and they're finally held accountable, maybe they won't do it. And the reason I say maybe, because they might just yet do it anyway. And that is why decolonizing Russia is important. Take away their resource base, take away their population, take away their abilities to actually do anything later on. So I don't know, I still don't understand why the concept of collective guilt is such a huge problem, because they're already experiencing collective punishment right now through the economic sanctions. Because guess what? Every single Russian citizen is getting punished through those economic sanctions and through the Russian federal legislation. All of those oligarchs that you mentioned that lose money are entitled by the Russian legislation to recoup their losses from the Russian state treasury. So all of those Putin's friends, they're doing just fine. So there's also a huge misconception that the oligarchs have any say in the way the Russian state runs. They're nothing but wallets, and by wallets I mean they serve the function of wallets. They're nothing but wallets to the ones who are actually running the states. It's not just Putin; it's also a circle of the Siloviki, the ones that are coming from the FSB, GRU, FSO, the Federal Security Service, SVR. There's so many. The Rosgvardia, the Russian National Guard, the ones who are serving in the Russian Ministry of Internal Affairs, basically the Russian police, and to some extent the Russian MOD. I know I brought up that Russia is a Nazi state. All you gotta do is just Google Rusich, Google the Russian Imperial Movement, Google the Wagner Group. You will see what those organizations are. So I mentioned the political parties. Now I'm talking about the military wings. Rusich is an openly neo-Nazi organization. I know they're pretty small. They only have 2 or 3 companies of people, so up to 500 men. So potentially a Russian-sized battalion. But then you have the likes of the Russian Imperial movements, which by various estimates has anywhere around 10,000 people. It's organized as a political organization, but they also have a military wing called the Russian Imperial Legion. They have roughly 1,000 men. Excuse me. Both Rusich and the Russian Imperial Movement are integrated into the Russian military. They operate under the auspices of the Russian MOD. They're being paid salaries from the Russian treasury. They actually get awarded Russian military state decorations. They are not hiding it. Everything is on their Telegram channels. Now we get to the biggest one that they've got. The so-called PMC, but it's not a PMC. Oh, the Wagner Group. The organization has its origins. People think that it started back in 2014, and on paper, it really did start in 2014 during the initial stages of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But it was inspired from the First and Second Chechen Wars. During the First and Second Chechen Wars, the Russians extensively used volunteers from the Russian National Unity Movement. You might make a wild guess. Yes, it's a neo-Nazi organization. Just Google it. They have a swastika as their flag, a white swastika on a red background. So they quickly realized that having those ideologically charged volunteers on the front lines is extremely efficient because they don't need much to be motivated to actually go in and kill people. The GRU quickly realized that. That's why Utkin, you might know that guy. He has been circling around on Twitter a lot. Bald headed guy with with SS tattoos and all the other nonsense. He was a lieutenant colonel with the GRU. He's a veteran of the Second Chechen War. He closely interacted with all those volunteers coming to fight the Chechens, to kill the Chechens. So having this unholy mix of GRU Spetsnaz mingling with the neo-Nazis, they quickly realized that they could create something interesting and something efficient. And that's how Wagner was born in 2014. Because again, the Russian neo-Nazis decided to show up on the eastern parts of Ukraine. They closely interacted with the GRU operatives. And yeah, if you look at the symbolism and you look at the messaging, if you spend a bit, I don't recommend doing it, but if you spend a bit of time on all those various Wagner fanboy channels, you quickly realize what they are. They are nothing but neo-Nazis. So to give you a size estimate of Wagner, there's no specific number, but the size estimates are pretty wild. They range anywhere between 20,000 to 75,000 people. Of course, some people might tell me that, hey, but many people join Wagner to make some money because they actually pay quite handsomely by Russian standards. And I would tell you, yes, there are generally three types of people that join Wagner. First are the ones that are just neo-Nazis. Second are the ones who are joining for economic reasons. And finally, we've got those who are just adventure seekers. But the problem is that they've got an overarching ideology of Russian exceptionalism and neo-Nazism at the center. And if you join that group, over time, you simply get radicalized. The ideas simply are all around you. You're surrounded by a very specific crowd of people, and you just absorb it, especially if you're exposed to a large volume of violence. So yeah, it comes naturally, especially when the context of Russian culture is considered. So yeah, Russia is a neo-Nazi state, and I don't see a problem of applying collective guilt to them.
Thank you, Madi, for your doctoral thesis on how Russia is, in fact, a Nazi state. No, much appreciated. I do really want to get to some questions, just like some updates on you. I think you really laid the groundwork as we mentioned on the program before, Madi kind of keeps tabs on what I've been calling Russian far-right movements, but Madi's correct. We're far too polite. These are Russian Nazi movements. I mean, let's be honest here. So real quick, I'm going to let Rosalie take this, and then we'll also go to John real quick, and then we'll try to get to some new stuff going on. Go ahead, Rosalie.
Yeah, so the one thing I wanted to say is that the support in the U.S. for Ukraine is much higher than 50%. In a July poll, the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, they did a poll, and 72% of respondents said that they wanted to send more weapons and military supplies to Ukraine. That's down from 79% in March, but that's remarkably stable, especially given the changes that we see to people's attention over time. Support for more sanctions on Russia it rose from 77% in March to 80%. So, the support there is a super majority, and it is relatively stable. So that's the one thing I wanted to say about the support that the I can't remember what his name was, but he mentioned that. The other thing was in terms of the age of some of the artillery that we're seeing. I think he mentioned it was that some of them were from the 90s. I think didn't Axel say that we had seen a missile that was made in the 1950s? I think it was something like that. So we're actually seeing much older weapons. And then the other thing was that
that was a Russian missile. The kid said HIMARS were 30 years old, which is probably wrong because that's the American weaponry.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought he was saying that the Russians were using them from like the 90s. I was like, no, I think we're seeing much older. And then the other thing I wanted to distinguish is when we're talking about visa bans, we need to be clear that these are not the same as refusing refugees. And these are not necessarily the same as refusing, skilled Russians who maybe want to relocate permanently. It's really getting at people who want to go on vacation and enjoy their lives. And, if that seems cruel, in comparison to what we're seeing the Russian state do to Ukrainians, I just think that that's just laughable. I can't entertain that discussion. But we live in a world of laws, and Russia has really thrived by breaking those. And then they come to countries where living is better because we have laws and structure. And I think it's okay for countries to say, no, we don't want you here on your leisure time. And if that is the only thing that bothers them, that's really saying something, because we're seeing genocide. And that's not upsetting. But the idea that they can go on vacation is really baffling. So I just wanted to clarify the difference there between refugees and visas.
Yeah, thanks, Rosalie. Yeah, and I think good points. Real quick, didn't you have a segment coming up pretty soon, or did that already happen?
Nope, it is going to be next week.
Hey, could you just plug that real quick for us?
Yeah, sure. So I am a disinformation researcher and an interdisciplinary public health scholar. I just wrapped up a thesis at Hopkins, and it was on disasters and disinformation. So very, very relevant in this particular crisis. The first talk I'm going to give is going to be on how these campaigns, these influence campaigns, what's the structure of them? What do they look like? What does it take to carry one out? And then how people can recognize them and better understand them. And sort of I want to go through some tips because that's been the biggest thing that people have asked for. They have kind of theoretical conversation, but more than anything, people want tools to protect themselves, to identify it. And so that's really going to be the aim of the first talk.
Okay, and was there a date and time? Sorry, I heard next week, but
if Tuesday is still open, I haven't talked to the powers that be. I am hoping, I would like to set that up.
okay, got it. Perfect. Thanks. Thanks so much, Rosalie. Okay, we got a lot of hands. I don't think I'm ever going to get to my little talk with Maddie, which is fine. But I guess I'll very, very quickly ask Maddie just a couple questions. But real quick, I saw Alona's hand go up. So Alona, please go ahead if you had something you wanted to add to what Rosalie was saying.
I have a couple quick questions to kind of chime in on what Rosalie was saying. On top of tourist visas, right? In terms of refugees visas, and I've personally encountered recently a Russian who is considered very prominent and very anti-war, and they were granted asylum in the West.
absolute just nonsense deposition. But what tends to happen is that the moment the Russian person says that they are anti-war, they're put on this pedestal, and you just can't say anything against them because they said that they are anti-war, even though all their actions may be pointing against that. But anyway, so what's the plan then? How is the revolution in Russia happening? If we send out, like, imagine the like Euromaidan, the revolution of dignity, and like all the Ukrainians get to like they just run away from the Yanukovych government, and they are like sheltered in the Western countries. How long do you think it would take? I'm just curious. Like that's the question to the audience, right? That's not how authoritarian regimes are overthrown, guys. You need to fight for this, and I want to remind everyone that Ukraine had to fight for actually instilled by Russia this government. We had to suffer for it. It wasn't even our fault, and we had to die for it. For some reason, like Russian suffering is like they are treated like little, like some kind of Russian babies would be. It's a meme in our community because I've been accused of not caring about Russian babies. Russian babies is what they probably call like Russian adults, right? So they are shielded from. So during genocide that they're committing, they're shielded from any suffering, even suffering as mundane as a tourist visa, right? And if we don't stop this biased view, I don't see how this is going to end. So what Russians, again, I have these former Russians in friends in Russia who are completely supportive of the visa ban, and I want to also communicate to people that we are silencing them, the actual people in Russia who are against the regime, right? So we are kind of undermining their cause and their efforts, right? So if you want to help Russians, they're kind of like unicorns, right? These opposition Russians. Like I only know two, and they insist on being called former Russians because a good Russian is an oxymoron in the first place these days. But anyway, how is it going to work if we save all the Russians, give them asylum? Which is, by the way, what's going to happen is that a lot of Russians are going to, the same way they turned into human rights advocates, the same way they will turn into opposition who is being persecuted there. So they didn't mind all these like endless war crimes in multiple countries, but suddenly when they realize there's going to be consequences to their actions, which is the most horrifying thing to happen in a life of a Russian person, that's when they need rescue. And I just want to ask everyone, why should this asylum be given to them? And if someone is worrying about saving their ass during when they realize basically shit hit the fan, why should we be saving them? I just don't understand in the first place.
I will say, Alona, like I completely agree with you. I would say that that's the broad consensus in this space. Obviously, like we're pretty much in favor of that 100%. I will say the one person that like pushed back against it a little bit was Konstantin, who, as you know, is like a regular on the space. He served, in the Ukrainian army, fought the Russians in 2014. And I think just his kind of general argument was, I think that Russia shouldn't be completely closed off. Like if they become like North Korea and they're completely ignorant to what's happening, then I think that that's worse than them knowing that there's like, a wider world out there, something to that effect. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with it, but I just wanted to say that that's something Konstantin pointed out. Go ahead, Alona.
Of course, yeah, and like Ukrainians do debate things, but I can pretty much guarantee you that this is not quite common in the Ukrainian society. I think there is a good consensus in this, and of course, like Ukrainians are more than allowed and encouraged to have different views, and to kind of freedom of expression and freedom of thought is a core value in our society. But that's just not very common, to be honest. Like pretty much everyone I know is just like so outraged by the different treatments and by the way Ukrainians like and Russians are treated by the media. Like even like, let's say I give interview to a Fortune magazine, it still comes out with the credit being given to like my Russian friends, which I don't mind because it's my friends, but it's not normal, right? And it's a consistent pattern that I see pretty much but just everywhere. And so Ukrainians have to read these like interviews with Russian soldiers, like materials about their suffering, materials about Russians suffering from Ukrainians not wanting to read Dostoevsky anymore. Like I have a huge thread about this. I have a thread about everything, but this one in particular is ridiculous. And we need to get rid of this. We need to stop feeling sorry for Russians. We need to let them clear up their mess. They need to deal with this themselves. We shouldn't sit around and think, oh, how are they going to, poor things, how are they going to deal with the regime that is killing hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians right now? Who cares if they don't get an asylum visa? Like there should be blanket. It's it's a security threat to literally every country. If you let Russians in, I have a thread called Visa Ban for Russians, and it explains what happens when Russians come to visit a beautiful spire, 123-meter spire in Salisbury. What happens afterwards? Like it's people. The people who tend to be oblivious to all this are the people who haven't actually met many Russians. Or maybe they have some financial links with them and it's painful for them to lose them, but it's not as painful as having your house shelled by Russian missiles.
Yeah, absolutely, Elena. Thanks for those points. I think you're absolutely correct. I couldn't agree with you more. I think just the general point of listening to Ukrainians and not sort of having this privileged idea of Russian suffering over Ukrainian suffering, which, as you say, is a problem that a lot of people do seem to have. There seems to be this kind of obsession with, understanding Russia and Russians and this in maybe in the West. And yeah, I think the better approach is to understand Ukrainians and to understand their suffering, and to even contemplate Russian suffering as Ukrainians are getting bombed is, yeah, as you said, laughable. But we have so many hands. I'm trying to get through these, but real quick, I wanted to ask Maddie just two quick things, just because Maddie has kind of a special skill set, right? He's of course fluent in Russian, and also kind of keeps track of, as we said, Russian Nazi groups. And also, of course, is from Kazakhstan. And there's kind of some stuff going on between Russia and Kazakhstan that might have maybe some broader strategic implications for Russia proper. So, Madi, I guess just broadly, because we don't hear from you quite as much, are there any brief updates you can give us on the Kazakhstan situation? Any news that might not have made it into the headlines?
Very briefly. So Tokayev had a meeting in person with Putin over the past few days. He flew to Sochi. I think the meeting did not go well. Both the Russian and Kazakh media is not reporting on how the meeting went, because the Caspian Pipeline Consortium is now functioning again. I'm losing count how many times its functioning has been interrupted, but I think this time it's done for good, because the Russians declared that the oil terminal in Novorossiysk is being shut down for repairs, and God knows when it's going to get finished. But Tokayev is now in Baku, Azerbaijan, meeting with the Azeri president Aliyev. This is related to the earlier declaration that Kazakhstan made a few weeks ago, saying that all of oil going through Russia, all of Kazakh oil going through Russia is going to be transported through the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan. It's a pipeline going through Azerbaijan, Georgia, into Turkey. Keep in mind that 80% of Kazakh oil is being transported through Russia, right? Well, used to be transported through Russia. So I don't know how long it's going to take and what kind of investments will be required to actually fully implement this plan. I think the details are being finalized right now. But apart from that, nothing major. I did see a piece of news that came out earlier today, just a few hours ago, mentioning that Russia is considering expanding their trade in tenge and som. Tenge is the Kazakh national currency, and som is the Kyrgyz national currency. It's I know it's funny, but there's an economic union, the Eurasian Economic Union, which includes Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Russia, Belarus, Armenia, Tajikistan. I don't think I'm forgetting anyone. So that's pretty much it. So what the Russians are trying to do is, through this action, they're trying to bypass the sanctions. We'll see how that goes. I don't think it's going to go well. they might want to set up some enterprises in Kazakhstan, but right now setting up enterprises in Kazakhstan is extremely difficult. The Kazakh authorities have expanded the list of requirements, which includes the local registration and local permanent residence, which is extremely difficult to get. So yeah, well, I don't think it's going to pan out.
Great, thanks, Muddy. And
yeah.
oh, sorry, do you have more? Go ahead.
No, that's it.
Okay, and then just like one more brief question. So I saw just a brief video the other day of a Ukrainian soldier counting pads from Rusich, the military wing of a Russian neo-Nazi group. That's the smaller one. The Russian Imperial Movement's the bigger one. So I was just wondering, did you hear about like a big liquidation of Rusich on Russian Nazi Telegram, or if not, have you heard any? Just what's the kind of flavor of what's going on those channels right now? What are they talking about?
All right, so yeah, I saw those videos with the Ukrainians actually counting the patches, but there's an official Telegram channel for Rusich, unlike for Wagner. For Wagner, there's no official channel. So for Rusich, they've actually made a statement saying that it's all nonsense. It's Ukraine. They're claiming it's Ukrainian propaganda. Some of the reasons that they stated was that their patches are uniquely made and impossible to replicate, and they could tell from the photos that those patches were fake. So yeah, I don't know. The Ukrainians are probably not lying, because the Rusich also ramped up their recruitment efforts. They've been posting a lot of photos from their training grounds in the suburbs of St. Petersburg on their official Telegram channel. They've been training a lot of new recruits in July and August, which implies that they've been sustaining casualties. So yeah, that makes me think that those videos with the patches are not a lie.
Great, thanks, Matty. Yeah, so I have more questions for you, but I know we got a lot of hands. Go ahead. Did you have anything else?
Yeah. I know someone is gonna bring up Dugina, but I'm gonna say that she's not important. She's dead, so who cares? She's another neo-Nazi in the internal Russian political structure. She had zero influence. Her daddy is a little bit more important, but again, he's not. He's a lot more. He's overhyped. He's perceived to be really important in the West, but within Russia, he's just another editor at the far right outlet called Tsargrad. But apart from that, he has no influence.
Yeah, I think you'll be glad to hear. That's basically how we covered it here. So good to hear that from you as well. Okay, so John has been very patient. Then we have a ton of hands. John, go ahead.
Thank
Hello.
you, Joseph.
Oh,
We have two Johns here apparently.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, John Ridge. Sorry.
All right.
No worries. Madi, since we have you here, I wanted to ask you about something I've been deeply curious about since I learned of it but a week ago. So apparently there are other PMC groups besides Wagner. To name a few, Redoute, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, RSB, Moran, there might be more, but those are the other three that I know of. Apparently, according to some very reliable sources, Redoute has been observed operating in the vicinity of Kherson City. So, in addition to Wagner, there's at least one other Russian PMC group operating in theater in Ukraine, and at least Redoute, and I'm not sure about the others. Can you give us some background on these other groups? Because I have never heard of them until I first saw them indicated on a map.
Yeah, so officially within the Russian Federation, I'll be really quick. I see that there are two more hands, and I'll probably have to run 20 minutes. Officially within the Russian Federation, they are registered as private security companies. So Redoute was organized by the Russian MOD. There are some others. Wagner does not have direct associations with the MOD. They kind of operate independently, and they're part of Prigozhin's own little circle jerk. And with Redoute, it's kind of difficult to say how big they are. I presume they're a lot smaller than Wagner. They're a lot more secretive than Wagner. simply because the Russian propaganda doesn't really advertise them that much. There's one little anecdote that I do have to tell you is that they're actually in fierce competition with each other within Russia. And it is expressed in the following manner. It's really funny. There are multiple anecdotes where if you served with Redut, you cannot get recruited or you cannot get hired by Wagner, and vice versa, because they do not get along. So while Wagner is, I can easily call them neo-Nazis because they have a political ideology, even though they're not supposed to. Redut is more or less closer to the classical PMC, but still they're not a PMC. They're paramilitary units that is operating pretty much all the time with the MOD. Within Russia, they're usually used to guard strategic facilities of strategic value, high strategic value. They also guard pipelines. They guard oil and gas rigs within Russia. But yeah, it's not surprising that they're being deployed because the Russians are really running short on manpower. So they're just trying to get everyone they can. There are also others, much smaller ones, but I don't know that much about them because again, they're not being used for propaganda purposes, so they're not really covered that well.
Thanks very much,
Thank you
Johnny.
very
Any
much.
follow-up, John?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, do you know, as this is a little bit of a two-part, do you know to what extent Redoute has been deployed into other places globally? Obviously, Wagner has been deployed to Central Africa, Northern Africa, South America, etc. The list goes on. Do we know of any other foreign deployments besides Ukraine for Redoute? And in addition to that, do we have any idea what their competency is as an organization compared to, say, Wagner? Are they more or less competent generally?
So they compete for the same pool of recruits. They used to compete for the same pool of recruits of primarily VDV Spetsnaz. Wagner started off recruiting only GRU Spetsnaz, so then they kind of that's a very limited pool of recruits. So they expanded into VDV Spetsnaz, and that's where they clashed with Redoute. And now, from what I can tell, both of the groups lower their standards significantly, which means that they're sustaining heavy casualties. For foreign deployments, I don't have any direct evidence from the bigger Telegram channels. I've only seen some rumors in smaller chat groups mentioning that the Redoute was deployed in Syria, but apart from that, I got nothing.
Thank you, Madi and John. So next we'll go to Craig and then Jonathan. Craig, go ahead. Craig might have died of old age, having his hand raised for his question. So we'll go to Jonathan. Jonathan, please go ahead. I'll bump Craig down.
I think I got old too, but I was old. But a few I wanted to speak as a person who lives in Washington D.C. in the whole polity of everything, and as a dude who works on an army base. Though I'm not former military, by no means am I an expert. So many people know a lot more than me. But first of all, support. I think it's much higher than 50% in the United States. But more important than how much broad popular support is where the support is. I can tell you for sure in the very influential states, I mean influential of Washington, D.C., the states of Virginia and Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, they are extremely supportive. And I have written to my representative, my senators, for those of you not from the state, senators, one representative. Representative is a much smaller constituent, but they're no less powerful. And I have actually written to them and as have probably tens of thousands of other people. And I in their attitudes shift, especially in the early days when it was to get weapons to Ukraine, and that filters all the way up to. So I sound like your grandfather, but for those US, write your senators, write your House of Representatives, write your representatives and your senators. It does make a difference. I difference. So the person who said that the HIMARS or some other system, the M777, are old technology from the 1990s, I have to say that is actually quite quite recent in the world of rocket and shell artillery. Those are actually much newer systems. There are systems out there that are far older from the 60s. The Russians are using garbage from the 50s and 60s that carried on to the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So what I heard in the younger man's voice and what I hear in Alona's is very much the attitude is a return to the good old days when I was 10, 12 years old in the 1980s. About we did not have Russian tourists come here and would let them. They were full of spies. They were full of all kinds of bad things, and that is the right attitude. Return to those. But I don't think because of political correctness, we're going to get a blanket visa. The U.S. is against it at the higher level. Germany is against it. But when you put the words security risk in of something, it becomes a premium. And we need to keep emphasizing, everyone needs to keep emphasizing. I mean, we're not going to visa ban, but you can get people so fully screened to get a visa to come here. It can just about impossible. So there's many ways to skin that cat. The three things I wanted to say. I think going to the mentality of the 80s. Yeah, I know dealing with a different Russian enemy here in space, but going back to the mentality of completely cutting them off and isolating them, whether it's a blanket visa ban or a security ban, I think is definitely the way.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, I think good points. Craig, please go ahead.
Oh, you can. Did John want to add something? Did John Ridge want to add something, or Marty? Because I'm still organizing my thoughts here because there's been so much. I have to kind of reset.
Yeah, sure, John, go ahead.
I just wanted to briefly ask Jonathan. You said that you mentioned that you've written to your reps or and to your senators. I'm just curious if you don't mind sharing who are your reps and your senator. I'm just personally curious.
So I live for another 3 weeks. I live out one exit from the Pentagon and about 3 exits from Washington D.C. in Northern Virginia. My representative, my ward, like my representative, House of Representatives, is Don Bob, who is very, he owns car dealerships. He has rich guy. They all are, but my senators are Tim Kaine and the guy who ran for vice president, and what's the other guy? He's on. I think he's on the Security Council. I'm sorry, it's late. I forget the other guy's name, but he's pretty big too.
Great, thanks, Jonathan. And Craig, did you have a question?
Yeah. So I just wanted to try while we have Marty here and Alona. One of the things that has been interesting for me over the past 24 hours is this statement by Shogun in coordination with this Duma statement, right? In Russia, there are no coincidences in politics, right? Everything is staged, everything is performance art. None of this is really real, right? It's like, remember when Putin held this conference where all his people would come up to the microphone one at a time and he has to correct them, and he does his little song and dance like a little monkey with a tambourine, right? Clap monkey, right? And so when you see these two events happen so close together, right? Shogu making this statement about how Russia's not going to do this anymore, and then we see the Duma, or maybe it was the Duma that made the announcement first, I forget about the order, but saying that we're going to issue a special statement, right? I'm interested in more of the internal, maybe Madi can speak to this, or Lona, whomever, that we are seeing something in Russia that is a little both performance art, right? We understand that this is all just stagecraft, but also somewhat interesting to see something so clear cut, right? He's not saying, well, give us a couple more weeks or give us this. We're going to stop and we're going to start to kind of slow this down, right? And so I'm kind of interested in what, for those people that know, and I'm not one of them, for those people that know, like, what is your kind of gut reaction when you see something like this? We understand Russia's bullshit. We understand they're liars. But what is your kind of your gut feeling when you see these two events simultaneously back to back?
Hello, do you want to go first?
I would like for you to go ahead.
Okay, so Sergei Mironov, he's a leader of the political party Just Russia, announced that the Russian State Duma, the Council of the Russian State Duma, is going to convene on the 25th, and the declaration was made on the 23rd. The Shoigu's announcement was made after that, just I think a day later, on the 24th. So depending on your time zones, yeah, that's why I'm specifying it, because everyone is in different time zones. Anyway, so my gut feeling is that Shoigu announced that the so-called special military operation is slowing down on purpose. He's just trying to explain away their operational failures and strategic failures. At the same time, the Russian State Duma is convening. They're probably going to issue tons of threats. Because what Mironov said was that they're going to make a stern declaration on Ukraine and their alleged attacks on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Of course, we all know that those strikes are done by the Russians themselves. And of course, we already know that the nuclear power plant is being mined by the Russians. I don't believe they're going to do anything. It's just being done for intimidation purposes. Because they desperately need a ceasefire, and that's why Shoigu made that declaration, and that's why Mironov declared that there's going to be a stern warning, and that's why I expect later today, if you live in the European time zone, they're going to make some crazy threats, but they're not going to make good any of those. They want a ceasefire because they're failing, they're out of steam, their military needs time to regenerate. They already failed with their grain blackmail, they've already failed with all the other blackmails that they could have. They can't threaten Ukraine with weapons of mass destruction, because they know that would be a no-go from the Western allies. So they're using the only thing they've got, which is just a threat of using a massive dirty bomb, which is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. But they're not going to do anything about it, because first, having a persistent threat is beneficial, and once they're made good on that threat, that's you no longer have an ace up your sleeve, so you can't use it for blackmail purposes to get the desired ceasefire. And at the same time, we've seen, I'm so sorry, I forgot his name, a member of the British Parliament saying that blowing up this facility is going to automatically trigger Article 5. I think this declaration was a calculated move. I think the sentiment is shared by many politicians abroad. So the Western response could be unpredictable and asymmetric, or at least the response could be in kind. Something in Russia could blow up, something just as toxic. Putin could get blown up. So I don't know. I'm just speculating here. So they're not going to do anything about it. So they just want a ceasefire. That's my version.
Is there? Yeah. Just really quickly. So I'm just gonna. So I'll put an addendum onto that, and then I'm gonna actually ask a separate question or make a separate statement, and then you can correct me or kind of contextualize it for me and boil it down. So the idea of a ceasefire, it kind of bangs around in my head that this declaration or this say like, hey, we want a ceasefire, and not just nibbling on the edges, but actually making a formal statement, whether it be from Putin or the council or the Duma, saying we want to make a ceasefire, and then splash that all over Western media, right? If Russia says that at the Duma level or at Putin's level, that is not going to be small news. That is going to be picked up across the world, right? That is not just going to be another blip on the radar screen, because everybody's going to start to think, oh, like, look, like Russia wants a ceasefire, Russia wants out, like they want to do this. And then all of a sudden, Russia's like, listen, we've said we want this. And they go around Europe trumpeting their, like, we're trying to make peace here. We're trying to make peace. And Ukraine is the one who is trying to keep this war going. Like, you guys need to get a hold of this guy, because he's way out of control. We've already admitted that we're done. We're saying it at the Duma level, at the presidential level. We're saying that we're done, and you guys are just egging this guy on. And I'm not saying that that's going to affect policy, but clearly I feel like it's designed to somehow capture a narrative that Russia wants to spin this into. We're saying we want a ceasefire. We're saying it again and again and again, and you guys just won't let up. Like, what is going on? Because, and people say, well, why would they do that? And I say, well, what other choice do they have except outright military defeat? They don't have another choice. Their back is truly against the wall. So there's a reason why Putin hasn't gone full military mobilization here, right? The time to do it was a couple of months ago. It's not now, when you got nothing but training cadets in Ukraine that are dying faster than you can train these guys, right? It's not realistic, because in order to step that up, in order to step up that full mobilization, that's going to take about 6 to 8 months. If you want the honest to goodness truth, it's going to take a long time in order to do that. You have to call up reserves. You have to scale up training. You have to scale up logistics to support training. You have to scale up all kinds of stuff that takes so much time to do. To give an idea, it took about 6 months for the United States to get ready for war in Iraq, and we are the largest logistical power in the United States. Russia is going to take far, far longer. And so my point is that people would say, well, why would they do this what other option do they have? So that's like my one addendum onto Madi. The second part I would say is, in regards to Russian citizens, this is kind of something that I just have to ask now that I have some Ukrainians on the space. So I've been begging to ask this question. Do either of you feel that, or Ukrainian and Russian, what have you, excuse me, do either of you feel that the Russian middle class, these wannabe hipsters, these wannabe millennials, these people who walk around with their iPhones and their influencers, right? They almost pretend like they're Americans, right? They almost pretend like they're Westerners because they have influence channels and they have this and they have that. Do you feel that the reason they don't want to acknowledge what's happening in Ukraine is because they want to be the West? They want to be somebody who, the war never touches me, and the war never is going to affect me, and we can engage in our military wherever we want to, and we can still go about our lives. So there's like this delusion and this wannabe insecurity of, we're never going to admit what's going on because we want to be the West. We are the West. We are the equivalent of the West. Look at my iPhone. Look at my this. Look at my that. Like, we are the West. Like, the United States engaged in 20 years of warfare, and our economy still grew exponentially, right? Our economy is enormous. Russia is 6 months into this thing, and its economy is in shambles. And so what do you guys feel like of that theory? I've been begging to ask that question. Do you feel like there's some delusion there, some insecurity, some like desperation to want to be seen as being Western?
I can address this. First of all, Madi is in Russian, he's a Kazakh.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's all right. So in terms of this announcement, that whatever they want to make peace, there is a reason why I've been tracking Western media so closely. Like, our team tracks what they are doing, especially Kremlin Paris. We literally have a list called for Russian foreign assets, and it has, among others, Bellingcat on it. Okay, they've infiltrated the type of teams that you would never believe that they would be able to do it, but they have, and we have like credible evidence that that's happening. And so in terms of affecting policy, it does affect policy largely, what the public thinks. And the reason for that is very simple, is because the politician, when he makes a choice, he always, they tend to be selfish, self-obsessed people, and the only thing they think about, most of them, is whether they're going to either stay in the same seat after the next elections, or they're going to climb up the ladder, right? So if they believe that the voter is not gonna like them supporting Ukraine, they are likely not going to do that. And that's also the reason why if Olaf Scholz knew that next election he's going to be completely I think he kind of underestimated that he'd be able to get away. And so the public perception of things is it does have a huge impact on policy, and it would be probably naive to assume that that's not the case. And that is why I've become like allergic. I try to tell people every day, Reuters is spreading, within their coverage of Ukraine at least, they're consistently spreading Russian propaganda, Russian narrative. They quote TASS, they are very like open about it. Like the chief of the UK headquarters is trolling me on Twitter, like it's disgusting behavior and it's corruption, right? And so people say, oh, Leona, not all Reuters, blah, 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 all this nonsense. What happens as a result is that people are convinced that Ukraine is overrun by this neo-Nazi government, and there's Azov regiment is very scary, and there are some imaginary persecuted Russian speakers from Eastern Ukraine. I'm one of them, by the way, they needed to be saved from the scary neo-Nazis, and therefore Russia needed to invade. It has huge implications, right? So this genocide, it's hybrid warfare. Like this war that's happening on the ground right now, it was only possible because of the information war that Russia was waging against Ukraine for years. And that's why it's so important for me to communicate to people that this has to stop. And it was heartbreaking for me to listen about Putin withdrawing troops on like 15th, 17th, 16th of February this year. People would read it in Reuters. It's supposed to be this unbiased reporting, right? So people believe them, and they are like Alona on BBC as well. Putin announced that he will withdraw the troops, and to me that was terrifying because they knew what was about to happen, but they didn't. Right? They don't have the same experience, and that's why this arrogant attitude also needs to stop. Is because we have the experience, the unfortunate experience of dealing with Russia that other people don't have, and they're lucky that they don't have it. And so that's about announcements. Yes, it's very problematic. And that's why it's even more important to share the information about mainstream media being corrupt. And so people should know. And the best thing that you can do is to tell your friends, like I've just retweeted in my account the materials that Martin and I put together on Reuters. There is quite an overwhelming amount of evidence to suggest that that's not just an accidental kind of blunder. There is systematic, every article about Ukraine that they publish, I can find you 10 examples of straight up Kremlin propaganda in that. So that's about question number one. Now, second question about Russians, young Russians with the iPhones and stuff. So that was a mistake that I think also it was a naive assumption by the Western countries that if you give a cheeseburger to a Russian person, you put them in jeans, they're going to become Westernized and all pro-democracy and blah, 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 blah. I've not seen a more scary type of person on Twitter than these liberals and opposition people. I'm honestly maybe I don't follow the kind of groups that Mario does, but they were distraught over Tugina's death. They've not kind of been this pissed off about Ukrainians dying over the last half a year. They were almost basically if there was audio on Twitter, you would hear crying all day because they were so upset. They're like, she's not responsible for her father's action. She was calling us subhumans, and she was saying Bucha was a stage Photoshop thing. And yet they do not see her as responsible. And that's your Russians who are in the West already. They've already been rescued from the scary genocidal Putin regime. They do not need to be pronouncing this nonsense, right? And they say it. And that's because they are part of the same culture. And so, I don't know, in the same way, if someone forcefully wraps me in some sort of flag with a swastika on it, that doesn't turn me into a Nazi, right? It's ridiculous to assume that. The same way you give a cheeseburger to a Russian liberal, and you I don't know, give him an iPhone, that doesn't remove his genocidal ethnocentric cultural code that's in his head. And it's an obvious thing. And the lack of it's enough, I think, to see how many protests there have been abroad by all those good Russians that they are not threatened anymore. They are protesting in favor. It's insane, and people, I have loads of conversations like that, and it's like, if you do not have any empirical evidence of something being true, why would you assume that suddenly, and also things are going into not just the same direction as last time, but they are worse this time? It would be schizophrenic to assume that everything is going downhill, but then suddenly, by some magical powers, a miracle is going to happen and justice will be served for Ukraine and Russians will become all good, democratic, pro-democracy people. That is ridiculous. And so it's the basic, it's one of the reasons why I started keeping the thread about good Russians, is because once you kind of see that in a sequence, what they start doing once they get to the EU, which is or abroad in general, it's very scary, and no sane person should want that in their country. It's a national, Jonathan highlighted, it's a national security threat. He says it's impossible. It is impossible now. I was getting a lot of I was getting a lot of backlash online a few months ago when I started saying that, yes, all Russians are responsible for this. No, I do not care about the problems of ordinary Russians and their suffering whatsoever. Russian babies do not interest me at all. And it was considered it was hilarious. People were saying to each other, guys, we need to give Alena a platform because Ukrainians, they have very different political views. I'm like, guys, this is a normal Ukrainian view that you need to save yourself. It's not even about us at this point. It's about your physical safety. The reason why former Estonian president Henrik Ilves says all this for 30 years, he must be tired as hell of saying the same thing over and over again for decades. And now we can see the consequences of him not being listened to, and still we are questioning it. It's almost like they kind of hypnotized everyone into not having a survival instinct. That's what it looks to me right now. Everyone would rather die than upset a Russian person. People need to wake up. And it's just mad. Honestly, it's mad to watch this. Everyone is so scared of making the Russian person sad. What's happening with all of us? They should go back home, sort out the mess in their country. Maybe, I don't know, if Germans like them very much, maybe we can send some Russians to Germany, but then we'll have to I don't know, it'll be problematic with Schengen. But it's ridiculous to watch this. And so in terms of young Russians with iPhones, they are the same as Russians without iPhones, pretty much. Maybe worse because they can also tweet horrible things at me. So yeah, I hope that addresses your question.
Yeah, thanks, Alena. So just real quick, I know Madi had some limited time, so I'm going to give Madi maybe a chance to answer this, and maybe Madi, if you wanted to, you can sign off. I know you said you had maybe 10 minutes a while ago. And then Alena, how are you doing on time?
I'm all right. I'm okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So if anyone did have any questions, do please feel free to come on up. Madi, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, how you doing on time, Madi?
Yeah, I'll just quickly say something and then I'll drop off. Yeah, I don't have anything to add about Americanization or integration of the Russians into the Western culture. I don't pointed out everything correctly, but with Craig regarding the ceasefire, yes, they want it, but at the same time, I should have said that the ceasefire is not to be trusted because the Russians will use it as an operational pause to rebuild their forces and come back later. That's the pattern. They've always done it in the past, always. The Ukrainians know it. That's why Zelensky made an announcement saying that there shall be no negotiations with the Russian side until they actually get out of all they leave the entirety of Ukraine, including Crimea and previously occupied territories of Donbass, or not previously, the territories of Donbass that were occupied before February 24th. So they know what's up. So that's good.
No, so you're absolutely. If I could, Joseph, is that okay? Can I just add
Yeah,
something
of
onto
course.
that?
Go ahead.
So what I just want to clarify real quick what I meant by Russians and iPhones, right? If you're a Westerner looking into Russia, right, you're seeing this regime attack, commit genocide, and not even really blink an eye, right? You see people still trying to act like they're Westerners, still trying to act like they're, we're these cool hip people, yes, we're invading another country, but so what? We're still doing our thing, and nothing's ever going to touch Russia, right? So we're so big, we're so powerful. Not only are we more powerful, not only are we as powerful as the United States, but we're more powerful than the United States. I mean, look, we're doing this and that, and nothing's going to stop us, right? The United States was in Iraq for 20 years. We're not even going to be there for a year. Like, that's how weak the Westerners are, and nothing's going to be wrong. And so I'm not necessarily looking at it from a Western perspective. I'm trying to get it from an internal viewpoint. Like, if I'm sitting in a cafe in Moscow and I'm talking to some young 20-year-old who doesn't give a flying hootenanny what is going on in Ukraine because they're so delusional, I'm wondering if it's because of their jealousy of the West. That's kind of like what I'm really trying to get at, right? Because I feel like it's a good topic to discuss, not to like excuse away or to make people feel bad for Russians. I'm doing it because it's a psychological profile of somebody who I just feel is jealous that they
I
have
think
seen.
it's exceptionalism. I think it's more exceptionalism than jealousy.
There you go. Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
They're
There you go.
one percenters. They're one.
Yeah. So my point is that, and this isn't to excuse. Let me make something very clear. This isn't to excuse anything away. There's no excuse for what Russia has done. There's no reason for it to even be happening. And I'm not saying this war. I'm saying the war that goes back to 2014, and they're meddling with Ukrainian politics going as far back as 2012 and 2008. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that what I'm seeing, I'm not a psychologist, but what I'm seeing is this idea that, to use your word, exceptionalism, what I'm seeing is a mass delusion of Russians who feel that they saw what the United States did in Iraq, they saw what we did in 1991, they saw these things, and they felt so insecure, they felt so embittered because they are an imperialist country. They have been for thousands of years, and they continue to be today. That is a foundation of their society. You cannot, there's no other reason except they are an imperialist society and have been for a very, very long time. And so when you engage in that, they're like, listen, you can do that, but look what we can do. And not only that, but
Yeah,
we're not
I know
mobilizing.
I know what you mean. I can quickly address this.
Yeah, just real quick. Let me just real quick. I'll finish this up. The reason I say that is because the reason I'm trying to kind of get at this is because this exceptionalism that they feel, this insecurity that they feel, is boundless, right? Insecurity and jealousy and envy and exceptionalism has really no limits. And so when they see something like Irpin or Bucha or Hostomel or Mariupol, they're like, yeah, well, so what? Like, we're still better than the United States. They don't even think of Ukraine. It's more of a competition between them and the rest of the world. Am I wrong there?
I think it's a bit different from that. So I can tell you from my own experience, right, that I've had recently with Russian so-called feminist, so-called anti-war, so-called opposition group Pussy Riot, and its lead Nadia Tolokonnikova, right? So what she did was that she, in the beginning of this invasion, she jumped on the project that I created. She took all the credit for it. She removed my name from all the press releases, all the on the website. There was not, and it wasn't just about me. It was just no Ukrainian was mentioned, right? And that's a great example of cultural genocide, because genocide is not just physical, right? So it's like Ukrainian names were just completely erased. And there was plenty of them within the project. So she takes credit for my work, and then she makes a tragic mistake. She bullies me for 4 months, and I have to put up with it for the whole time because I know that a Russian celebrity who is very well connected with the media and so on, and she says this magic word, she's anti-war, even though all her actions point against that. She's untouchable. So as a Ukrainian person, if you dare to make the first accusation, you are done. That's just how it is. And so I had to kind of put up with it until she makes a very stupid mistake, but being stupid is typical for Russians. So, and she didn't do any homework on the kind of scope of work that I was doing in the community that built up around Ukraine DAO. She falsely accuses me of funds mismanagement, right? And it's to anyone in our community, it was a laughable accusation. And also because it's on blockchain, you can clearly track what's happening. And it's very clear that it never happened. And I never, in fact, asked to be paid. It was arranged by my Ukraine DAO's team from other countries. Like I've never met most of them in person in the first place. And so they were paying me a very modest amount. Never had it departed. And so, yeah, she made this accusation that I'm paying myself a hefty amount of funds. And that kind of allows me to speak about her. And what she basically did, it's quick summary. Yeah, she takes credit for my work. She abuses me behind the, backstage because she knows that no one's gonna say anything to her because she's this Russian diva. There was a good material about them, by the way, how they're used by the Kremlin recently came out. I'm gonna find a link to it. But then it's not enough because no one said to her, Nadia, your behavior is inappropriate, right? So she goes further, and that's why I hate it when people say to me, "Oh, just ignore it." I'm like, do you not see where this ignoring has led? Like there is literally headlines in the media about me coming out in in the press that she's organized, and so. This should not be ignored. This should be called out, if anything. And that's opposition that is supposed to hate Putin. She went to prison. She is glorified in the West. She's given about Ukraine DAO at least like 200 or 300 like interviews. And so, what does it say to you about? I don't think she knows anything about Iraq. I don't know if she can read even because the accusations that she herself and her team have been making, they are like hysterical. It's like they come up with the new stuff because after I started speaking out, her team started like causing trouble, like kind of behind, but again, behind the closed doors. They tried to kind of stir some problems within my team. But again, people who work with me, they know how hard I work. They know like that it would be just wrong to kind of side with them for no reason. Everyone could see what they were trying to do. And so the number of people who spoke up against this, at some point, it just made it like awkward, and it became obviously like a reputational damage for themselves. And so she had to, I don't know if she was forced to by her PR team or whatever, but she removed the tweets. She didn't remove the tweet where she was complaining about being an FSB asset. I replied to the tweet saying that if you don't like being accused of that, do not be an FSB asset. That will probably help. But yeah, so that kind of person, she doesn't know anything about Iraq. She doesn't care about Iraq. It's not a competition with the US. She is in the US. Okay? So it's incurable. Like from what I've seen, she was given asylum, I think in Sweden or in Finland. She was rescued by the West. She is again glorified as an opposition leader. She comes and she basically what it's essentially is a cultural genocide of Ukrainians, the same genocide that Putin is carrying. Well, he's given orders for it from Kremlin. She's doing her bit from the US. It's insane. So I try to explain to people this very simple thought that not many people understand in the West. Russians have no problem hating Putin and hating Ukrainians at the same time. And so the reason why I'm very outspoken about this is because it's a very good case study for all those like good Russians this whole time until she made this like a really dumb mistake. Everyone was saying, Ilona, why are you so Russophobic? What about Pussy Riot? And I wouldn't say anything to them because, as I mentioned, I'm not I'm not a stupid person, and I try to not make stupid mistakes. And I just waited until she kind of made the first move, and that finally allowed me to say something, because it's very hard to argue now with what she did.
Thanks, Lona. So we got a lot of very patient hands. Oh, someone, Craig, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say thank you. That's it.
Yeah, just before we we do that, I just wanted to get to a few announcements because we have a lot of activity coming up. I don't know if you got to this earlier, Joseph, or not, but we've got tons of speakers. One of the more interesting speakers that's coming up is Roman Kachanov, who's going to be speaking on Friday, August 26th. He's a Ukrainian fighter fire. Well, he's a fire chief, actually, in Kharkiv. Actually, he was in a documentary aired on PBS called Ukraine, Life Under Russia's Attack. And he'll be speaking at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 1700 UTC. We have a chef coming to speak on MryiaReport. Chef Zena Mikhalenko, and he'll be speaking on Saturday, August 27th at 11 a.m., going through a bunch of recipes, and I think actually there's he has a Facebook page. Give him a follow, and he's going to go through a lot of Ukrainian recipes and so forth. And another reminder that we've had lots of great speakers over the past couple of days and weeks, and they are available on Spotify. So you can listen to that. Like, often I'm at work and I can't listen to the speakers, which sort of annoys me, but you can get those on Spotify. All you have to do is follow the MryiaReport Twitter account, and you can get your hands on all those past speakers and see what's coming. And just a reminder to everyone to retweet the space, and please support MryiaAid.org, support Ukraine. It's been 31 years, of Ukrainian independence yesterday, and the modern era. Obviously, Ukraine goes back thousands of years, but you can help save Ukrainian lives by making a donation to MryiaAid.org. $31 will buy a tourniquet, but MryiaAid does a lot more than that. Trauma kits, medicine, direct aid, meaning that people can make donations in kind. Just roll up with the truck, and MryiaAid will get it delivered. Drones, body armor, things that help save Ukrainian lives and help them win a victory against Russia. This is something you can do. Just some announcements I wanted to get out there, Joseph. Sorry for interrupting, but carry on.
No problem. Look, real quick, did we get Olga Tokaryuk as well? The guest?
I believe so. I'm just trying to find the card, and I will get back to you.
Oh no, I got it. I'm just I just want to make sure you didn't already mention her. So that's going to be tomorrow, or actually for most people today, August 25th. So that's today at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Olga Tokaryuk is an independent journalist based in Kiev, Ukraine, and she's a non-resident fellow for the Center for European Policy Analysis. So yeah, should be a good interview later today, 12 p.m. New York time.
We also have Rosalie trying to get her schedule for next week.
Yeah, I tried to get Rosalie to plug her time, but apparently it's not fully settled yet. But yeah, so thanks, Bloke, for all those announcements. Do appreciate it. So with that, we will go to, we've had two very patient hands. Jonathan, please go ahead.
In America, you are addicted to iPhone, but with Russia, iPhone addicted. So I don't mean to beat up on you or anything, Craig, but the facade of these Russians that think we are the best, we're better than the rest, it really is a facade. I mean, it's like less than 1% of Russia is going out and buying phones and stuffing their fat face at the Tochka U burger place, whatever it's called. I have friends that still go to Russia, mostly Russian Jews, and they just go to see their, where parents grew up. And most of Russia is nothing like that. I constantly read stories with these about the old days, you go to vacation on Israel and have probably the same Rod missiles that using on the wonderful Ukrainians right now. You heard what those sound like being fired from Lebanon. It's not fun.
Jonathan, we can barely hear you. There's something wrong with your Wi-Fi connection.
Sorry.
You keep on dropping in and out. I only hear like it's about 2x5 now, if that. Would it be possible for you to drop in? You can always re-request, but I can barely hear you.
Yeah, certainly. But let someone else speak. I'll wait.
Right, but okay. Could you hear anything, Joseph, or was it just me?
Yeah, cutting out. Yeah. Sometimes people have audio problems, so yeah, it's good sometimes to rejoin. So anyway, Leonard, please go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph. Yeah, I could hear all of what Jonathan said. So I don't know if it's maybe just a spotty audio result, but yeah, I heard his comments, and I would substantially agree with what he said, that the cafes and bistros of Moscow and St. Petersburg are not Russia. And in terms of the social environment, you're just dealing with a very small apex of whatever current modern Russian society is there. But I wanted to address two other points. Firstly, the specter that Craig raised with regard to the deep concern over the Russians trying to lobby for some kind of a ceasefire and then using that as ammunition across the West. I would submit that that's really a non-starter, because at this point in time, the Russians lobbying for a ceasefire and trying to utilize it would be about the same equivalence of Robert E. Lee after the day after the Battle of Gettysburg, lobbying for a ceasefire and saying, but we still want to keep all our slaves and we want to give Texas back to Mexico. So that would be greeted with about the same level of seriousness throughout the United States, certainly throughout the Union. And even though you may get remove states like France or Germany or any European states saying, oh yeah, well, that sounds like a good basis for a settlement. Why don't we have a ceasefire, and that the South could keep all their slaves and Mexico can take Texas back? How does that sound? Well, that's just not going to make any headway anywhere in the West. And then secondly, I wanted to address Toyo Oyo. I'm not sure if I'm saying his name correctly, but the gentleman was up referencing the idea that we should, or at least Europe should be gathering all of their old Warsaw Pact armaments and passing them over to Ukraine. And I would say, well, I mean, that's, I guess, one possible idea. But the basis he gave was that, well, the Ukrainians know how to use all that weaponry already. And I would just counter that with the Ukrainians have been fully endorsed by certainly the Canadian Army, and currently by the British and the Kiwis and everybody else engaged in training Ukrainian troops, that they pick up the weaponry and the techniques and the technology and the specific operational protocols of Western weaponry almost faster than any of the trainers have ever seen. So it's literally a matter of 2 or 3 days training, and they're good to go on a tank, for example. So I would just submit that that's a kind of a specious concern. The Ukraine has proven, and Ukrainians have established, that they are more than capable of implementing and operating with ease any weapon system that they can get their hands on from the West, and that the training parameters and the training times are so remarkably abbreviated from what Western protocols have typically used. And this includes the Canadian Army, the British Army, that it's really quite amazing. So there's no foundation really to that argument, I would submit. I mean, certainly the more weaponry, the better, but let there be no hesitation in transferring as much state-of-the-art, high-tech, hot off the press weaponry as we can simply physically supply to them, and let that go on for as long as it takes until the last Russian has his ass kicked entirely the hell out of Ukraine, and that includes Crimea. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Leonard. We have a new speaker, Daniel, up. Daniel, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi everybody. The last speaker there was Jonathan. I'm not sure if he's still here. He wasn't clear, but he was referring to Israel. So I just wanted to put something on record, although I didn't really get what he was saying. Can anyone tell me?
I couldn't understand it.
Okay, so I'll just make this point because there's some misconception here about Israel is being very, very supportive of Ukraine. It's built field hospitals. It's donated. It's giving wide support. The only thing we cannot get involved militarily. We cannot give military support because Israel is bordering with Syria, which is filled with Russian forces, and we really cannot mess with the Russians. But other than that, Israel is going out of its way to support Ukraine. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. I think that's definitely a fair point. I would agree with you. I think we brought it up on the space a few times. There's a lot that Israel's doing on the humanitarian front, as you said. Pretty much the largest field hospital, erected hospital from the ground up, was made by Israel. And then there's a lot of stuff going on that I don't understand in the military sphere. Let's say quiet cooperation between Israel and Ukraine. But yeah, there's I'm not a super expert on it, but it's been discussed on the space quite a few times. And yeah, if anyone did want to mention any of the things that have been discussed on the space, do feel free. Phil, please go ahead.
Hi, Joseph. Just a quick question. I saw that, sorry, I've been out of the loop today and yesterday, and I saw that we announced a big aid package on the Ukrainian Independence Day, Slava Ukraini. I'm just wondering, that aid package, is it part of Lend-Lease? Because it seems like it's all new type of equipment. So I would think it would have to come out of the Lend-Lease since it's not like transfers of older military equipment. And then I noticed there was a bunch of 120 millimeter shells, and I was wondering what weapon system would that go for? Is that like mortars, or is that, because I know we had like 105 millimeter and
Yeah, it's mortars.
Mortars. Oh, mortars. Okay, perfect. Thanks. And those were my two questions.
Yeah, and to put it in perspective, I've basically been told that a 120 millimeter mortar is like the same as a 155 millimeter shell. They're very powerful, but they're super heavy. And so what you're sacrificing is like the range, right? That extra, 30 millimeters of space that holds that propellant. So it's a very powerful mortar system. It can probably destroy a tank if you really had to, but very, very heavy. Constantine, of course, you can correct anything, but so you come up, welcome. Go ahead.
Was there
release that said Ukraine is getting 120 millimeter shells.
Yeah, so there's a new weapons package announced. Go ahead, Blue. Or was that Phil that was going to speak? Go ahead.
No, sorry. In the package, there's a substantial number of 120 millimeter mortars. So, like, there's almost 250,000 155 millimeter shells, and I forget the number exactly, but a substantial number of 120 millimeter mortars. I could look it up.
And then there was also 6 more NASAM systems.
Yep.
So that seemed like a pretty big deal.
Yeah, definitely a big deal. As General Ryan put it, and I think, I was a little bit hesitant to use this terminology, but since General Ryan is, Mick Ryan, said it, the same air defense system that protects the President of the United States, right? So we saw 4 NASAMs deployed initially, or I should say sent to Ukraine initially. These are very small systems. They're quite portable. Not the most portable thing in the world, but as far as I understand, you can put one on like a Humvee, right? So that's kind of the level of portability we're talking. What makes NASAMs so useful, and this is a system that's built in Norway, what makes it so powerful is it can use a lot of modern missiles. It's like, to me, when it was described to me, it was like the USB of air defense systems, right? You can plug any radar into it and you can plug any missile into it, and it basically will work, at least NATO standard stuff. So it's a very versatile air defense system, and also quite portable, and it has good range, assuming you can get good radars on it and good missiles for it. So very good air defense system. To see 6 more, again, it's not going to completely change the game until we start seeing maybe multiples of 10 coming into Ukraine with each announcement. But that said, it's definitely a very important piece of the air defense puzzle for Ukraine, and it's something that can be very quickly and relatively easily integrated into their air defense system compared to other air defense systems. Like, in my understanding, something like IRIS-T that Germany's sending is going to be a little more difficult to integrate. I'm sure Ukraine will do it successfully, but it's going to take a lot more effort. So with that, I want to go to Konstantin. Konstantin, go ahead.
So regarding, I went through the release. I'm sorry I wasn't asked. Yes, 65,000 mortar, up to 65 mortar rounds of 120 millimeters is a substantial help, and it's really important because Ukraine is running low on those mortar rounds. Regarding NASAMS, there was a statement that's some of those things will be supplied in next 1 to 3 years. Keep this thing in mind. So it's not. It means that financial part is there, but some of the things has to be manufactured, and manufacturing will take time. That is probably regarding exactly NASAM systems, because their availability is not is under question.
Thank you, Konstantin. And that was my point too. Was this part of the Lend-Lease? Because that's allegedly, new material as compared to the transfers that were ongoing from the president, which were kind of like older materials that we already had in stock.
Yeah, so Phil, I can't find anything specific about what authority this new money was promised under, but it does say additional money. So I wish John was here. John always knows this type of stuff, this procedural type of stuff. But my understanding would be that it's not part of the already promised Lend-Lease if it's additional money, right? Because they said in addition to the $10 billion, which is the actual Lend-Lease amount, this is another $3 billion. So I think that implies new separate source of money. So that's the best I can do. Craig, do you find anything out?
No, I kind of wanted to, so I can't expand on the package, but what I want to do while Konstantin is here is try and translate that for people as to what does 65,000 mortar rounds actually mean, right? And I was hoping if he could kind of talk to us about, what is the difference between 65,000 and 35,000 vis-a-vis what type of operations Ukraine is running, right? Again, say it 1,000 times. Never spent a moment on a battlefield. I have no idea how this stuff works, but I'm just kind of curious, like 65,000 rounds from Kharkiv all the way down to Kherson. What does that mean for you as you see that number? I mean, obviously, I'm sure you want 1 million mortar rounds, right? You want all the mortar rounds in the world. But I'm kind of curious, like, what does that mean to you operationally? Like, in terms of, we don't have to worry about this for 3 months. We don't have to worry about this for a month. What is your kind of your fingertip feel for that number, I guess?
So it's to have a complete understanding, we have to know how much Ukraine has right now in its stocks itself. So you must understand that Ukraine is not. It had one of the largest militaries in the world as well. I mean, it's not as large as United States or Russian, but it's still large, and we had stocks of those, and we've been buying them, and we've been I think we had the small manufacturing line of those as well. So you have to take that into the account. But I would say that one mortar can have rate of fire, like it can fire probably. I think we had people who worked on the mortars. I never did. I just supplied them with the headsets. But I think mortar 122 millimeter mortar can fire up to 10 rounds per minute, which is really high rate of fire. There is not always need to do that, but let's just average three rounds per minute, where you shoot, you check through the drone where it's landed, or whatever correction spotting equipment you have, and you fire again. So how many battalions, right? There are 3 mortars per battalion at best. So you can imagine Ukraine probably operates on the front lines around 150 battalions, 150, maybe 200 engaged. Of course, we have more, but those are in reserves. Those are being re-equipped and being trained. But you can say, let's say, 120 to 150 battalions, each of those having around 1 to 3 mortars of 120 millimeters. Let's take an average of 2, so 300 mortars are operating, and each of them can fire, let's say, I don't know, 10 minutes of fire, 10 to 15, because you need to hide it, you need to move. And so with average of 3 rounds per minute, it takes 45 rounds per mortar per day, and multiplied by 3. So we have so we have total 300 mortars firing 45 rounds a day. How much do you get? It's let's make it average 500 instead of 50 instead of 45, which means 15. It seems like 15,000 rounds per day is like a maximum capacity of mortars. Well, not maximum, but the consumption that is happening right now. So it's not as much as we can imagine, but not every line, not every mortar crew is firing, not every not every single battalion is engaged into the action at any given moment. Russians, they usually attack at 3 axes, so you have actual consumption probably 2, 3 to 4 times less. So you can imagine it would last a month or 2, enough supplies for Ukraine at this given with the pace that is right now over there. Of course, and then Ukraine must have its own supplies at the moment. So I would imagine that this stretches and makes unties the hands of the of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine that now it can, you don't have to ration those mortars really carefully. You can say, yes, guys, you have target, just fire. Don't think about consuming them. We're gonna get you the new ones. We got them coming from United States, and once again, the United States is not the only country helping with that. There are more silent countries, and also Ukraine is buying those rounds by themselves as well. So, in the end, it's quite some substantial help. I would say that plays one of the key roles in the.
That's a fantastic answer, and that's actually what I was looking for, because again, I have no idea how these mortars are set up. I don't know if 122s are dispersed at the company level, the battalion level. I have no idea how any of that works. So like that was really informative. Just a quick question to follow up: do you feel that, again, understanding your understanding of the Ukrainian military and how these things work, right, without getting into specifics, because I again don't know. Do you feel like those 65,000 are just meant to fill in the reserve? They're not actually going to be dispersed, that they just go to stockpiles to refill the stockpile, that they're not going to, you're not going to get 65,000 rounds of mortars from the United States and everybody gets 300 mortars, right? It's not how it works, right? Those go to pre-positioned stockpiles, you would have to assume, and kind of like refill their stockpiles so they can keep drawing from them. They don't go directly to the field, right? Or maybe they do, I don't know.
Yeah, they will never go directly to the field. Of course, they have to go through the logistics because who's going to drive them directly to the field. There are logistics companies in each brigade. There are central Ministry of Defense stocks. And it's of course gonna be distributed in the proper manner. But what I think that right now probably Ukraine lacks those mortar rounds, so they will be they will backfill. Doesn't mean that they will go directly, and there is dire need at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at, right? Is that this isn't because there are Ukrainian units that are shouting for these. This is to kind of guarantee that there's this constant stream of ammunition that go to logistical hubs and then are dispersed, right? So some people ask me about that because I'm like the logistics guy, and I'm like, I have no idea how any of that stuff works, but my assumption is that this is going to be on a truck and it's going to go straight to a battalion somewhere in the Donbass. That this is going to kind of create a reservoir, if you will, of munitions that Ukraine can continue to draw from. Like, is that kind of like more or less accurate?
So you have an what we call MTZ, that is like material officer for the battalion, who keeps track of what's left and what has been fired, and he fills this to the brigade. If this battalion is part of the brigade, he fills this into the brigade. Brigade passes it to the Ministry of Defense. Well, not directly to the Ministry of Defense, to operational command, and operational commands to the Ministry of Defense. It seems long, but it's actually not as long as you can imagine. There are of course stockpiles, that and stocks that each operational command distributes and keeps, and of course there are calculations that been done how many at this rate of consumption we will have. And of course you can imagine that crews are always saying we need more. That's like there is never enough ammunition. If you have ever shot a AK-74 in combat, you can fire and fire. You can go through your loadout through in a matter of 15 minutes. It's going to be totally useless maybe, but you can do that. So having more ammunition is it's also a psychological factor, that you understand that if you just there will be enough. There will be enough as long as you use it smart. If you don't use it smart, there will be no enough, and there will never be enough. So that's what the crews have to learn as well. And that's the reality of war, because it's not endless shooting. If you shoot endlessly, there are simply no stockpiles of anything in the world that will last you through, because it's just, rate of fire, like I said, it's 10 rounds per minute, and you can fire, without actually hitting anything. But you just, just in case, you're gonna land a couple of rounds. And I'm quite sure that Ukraine's mortar crews and brigades have learned that it's not the way to use mortars. You have to conserve them, even though they can be resupplied.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks so much, Constantine. That's it. Yep, go for it, Bullock.
Just a brief point of order. The speaker panel is full. I can't bring people up, including our illustrious co-host, Joseph. So I have to drop some people down. Don't take it personally. Just re-request, and I'll bring you back up, okay? Those who don't have their hands up.
I'll drop down. That's fine.
Okay, next in line, please, as Joseph and a couple of other speakers are trying to connect. Who was next? I lost track. Was that you, Craig?
No, I was just thanking Constantine for his information, because and again, I just want to highlight that this is why this aid is so crucial, right? People look at it and they're like, oh, it's only 65,000, right? You kind of lose track of the numbers, right? You just see a number flash across your screen, but we don't have the kind of the granular information as to what this does and how this benefits Ukraine and how it can kind of help them use this in a way where they don't, as Constantine said, have to turn around and be like, we only have like 5 rounds left, right? They can do this confidently, and they can operate knowing that it's behind them. So I just want to kind of give some color to the numbers and kind of understand how those colors interact in real time. And they're not, again, just digits on our phone. They matter to the NCO, they matter to the fire support system, they matter to these guys, right? These are real people who need these weapons. And Constantine gave a great kind of extrapolation, numerical as well as human, in terms of what these numbers mean for the average infantryman who's serving in Ukraine. So thanks so much. I appreciate it.
So real quick, to Phil's question. So I actually kind of read an article that was a deeper dive. I still quite frankly didn't fully understand it. I mean, so the real takeaway here, obviously, is that the U.S. is now adopting a strategy of actually approving weapons manufacturing contracts for Ukraine, as opposed to sending stuff that already exists. So there's like a sort of a commitment to a long-term effort there that wasn't maybe there before. But the part that I'm really confused about is the actual mechanism for the funding. It's very clear that Congress approved this money. What I'm still trying to understand is, as far as I understand it, I think it's part of Lend-Lease, but I think I might be wrong about that. But as far as I know, Dr. Paul might be a good expert on this too, who might understand where exactly the money came from. So I was actually going to put a call out for Dr. Paul to please come up if you can, Dr. Paul. But if you can't, we totally get it. Otherwise, maybe I'll just talk to some other people on the back end and try to figure out exactly where this $3 billion came from. Here he comes. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, maybe we can get Dr. Paul up to answer your question in a little more detail, Phil, as far as where the money specifically came from. He'll be up in just one sec. Dramatic pause for Dr. Paul, everybody. Okay, thanks for joining us, Dr. Paul. Yeah, so where did the $3 billion come from, Dr. Paul?
My understanding is that it's part of the overall $40 billion package. It's just not a drawdown. So of the $40 billion, X amount was to drawdowns, X amount was to humanitarian aid, X amount was to whatever else, and then X amount was for new contracts. And there's an article I'll send to you, Joseph, and you can put it up in the nest. That it's Politico, and it's I sent it to Gurney earlier too, and he and I were discussing it. But overall, this is there was a certain allocation of the 40 billion for new contracts, and this is exactly what I've been waiting for. This is great news, not just for Ukraine, by the way, but because this helps create flow for supply lines and manufacturing lines, the actual plants that are producing these things, which helps provide them the orders needed to boost capacity, not just for Ukraine, but US, Europe, and for the threats of the world, right? China, Russia, Iran, China, Taiwan, North Korea.
Sustainment.
Correct.
Sustainment.
Correct, which has been a big problem, and it's frightening to me. I've been worried about this for 20 years, just in the back of my head. I'm like, surely the Department of Defense has been prepared for all these contingencies. I don't know. I don't really think the U.S. and the United States, U.S. and Europe, are adequately prepared for a major conflict to sustain a multi-year war against anybody. And so the good news is with Ukraine helping kickstarting that process, I feel. So it's a good thing overall. And just real briefly about the numbers, from the numbers of things coming, of what they disclose, at most of what the arms and munitions, and I was able to figure out 4 of the 8 or, but the major ones, it's less than 1.5 billion. There's major unknowns, but just to say there's probably close to $1 to $1.5 billion of unaccounted for arms, munitions, platforms, and other things. So what was disclosed is certainly not all that was given. But just to say, hope, Gertie and I are hoping for air power support or infantry fighting vehicles, things of that nature.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so it's sorry, yeah, maybe saying this part of Lend-Lease is not. I wasn't maybe thinking in the right terms. It's part of the aid package that was passed in May. That was the $40 billion that was approved. So this is the executive kind of approving that, releasing that money, right?
Correct. Yeah, exactly. The Lend-Lease has not been actually executed on, and it's actually operable or in part of law or whatever it is through the end of 2023 or fiscal year 2023, which is September 2023, I believe. So Gurney and I were discussing these same things today, Joseph. So yeah, so it's actually, it hasn't been executed on yet or used in any sort of way, the Lend-Lease, but it could be through September 2023.
Gotcha. Well, thank you very much for that clarification, Paul. And then real quick, I'm going to pass to Misfit, and then because this is kind of all directed at Phil's question, and then we'll go from there. Misfit, go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph, and thanks, Dr. Paul. I know you kind of do some of the calculations behind the scenes, but one of the questions I was talking about with John Ridge earlier was when they say 6 NASAM systems, for example. Well, earlier the terminology, at least in one article that I read, was 2 NASAMS batteries. And Joseph mentioned that a certain number had been sent already. I'm not sure of the source of that, but what I'm really trying to get at here is when they say 6 NASAM systems, do they mean launchers or do they mean a battery? Because technically an NASAM system can contain 12 launchers, as I understand it. And the way John explained it to me was some countries may consider a system with fewer than 12 launchers, but generally speaking, a NASAM system, that's 12 launchers. So I'm curious, maybe Dr. Paul, with your math skills, if you've had a chance to look at that, and how many launchers do you think that they're actually going to receive when they say 6 NASAM systems?
Yeah, so I actually dug into this exactly today, and I created a whole sheet on NASAMs. I hope my computer doesn't die on me before I get through with this, so I'll try to be brief. So there's been 4 contracts given out, foreign military sales of NASAMs to Qatar, Australia, Hungary, and India. We'll ignore India because India's the numbers don't mesh well because there was a lot of other things included, and the way these press releases work. They only give like the total amount of dollars, and then you just throw in a bunch of junk. But just to say, Qatar, Australia, and Hungary, the most consistent thing that's disclosed is the number of AMRAAM missiles that are delivered along with the NASAMs. Okay, so the NASAMs, we don't know the number of launches that Ukraine's getting. I think it's safe to assume it's up to 12 because each one contains 6 missiles, and the NASAMs can handle up to 72 simultaneous engagements. So that's 72 missiles, 6 launchers, 12 launchers and 6 missiles per launcher. We don't know, but I think it's safe to assume that's what they're getting, and kind of like the numbers given now that they have, 2 prior have been committed to or given, plus 6 today, so that's 8 total. And that's roughly aligned with like how many they would need to protect their major population centers, and then that they can interweave the S-300s and other systems that they have, the IRIS-Ts or whatever from Germany, to kind of round out wherever the gaps are potentially. Misfit, did I answer your question? Did you ask something specifically about cost? Did I miss that part?
Well, I thought maybe through looking at the costs, you may have figured out a little more on how many NASAMS launchers they were being sent. And you did answer it for the most part. Just the basic math of if they were getting a full battery, that would be 12 launchers per NASAM system. So we're talking 72 launchers just today. And that seems like a pretty large number given the 2.8x billion dollar announcement. So I don't know, what do you think really that they're getting the full complement of launchers per quote unquote system? I guess that's really what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, my estimate is $125 million per NASAM, roughly. So I think that's $750 million. In my spreadsheets, the math's slightly different. It's like 743 million to be super precise. But right on how many launchers, how many missiles, but this is all derived from like past arms deals, and because the NASAMs can fire AIM-9X like Sidewinder missiles as well as the AMRAAMs. So the AIM-9X, I believe, are somewhat substantially cheaper than the AMRAAMs, and therefore, given how also they're fire, right? These systems need to shoot a lot of missiles to just take down a stupid cruise missile. Not to say that I don't think that they're getting the most expensive missile for all of them. So overall, like I have like this weighted average 60-40 split between AMRAAM and AIM-9X. That comes down to about $125 million per NASAMS. Now, the major missing piece here is the actual cost of the launcher. That's just in the missiles, and that could be up to $50 million. The only source I see. So therefore, my little number here of 125 could be as high as 175 each. So multiply that times 6. I think that gets us closer to toward what is that, $1 billion almost, just in the anti-air stuff. So a third. Does that make sense, Misfit?
Yeah, so by your math, it sounds like when they say 6 NASAM systems, you're thinking more 6 launchers. Am I correct in saying that?
6 launchers plus the radar itself and the command and control center. So I'm not breaking it because we don't have that kind of information to be able to break down cost to that degree. There's that degree of detail is not there. What we can do is look at past arms deals, which have included those. And then that has included, all the components, the launchers plus the missiles. And then you get this rounded average cost per missile given, which is substantially higher than just what the actual cost of the missile is. So that's one way to do it, and that's kind of how I came up with it, based on past deals to Qatar, Australia, and Hungary.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. And it is, it provides some hope, I think, that maybe there'll be a bit more of a reprieve from the amount of cruise missile hits that Ukraine has been enduring once these systems get in country, and that makes me happy. And then I would say, with the IRIS-T being delivered, or when, this is Germany we're talking about, if those get in country, those integrate from what John explained to me. Those integrate very well with the NASAM system. They can use their radars and the radars that are already in country that work with NASAMs. So they're going to have quite a air defense picture happening once all these things get established, and then it may allow them to redistribute some of their other air defense assets in terms of being able to cover a potential offensive. So that part's exciting too.
Yeah, and that's really good to know. I wasn't really sure how integrated these systems can be, and unfortunately, John isn't on, and maybe Craig can comment. I don't know, but yeah, it's good to hear that. At least it sounds like the IRSTs could be. But at the very least, like my line of thinking is that the NASAMS protect the cities, the S-300s kind of deploy to like austere rural areas that can protect more forward areas towards the front lines that it can be hidden because they're, I don't know if they're more mobile. I think they are more mobile because they're on tracks, whereas the launchers of the NASAMs are kind of like the actual launchers aren't, they can be mounted, like Joseph said, on things to be moved, but I'm not sure they can be really fired in that setup. Like you kind of move these things, you set them up, and then they are like kind of in a fixed position for until you decide to move them again. But they aren't like mounted on a vehicle like S300, which is on tracks or on a wheel vehicle system and can just go vertical and launch these things. So to me, that's how I always thought. And unfortunately, John's not on here. I don't know as much about the S300s. I'm curious the range of the S300s. The NASAMs, again, this goes back to why they're good for like fixed defense positions for anti-air, is because their range is also is shorter, which is only 40 miles. So it kind of creates a little sphere of influence, and their range to detect targets is, I think, double or triple the range. So they can see them coming inbound, and then they can fire upon them once they get close, if they get close. So the S-300s though are more mobile, I think, and so I see them kind of more being able to move out of the cities, and let's just, for example, like in Kherson, they could be like kind of protecting that area there, and around Zaporizhia, and potentially in the Far East. But Craig, please, I'm non-military. I could have totally been off on that.
Craig, you know anything about NASAMS?
I have one more thing to add, and then we can go to Craig if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
Just to tail off that, the way John understood it, and the way that he explained to me, and I'll just pass it along, it was that the Ukrainians may already be redistributing some of their S-300s, to cover some of their more advancing troops, and then that they could also, redeploy some of their Buke systems, and then of course whatever small amount they have of the Stormers, which are equipped with Starstreak. That's another thing that they can use in conjunction with, potential offensives.
Yeah, and by the way, just one point. I mean, this all kind of fits into like protecting HIMARS as well. I think you need mobile air defense to protect those as well. In my view, I don't. No one's ever said that really, but me. But like, you kind of want those moving into an area before the HIMARS mission, and then the HIMARS come in a safe, protected airspace before they fire, and then they bounce out, and then after they leave and exfiltrate, then the anti-air systems, the mobile ones, all those that you mentioned, Ms. Fett, would probably migrate towards somewhere else, and then they would start the process all over again. And they've been busy, as you and I have been discussing over the past couple of weeks.
Well, right, and because of the S-300 presence, and this is another thing I talked about with John, is that the Russians have been pretty nervous about flying into Ukrainian airspace, particularly in the Mykolaiv, Kherson area. And he said that those radars turn on and they get lit up, and the Russians, head out of there. And maybe this is something that Craig could speak to more. But it seemed to me like the airspace is, for the most part, closed, at least on the west quarter of the Kherson Oblast.
Yeah, and real quick before we move on, just to say one concern I have. I don't know what the cost of these. Joseph, you might remember or missed it. You might what are the KH-35? Is that what the cruise missiles that the Russians are launching all the time into Ukraine? I mean,
32 and 22, I think.
Yeah, whatever those numbers are, those ones, yes, those. What are the costs of those? That's what I'm most curious about, because just looking at the cost of the AMRAAM missiles, they're $1.7 million a piece, at least on 2022 figures, and then the AIM-9X Sidewinders are 623,000. So there's this like cost curve, like kind of like what is the cheaper missile, right, to shoot down another missile? Or what is the cheapest cruise missile that can be fired to saturate the air defense, so the Ukrainians lob up all their missiles at junk, and then you can really hit them after they've kind of like expended all their ammunition for the NASAMS. That is like one concern of mine, because the Russians, they fired, this was like a month or two ago, they fired over 3,000 missiles in Ukraine, which, by the way, and I'll always give the intelligence community some crap for this. Their prediction at the very beginning of the war is after 800 missiles would be fired, that they'd be running low on precision missiles, and that's but just obviously they've been dead wrong, and they should own up to that, because their assessment has been dead wrong all along. They have not been right, other than the fact that Russia was going to actually invade, but that was like a couple of days before, so not like early warning enough. After more than 100,000 troops have surrounded Ukraine, they finally came to that conclusion. So just to say, we don't know what the stockpiles of the Russians are, clearly, but presumably, if we thought that they'd be kind of running out for this operation at 800, and here we are today at probably closer to 4,000, because that 3,000 number was, at least a month or two ago. Presumably they're not going to be firing them at will like they have been. And so that should kind of mitigate the concern I have, which is the Russians' ability to saturate and overwhelm the air defense, and then the Ukrainians run out of ammo, and then they have no air defense, right? So they have to really be kind of careful with the amount of ammo that they expend protecting from cruise missile strikes. I'm not sure, it's not my job to determine that, but just to say, or my expertise at all, just to say, they really have to be kind of holding on to ammunition. They don't have endless amounts of these AMRAAM missiles or the Sidewinder missiles to protect the cities.
Well, yeah, it makes sense to shoot down a $35 million Russian bomber with a $2 million NASAMS missile, but not, like you said, not a junk cruise missile. Junk, they sure affect the civilian population, but junk in terms of precision, and junk in terms of cost value analysis.
So
I can
very
add
briefly,
to that. Oh, sorry.
yeah, very briefly. Sorry, guys. I found an estimated cost of a KH-32, which is the more modern one. The KH-22 is less modern, at about $5 million, give or take. Again, super estimate. Don't know for sure. So sorry, whoever I cut off. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Joseph. No, I was gonna actually. Paul came up to answer my question, and I was like, "Ooh, I can answer a question for Paul," because I knew those costs. So an S-300 missile is about $2 million as well. So even though it's junk, they're using it against civilians. But if you could shoot down an S-300 missile that's flying at civilians, I'd spend the $670,000 Sidewinder, and who cares about the cost, right? The KH-22s are about 2 million as well, just like the S-300 missiles. S-400 missiles, they don't have as many S-400 systems, but they're about $3 million to $4 million each. And then the KH-32s, as Joseph said, are about 5 million. So while they're junk as far as accuracy, they do cost a pretty penny for manufacturing them. So to be able to, if they send a barrage out, to be able to shoot them all down, I think it's well worth it, rather than having any hit the civilian targets. So thank you, Paul, for answering my questions about the aid packages as well, and thank you, Misfit, for joining in as well.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, thanks, Phil. That's great. I just wrote down all those numbers, so thank you so much. For me, and I don't have this handy. I do have this somewhere, but not handy. But the problem with the AIM 9X Sidewinder missile is the range. I think it's shorter, I believe, than the AMRAAM. And there's multiple versions of the AMRAAM missiles. Actually, there's the ER versions, which actually could potentially, and that's a real good question. Actually, are the Ukrainians getting these, like the extended range of the AMRAAMs, which could conceivably widen that safety net around the cities or wherever the NASAMS are positioned beyond that 40 kilometer or 40-mile range, whatever it is. But that's a interesting question, but that's my only concern there. So therefore, my assumption would be that the cost per missile to shoot down another missile would be 1.7 million, the cost of the AMRAAM. That's what my assumption would be, just because I just don't know enough about this stuff to understand if the AIM-9X would be able to actually be able to go reach out and touch it in time before it actually is too late. But I really don't know enough on the military side of things. But thanks, Phil.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
yeah, no problem. And one other thing, the S-300s and the Buk M1 missiles on the Ukrainian side, they're on short supply because they got them from Russia as well. And Konstantin can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's what I've read on several sites. So, while Russia has so many of them that they can reconfigure them for ground attack, even though they're not very accurate in that role, and they have so many of them, the Ukrainian military doesn't have quite as many S-300s and Buk missiles that they could use against Russians in air defense roles as well. So that definitely plays a role. And, bringing in NASAMS, bringing in IRIS-T, bringing in, whatever they can bring in, to help their limited supply of what they have in the anti-aircraft, anti-missile, anti-cruise missile role is going to be super beneficial for protecting the civilians.
And just real quick, it's going to be interesting to see after the war how all this was implemented, including the Gepards, which is like a 30 millimeter chain gun, essentially double chain gun on a APC chassis, effectively, by the Germans. Really good weapon system, but short range. I think the range of that is like 7 kilometers only. Curious how that all interacts and how that all integrates within each other. But it'll be interesting to find out after the war.
Well, they did receive 5 or a full battery of S-300s from, I believe, Slovakia. But I'm not aware of how many missiles they might have been sent. And it's probably been a couple months since people in the space, myself included, have brought up shooting at all these incoming cruise missiles. And I believe they're over 3,500, probably closer to 4, like you said, Dr. Paul. But they don't have an endless supply of these missiles for their own native S-300 systems, like Phil said. So they have to really get on getting the replacements in country.
I wish Battle Moose was actually on the space right now. Not that he would talk about it, because he doesn't, but he's the guy. Because what I understand is, with certain radars from our Ukrainian allies, they can probably understand the trajectory and potential targets and project where the risk and which missiles to go for versus which to unfortunately let go through and hit. Unfortunately, even though they're civilians, I don't know if that's how it's done, but just to say, I think there's capabilities out there to kind of predict a likely strikes and if it's worth taking out or not. And just based on a little bit of what I know about like radar and NORAD and those types of things, but I'm definitely not the guy to answer that. But it's a fascinating question.
Yeah, neither am I. But from what I understand, that's correct. That like basically there's software solutions that help you make the decision about which targets are necessarily, gonna are vital, which are gonna hit vital targets, basically, as Dr. Paul said. So, yeah, go ahead.
So funny thing is that Battle Moose and I worked at the same place at different times. So yeah, that's accurate.
And AI plays a role in, I know, the Iron Dome system from Israel. They use the machine learning to help, figure out where the missiles are going to help target them better. So I don't know if any of the newer systems that they're getting in use AI as well, but that's also an interesting topic as well.
Yeah, Iron Dome actually gets better the more you throw at it.
Yeah, this is a topic that our experts have been very careful. They don't want to wind up in a black van talking too much about this, but basically that seems to be the long and the short of it, is that modern air defense systems in NATO have been using machine learning, and that Russia effectively doesn't have doesn't have enough supercomputers and data processing power, and hasn't really been investing in developing that potential or even contracting it out. So they've kind of missed the boat on that. And machine learning can be very useful for something like radar, where you need a split-second decision on, is that a seagull pooping, or is that, a B-2 bomber dropping a bomb, right? So it's been like a very important development in radar technology. Again, as far as I understand, we can't talk too much about it without people winding up not being able to talk anymore at all. So we got to be careful, but that's like my broad understanding of it.
Yeah, we sort of have an expression. When you leave, you get your brain back, because when you were there, your brain was rented and belongs to the Queen. So.
But yeah, I think what you guys are saying is accurate. But yeah, we can't get into too many specifics. But yeah, Phil. So I know you guys want to continue the conversation real quick. I wanted to ask, just because you seem like a little bit of someone who's read up on this, kind of the dumb two questions, right, that we get a lot. Is Russia running out of missiles? And when I say missiles, I'm specifically talking about caliber missiles, KH-22s and KH-32s, these, the ones they're using on these terror strikes. And does Russia have any capability left to build new missiles? Are we seeing any evidence that they're doing that?
I have absolutely no clue, but I'm just, every single time I'm more and more shocked that they're like, oh, another 3 submarines went out of Sevastopol with 6 missiles each, and I'm like, where are they getting them from? Because they haven't had chips since 2014. At least that's where, when I read all the articles that I've seen on it, they say like, oh, they're running out, and then you hear the Department of Defense or Secretary of Defense Austin, and they're like, they're running out, but they keep coming out with more somehow. And that's why I was hoping they would target Sevastopol, like, because there has to be somewhere in that base, they have to have those missiles to resupply so quickly the submarines and boats, the ships that are able to go to the base and go right back out and fire some more missiles. So I just don't understand how they have that many more, with everyone saying, yes, they're running out. I guess all of the wash machines were able to replenish the chip shortage that they were having.
Yeah, I think part of it is definitely the strikes have slowed down, right? We have seen, as far as at least when I talked to John about this question, he seems to say, they definitely aren't striking things at a rate that they were earlier in the war, right? Because earlier in the war, they were using caliber missiles to try to hit bridges and to try to hit. They were bombarding cities with them and doing all sorts of stuff. I mean, there were days where there was just air raid in Ukraine. Yes, everywhere, right? So, but it seems like they've had to get more selective. So I think part of it is just there won't be a day where they're just like they reach into their pocket and they're out of caliber missiles. I think they'll just have to slowly get more and more selective with their targets. But yeah, I think you definitely bring up a good point that this has sort of been a bugaboo of the West for a while. They're going to run out of missiles, and like it hasn't quite happened. So yeah, I'm just kind of generally curious about it. But yeah, good points, Phil.
And remember too that they sent a bunch of missiles to Belarus, and we're waiting for another massive barrage that even the Ukrainian defense ministry said we're waiting for it as well. So maybe that's why we've seen some slowdown in the past couple of weeks as well. I don't know, maybe Konstantin knows something because he raised his hand as well.
Real quick. And I just want to specify real quick about the S-300 missiles. They seem to have a ton of. Sorry, go ahead, whoever was talking.
Joseph, yeah, I was just going to say real quick. And Craig, correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I personally think that the sanctions have been skirted. I don't believe that Russia is not able to get chips. Because there's lots of ways through graft and covert means to do so. In my view, and I think it's really like a huge amount of copium to think that China is not covertly supporting Russia's arms or defense contractors. I think that's just beyond ridiculous to think that China's not. I brought this up before. People say, well, no, China doesn't want to get sanctioned themselves. Well, I personally don't think they would care. They can work their way around a lot of the sanctions. I know it's not, China has more at stake than Russia does economically, but I think it's really a huge way of denial to think that China is not supporting Russia to weaken our ally Ukraine and thereby weaken us. So I mean, in my view, it is that proxy war through economic means almost versus necessarily through the militaries themselves. But in my view, that's what I believe.